Charlotte Linlin considered herself a fine woman. Abnormal perhaps, but there wasn't a pirate on the Four Blues or the Grand Line that could look at her and not feel a modicum of appreciation for her uniquely stunning visage. At the age of 20, she stood at a positively monstrous 12 feet in height, with an hourglass figure that turned many heads at a glance. Her face held a sultry beauty to it. Large orange eyes were accented with long, delicate eyelashes. A pointed nose and large pouting lips painted a sumptuous red that stood out prominently from her creamy skin. Linlin's long pink hair tumbled down to the small of her back in a waterfall of rose-colored tresses, gathered under a wide-brimmed black fedora that sported a white band and pink polka dots. Needless to say, she was one refined young woman. Well, as refined as a pirate with a bounty 1,640 million berry could be. Linlin wore a white short-sleeved blouse worn open, exposing her polka-dot bra-clad cleavage. Her lower body was enveloped in an under-bust corset and tight-fitting shorts made of a dark pink leather. Her long and well-toned legs were clad in matching thigh-high heeled boots made of a shiny maroon leather that accentuated her already extreme height. Lastly, a white captain's coat with pink cuffs and gold epaulets hung from her shoulders like a cape, a large heart on the back. Despite her positively pretty appearance, Linlin's face was set into a deep scowl as she appraised the island through the telescope held in her hands. Fishcake Island was, like many of the islands located in the large archipelago surrounding her home base on Whole Cake Island, in the process of being terraformed to her needs. She traced the hills and forests that ring the island using the telescope and noticed that the progress in transforming it from humdrum terra firma to a more culinary appearance had come to a grinding halt for one reason or another. It was for this reason that had drawn her out to this outlying island in her territory when she had much more important things on her mind and the primary contributor to her foul mood. Collapsing the telescope before roughly pushing it into the hands of a chess soldier, Linlin stalked down the spiraling staircase of the tart ship with a mean look on her face, paying no mind to the soldiers and homies that did their best to stay out of Big Mom's way. Big Mom, huh? Linlin thought, her scowl softening a modicum as she mentally tested out the title that so many had taken to calling her as of late. She hardly thought that having 5 children by the age of 20 was something to evoke great fear, but it was a fair bit more flattering than country destroyer Linlin. I'm more in the business of building countries right now, she mused, as she made her way out onto the deck to oversee the final approach to Fishcake Island. It had been 14 years since her friends and Mother Caramel had vanished, and Linlin had been left alone, too young to understand just why she was despised and terrified those who saw her. 14 years since she had conceived of the nation of Toto and committed to seeing it come to fruition by any means necessary. Sadly for Linlin, nation building was a long and time-consuming process that required money, labor, and above all time. It was why small hiccups like this drove her up the wall so. Yesterday she had been standing in the center of Sweet Town watching the scores of workers' homies and hired contractors put the finishing touches on Whole Cake Chateau, the towering cake-themed stronghold that would serve as the seat of power for her and all races would look to as a sign of utopia. She should have felt happy that the work to build her dream nation was starting to bear fruit. And indeed she had. She had cracked a wonderful smile and sat down to have tea with those many thousand that had slowly but surely emigrated to Totoland after hearing of the promise of a better life. However, about 20 minutes into tea, pleasantries, and sumptuous food, Strusen had whispered a rather ominous report into her ear. While Whole Cake was mostly finished, Totoland contained 36 islands, each of which was needed to be terraformed to her tastes and made livable. This process required constant work, and there were a squad of approximately 200 homies working away at each island at all times. According to Strusen, none of the homies or workers on Fishcake Island had checked in for the past 5 days. While initially she had simply assumed it was a breakdown in communications, none of the homies from adjacent that her first and now ex-husband had ordered go investigate had returned. This left Big Mom with a sour realization. There was something unwanted in her territory and it was too strong for her subordinates to remove. Setting out in a Tarte ship at dawn the following day, it had taken Linlin a grueling 5 hours to sail the distance between Whole Cake Island and Fishcake Island, by which time she was in a foul mood to end all foul moods. As the Tarte slowly pulled into the small port of the fishing-oriented island, Linlin had wasted no time in disembarking, using her inhuman strength to jump the intervening 200 meters between the ship and land with her personal homies floating after her. A cursory investigation of the settlement revealed nothing but a ghost town filled with nothing but the smashed remnants of what must have been 300 homies in total, all bearing slightly different wounds upon their empty cartoonish faces. Some had been smashed, others diced into pieces, while others had been burnt to a crisp or rendered to splinters by hook or by crook. Who could have done this, Mama? Zeus drawled in an unsure voice, the horse-sized cloud looking more like a sentient ball of cotton than a concentration of water vapor. Someone who's gonna get a piece of my mind, Zeus. Linlin replied, scanning the horizon for anything out of the ordinary. She slowly let her observation haki come to life, and was pleased when she sensed a single life form at the center of the island. There you are. Zeus, Prometheus, come. The Pinkett barked, drawing startled noises of assent from her two personal homies. She did not rush as she made her way inland, her heeled boots crunching gravel underfoot. Following the central river that snaked from the port all the way to the center of the island where the lone life form on this island dwelled. Half an hour later, Linlin caught a scent on the air and sniffed softly, recognizing the scent of wood smoke and omega-3 rich oil running freely. She snorted in wry amusement. Looks like our little vandal has decided to help himself to some of our fish without asking. If I wasn't going to punish them before then, I certainly am now. Prometheus and Zeus giggled in harmony, whizzing around Linlin's head as they discussed what they were going to do to this intruder. Maybe you can throw him in the lake and I'll boil him alive, Mama, Prometheus suggested, the cartoonish miniature sun practically bouncing up and down on non-existent feet. Zeus nodded enthusiastically before his mouth formed into a small O of realization. Oh, how about we do that? But every time their heart stops, I jump-start it. That way we get to make it last longer. Linlin's bloodthirsty grin told the pair of elemental homies that their suggestions were pleasing to her. They preened at knowing what ideas would get their mama in a good mood. It was only right. After all, they were her personal homies, formed from fragments of her soul. She shook her head with a small smile. Much as I like the idea, boys, I at least want to get some answers from whoever it is. After all, it's not every day an interloper can cut down 300 homies. Plus, I think they are waiting for us, Linlin explained. She assumed that she was expected. After all, she had made no effort to hide her presence. Yet she could sense through her observation haki that the interloper had made no move to run. So, either they knew she was coming and waiting for her, or they lacked observation haki themselves, which opened up a whole other realm of questions. Following the scent, the statuesque woman eventually made it to the large circular lake in the center of the island and slowly approached the distant campfire on the other side, and once she was within shouting distance, she made herself known. Who the hell are you? Sat beside a small campfire with two spits roasting fish over it was a young man with spiky blonde hair and bright blue eyes. The thin whisker marks that lined his face briefly made her consider that he might have mink ancestry, but she quickly discarded that idea. He had a light tan and was of average height, which is to say, a full 6 feet shorter than Linlin. But there were two things that stood out to the young superhuman. The first was just how young he was. He couldn't have been more than 2 or 3 years younger than her, which, while not entirely out of the ordinary, clashed with the way he was sitting cooking his fish. The second was that he was dressed in rags, torn black pants, and a scorched two-tone. Orange and black jacket was worn over a bare chest, and black sandals that were barely holding themselves together. The blonde looked up at her slowly, raising a blonde eyebrow at her massive height, while turning over the fish on the end of a spit. Me? I'm Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. He answered glibly, confusion swimming in his eyes as he regarded Linlin. Linlin bristled at the nonchalant response. Didn't he know who he was speaking to? Do you mind telling me what the hell you are doing on my island eating my fish? She inquired, getting a slight look of embarrassment from the blonde. Your island? Naruto questioned in turn, taking in the gold epaulets on her captain's coat. Realization dawned on him that it was a sign of leadership. He winced when Linlin gave a sharp nod. Ah, sorry, I sort of washed in a few days ago, and, well, I needed to catch a bit of rest. I thought I'd camp out here for a few days until I was back in good shape. The food is really good, by the way. He tacked on with a chuckle, hoping to alleviate the literal storm cloud hovering in front of the sun. Naruto blinked. He thought he had been imagining things when he had first seen the cartoonish forms of Zeus and Prometheus floating on either side of Linlin's head, but lo and behold, they were not dispelled by a blink of the eye. Orange pigment briefly appeared around each of Naruto's eyes before he made a murmur of intrigue as he regarded the pair of homies. Huh, that's a neat trick, big lady, he uttered. Zeus and Prometheus stilled for a moment, something about Naruto's presence giving them pause. Linlin ignored it, crossing her arms under her bust. I see. And how does that factor into you scrapping 300 of my homies down in town? She questioned, watching Naruto stiffen slightly. Seems your vandalism slicked your mind in favor of poaching my fish and squatting on my land. Oh, those creepy cartoon people were yours, huh? He asked, Big Mom answering with a glacial nod. Look, I'm sorry, but they attacked me first. As for squatting on your land, how was I supposed to know? There's no sign or anything. Naruto looked at his two roast fish spits before sighing. Slowly he got to his feet and dusted himself down while meeting Linlin's piercing stare. He noted that her eyes were a wonderful shade of orange. I'd offered to pay for the fish, but I don't have anything to pay. As for squatting, well, tonight was going to be my last night before going on my way. Nothing wrong with starting a little early, I guess? Naruto said, kicking some dirt into the campfire to slough it before turning to leave. Sorry for the inconvenience, big lady. I'll be on my way. Naruto moved past Linlin, passing through the large shadow she cast, and began to walk towards the edge of the lake, from which the river would take him back to the port, fully intending on leaving the island behind. The bark of a pistol stopped him in his tracks, a small chunk of ground to the right of his foot erupting into a small poof of dirt and grit. Naruto slowly looked over his shoulder, seeing Linlin leveling the smoking barrel of a flintlock pistol at the ground that had just been shot. "And where do you think you're going, Whiskers?" Linlin asked, internally taken aback and a little affronted that this little blonde pissant didn't seem to realize the danger he was in. Naruto slowly turned on his heel to face Linlin fully. There was a readiness to his stance that set off alarm bells at the back of her head, but she ignored them as the blonde replied, "I was leaving, big lady." Pink eyebrows knit together in frustration and Linlin gave a menacing smirk. "It's Big Mom and you aren't going anywhere, Whiskers. You don't just break into someone's island, destroy all of its workers, squat for a few days and leave without a slap on the wrist. There is punishment to be had." Naruto stayed standing there as Linlin slowly crossed the distance between them, stowing her flintlock safely in its holster on her tailbone. Now face to face with the blonde with her back to the lake, Naruto was really treated to just how tall Linlin was. Even at 6 feet tall, he barely came up to her crotch. Naruto flexed his fingers a few times as the statuesque woman loomed over him. He would be lying if he said he didn't enjoy the view, but his mind was on much more practical matters. "And what might that be?" he asked, his eyes cooling until they were chips of blue ice. Big Mom grinned, twirling a lock of her long pink hands between her fingers before she spoke, in an overly sugary voice. "We're going to play a game, a deal, really. To decide what you're going to do to make up for your crimes. Couldn't you just put up a flag or something so this doesn't happen to anyone else?" Naruto said in jest, only for Big Mom to continue to grin at him, her twin homies peeking ominous over each shoulder. She pouted for a moment, her dark red lipstick forming a perfect Cupid's bow. "Maybe afterwards, but I still need to make you pay for what you did, Whiskers." Now, Linlin called upon the power of the Soru no Mi and let her contract be spoken, life or pet. Naruto's eyes went wide as a pale magenta aura surrounded him, outlining his entire body and worming its way into his soul. Linlin tilted her head to the side and began to explain. "You must be at least somewhat entertaining if you could smash 300 homies, and those whiskers are awfully cute, so here's the deal. I have a fondness for rare specimens. You agree to be my plaything for?" She thumbed her chin and thought, "Let's say 10, no, 15 years, and I'll consider your crimes paid for. Or, I take 4 times that out of your remaining lifespan. So, life or pet." Linlin expected a range of reactions, from confused demands of wanting to know what was going on, to blubbering bartering for a reduced sentence, or even sad denial despite the fear that crept from the existential dread of feeling your soul move entailed. What she got was a searing and righteous fury that burned those blue eyes slitted and red. The last thing Charlotte Linlin saw before everything went to hell was the magenta light of her soul pocus guttering like a candle in the wind. "Clench your teeth," was his only warning, chambering a fist. Then there was pain. Naruto's fist slammed into Linlin's jaw in a blur of motion. A sub-audible whump was heard before reality caught up with what had occurred. Linlin's eyes bugged out, entire body going briefly limp as the impact of the vicious uppercut lifted her off the ground. Then with a shockwave of pressure she was launched spinning across the lake in a thunderclap of sound, a kilometer of distance covered in an instant. Grimacing deeply, Naruto dropped back down to the floor as Linlin collided with the distant tree line, carving a trench of destruction through the forest as she went on unslowed from the Herculean punch that had shot her like a ball loosed from cannon. "Bit of a violent reaction there," Kurama rumbled at the back of Naruto's mind, the plumes of debris in the distance finally beginning to settle down. Naruto snorted in reply. "You felt it as much as I did, Kurama. She took hold of my soul, and the last few people who tried to do that were intending to rip you out of me." Kurama harumphed in agreement before his eyes narrowed. "You know that didn't take her down? If anything, it feels like you just made angrier." Naruto's sarcastic response was cut off when instinct roared at him to move, and loath was he to not listen to his instincts in a strange new world. Ikoku sovereignty. No sooner did Naruto hear those words than a crescent of magenta energy burst out of the far tree line and streaked towards where he had just been standing a moment ago. It scythed into the ground like a hot knife through butter, carving a long line deep into the ground as it moved, smashing into what had been his campsite a few minutes before, and kept going to demolish hundreds of meters worth of forest behind. Just wind pressure? Naruto realized. He looked across the lake and saw the tall figure of Big Mom stomping from the trench his punch had put her in, the smoking length of a cutlass clutched in her hand. Her face was set in an angry scowl, and her clothes were a little scuffed, but apart from a small red welt on her chin, she was otherwise unscathed. "You damn brat. Now you've done it. They're going to be finding pieces of you scattered across the island for years by the time I'm through with you." Linlin pointed the end of her sword across the lake, her voice echoing off the woods that ringed the water. Naruto squinted in confusion. "Eh? Brat? Lady, you're like only 2 years older than me. There is no way in hell I'm a brat." Linlin's teeth ground together loudly at his blatant disrespect. "No age. Age has got nothing to do with it. You've got all the manners of a 3-year-old throwing a tantrum when he's been caught red-handed. Oh, bite me, you crazy bint. Try putting up a sign next time and maybe it won't happen again." Naruto shouted in response, thoroughly annoyed at Linlin's words. Squaring her shoulders, the tall pinket's fists tightened until her knucks shone white through the skin, the handle of her cutlass giving an ominous creak and strain. This guy had an attitude, it seemed. It wasn't the first time that Big Mom had dealt with a man running his mouth, and she was always open to dealing out retribution. But this felt strangely personal, and thus dictated her response. "Zeus, Prometheus." "Yes, Mama." The twin elemental homies answered in unison, positively vibrating at the prospect of a good scrap. Unfortunately, Linlin's words would disappoint them. "You two hang back. I'm going to beat some manners into this guy with my bare hands," she exclaimed with palpable excitement, lightly bending her knees and dropping into a ready stance, the flat of her cutlass resting on her shoulder. Both homies gave a disappointed aw before dropping back. Naruto tensed, feeling Linlin's intent wash over the surrounding area in a miasma of vermilion waves lapping against his senses. He watched her closely, taking in every aspect of the delicate minutiae that might herald oncoming movement. The dilation of the eyes, the flaring of the nodules or twitch of muscle that meant an attack was coming. Then she came surging forth in a lightning-fast leap that cratered the ground where she had been standing and soared across the lake as if in flight, set to bring down her cutlass in an overhead slash that would have split a normal man in two. But Naruto was no normal man. Kicking off the ground to meet his statuesque opponent, Naruto made a grab for the descending sword and locked onto Linlin's wrists before crashing both his feet into her unprotected chest in a dropkick. Linlin gave a small grunt of annoyance while Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "It's like kicking a slab of solid iron," he thought, feeling reverberations rumble through his legs unpleasantly. Making a snap decision, Naruto twisted his body, throwing his weight backwards while bracing his feet against Linlin's sternum, and levered her sword-wielding arms with the yaw of his body. Big Moms gave a frustrated yelp when Naruto flipped her, and with a twist sent her careening into the forest once again, great oaks and pine trees snapping like twigs as she crashed through them. Swearing, Big Mom attempted to right herself amid her flight only for Naruto to blur in front of her, still in motion with fist reared back. Jumping off a nearby broken tree stump that the superhuman had just felled, Naruto lashed out with a vicious straight punch to her sternum, propelling Linlin backwards yet again. He bounded from tree to tree with inhuman grace, changing direction like a whirling dervish and continuing to hammer away at her. His targets varied but always consistently aimed for center mass. Linlin was knocked in all directions like a pinball, Naruto's constant flood of strife propelling them across the island in a single continuous performance of violence accompanied by the soundtracks of shockwaves and shattered trees. He bounded off the ground after his latest hammer blow to the solar plexus sent Linlin into a boulder that splintered on contact, finding himself above her with the intent of drilling a viscous hook to her thigh. However, Linlin's sword struck out in a blistering arc towards him, sending another of those lilac-colored flying slashes at the blonde. Acting fast, the Uzumaki twisted his body under the arc of the sword, his left foot whipping up and catching Big Mom in the cheek, though this time he was not able to escape totally unscathed. Gritting her teeth as the tip of Naruto's foot ground into her jaw, Linlin made another swipe at him with her cutlass, the ring-covered fingers of her sword-wielding hand, landing a glancing blow to the temple. Both of them were sent spinning away from one another, spiraling through the underbrush of the forest and creating a new clearing in the process. Springing up quickly, Naruto touched his hand to his temple and winced. There was definitely going to be a bruise there tomorrow. He watched Linlin pull herself to her feet and stretch, her great height towering over the ocean of fallen trees that their conflict had created. Concerningly, aside from numerous red welts across her chest and face from where he had landed his hits, she seemed no worse for wear. Ah well, not the first time we've dealt with a tough nut to crack. If at first you don't succeed, his hands flashed into a familiar cross-shaped hand sign. Try again. A large cloud of smoke poofed into existence on either side of Naruto, pulling away to reveal 24 clones arrayed around him. Eh? Big Mom grunted in confusion, raising an eyebrow at the sudden appearance of so many duplicates of the troublesome Uzumaki. You are a devil fruit user then, eh? That explains a few things, Lilin said, cracking her neck and taking up a wide stance. Come on then, show me what you got, Whiskers. I'll beat you into the dust all the same. What the hell is a devil fruit? See. Big Mom blinked owlishly at the genuine confusion in the blonde's voice. Surely he couldn't be that dense. What backwater hole did you crawl out of to ruin my day? She asked rhetorically before rushing at the blonde and his duplicates once again, confident that her haki would see her through anything these obvious illusions could do to throw her off her game. So it was with great surprise that her observation warned her that what she thought were illusions were planning to attack her. Herc! Too late. Half of the clones grabbed one of their fellows and easily tossed them in a fastball special to meet Big Mom, human missiles streaking towards her with an intense speed. Linlin swung her sword in a flurry of horizontal and diagonal slashes that caught the vast number of the multitude up in a hail of death, dispelling them with their characteristic pop and a poof of smoke that served to obscure her vision for a beat. Sadly for her, a lone clone had slipped past in the hail of smoke and now bore down on her back with a Rasengan in each hand, driving them home into her back. Triple. Linlin cried out in pain as the pair of spiraling chakra spheres tore holes in her captain's coat, grinding against her back in opposite spinning directions before detonating, plowing her straight into the ground with enough force to bounce back 5 feet into the air. The onslaught did not cease as the dozen remaining clones sprinted at Linlin from all sides, each one landing their own chakra-enhanced punch or kick to her body, one at a time with such frequency that she could not settle bounce in the air between the assault of so many attackers like a common volleyball. She felt strong hands take hold of her ankles as the first clone that had hit her landed and began to spin the calamitous woman around by her ankles. A terrible gust being kicked up by the motion until they were surrounded in a small but potent tornado of dust and debris. Feeling dizzy but no less angry at how a country bumpkin was manhandling her, Linlin managed to wrestle her ankle free and kick the clone in the neck with enough force to break it, its head lolling at an odd angle for a fraction of an instant before popping into smoke that was torn away by her personal tornado. God damn it, you little shit, I'll break all your bones for this. She screamed as the storm of dust tossed her free like a kite in the wind. The real Naruto set upon her almost too quickly to react, burying a chakra-enhanced fist deeply into Linlin's gut, knocking the wind from her lungs. The warning of her observation had forced Linlin to guard her stomach and armament, now glistening a metallic black, but it only served to take the edge off of the chakra-enhanced punch, fighting down the urge to vomit as she doubled over in midair. Linlin crossed her armament-clad arms in front of her chest in the hopes of weathering the rain of follow-ups that carried her further and further into the air. Naruto finished the sequence with a flip kick that collided with Linlin's jaw with a wet crunch and a sour pop. Linlin grunted in pain, but did not let Naruto continue to lavish his assault upon her, digging her heels into the ground and skidding to a stop some 50 feet away. Naruto's hits were different than they were before, stronger and faster, to the point that even when guarding herself with haki, Linlin's bones still rattled unpleasantly. She fixed Naruto with a venomous glare in her orange eyes before channeling armament into her extremities. Before the blonde's eyes, he saw the tall woman's arms and legs flash before becoming covered in the shiny black, vulcanized sheen of hardening haki, crawling up the surface of her cutlass and turning it a dark purple. Linlin seethed. To think I have to exert myself against a backwater fool who doesn't even know he has a devil fruit. Naruto, on the other hand, assessed the situation with a keen eye, his mind going a mile a minute. You're the one who picked a fight, Big Pink. It's not my fault if you can't keep up. Naruto shouted in provocation, sending Linlin into a rage that had them clash yet again. They were dragged into a continuous cycle of martial brutality that slowly but surely reduced the forest that covered most of the island to a dust cloud of splinters that could be seen for miles around. Far be it from Naruto to bemoan people for punching above their weight, but Linlin proved to be a troublesome opponent. Despite her incredible size being by far and away the tallest woman he had ever seen, Linlin had an astonishing level of agility and swiftness. And her confoundingly tough body, when paired with the reinforcement of armament hockey, meant that she could endure a mind-numbing amount of force without seemingly any visible damage, save for the odd expletive or pained yelp. Still, Naruto had always been good at thinking on his feet and turning the opponent's advantages against them, and this was no different. His blows became targeted, punches and kicks aimed at Linlin's elbows and kneecaps in the hopes of grinding away at her until something gave and she was no longer able to move with the speed that she did. He plowed Rasengans into her hands, hoping to break her fingers. Had clones detonate in front of her eyes to blind her long enough for others to kick out her shins, and sent an endless tide of stamps down upon her thighs with the hope of breaking her femurs. He was not always successful. More than once he took a blow to the head that made stars burst before his eyes or savage knees to the stomach that had him gasping for breath. But what was clear by the time their dance of fists, kicks, and steel came to Lul again was they were both attrition fighters. Panting slightly despite the persistent ache in her arms, legs, and chest, Linlin managed a violent grin, spitting out a small globule of blood. How long had it been since she had got into a fight that lasted this long? She could count on one hand the number of other pirates and marines that could actually manage to muscle through her defenses to make her hurt. It was not as if she enjoyed the feeling of being hurt. She was no masochist by any measure, but it was a nice change of pace to be able to cut loose. "You got some skill, Whiskers. Shame I gotta kill you." A bead of sweat ran down the back of Naruto's head. "That is not how you compliment someone, you crazy woman." "Mama, mama, 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 mom." Linlin cackled, tossing aside her now thoroughly ruined sword and cracking her armament-clad knuckles, uncaring for the blonde's words. "What can I say? I'm a refined woman who can appreciate the irony of having to kill what I enjoy. I hope you survive, but if you don't, it's no skin off my back. Now, see me at me," she yelled, her eyes wild and full of passion. Kicking off the ground, she zoomed towards Naruto with her right arm pulled back, faint traces of black lightning jumping from her fingers. Naruto watched the keening pirate coming towards him as if in slow motion, letting out a small sigh of exasperation before balling his right hand into a fist. Golden fire burst into life around his right fist and he punched, meeting the much taller Linlin's fist with a cataclysmic bang. The world darkened around the pair as their fists ground against one another, black and golden lightning sparking from the point of contact and a tempestuous storm roaring away from the epicenter of the clash, shattering and uprooting the remaining trees on the island. The ground began the crater beneath their feet as a column of chakra and haki slowly took form in the air above them. Linlin's orange eyes slowly began to widen in disbelief as Naruto held her back at ground zero, his arm steady and his eyes slitted gold. No matter how hard she tried to physically overpower him, she could not get that flaming golden arm to so much as move an inch backwards. Actually, the opposite was true. He was pushing her back. Battle cry carrying over the wind, Big Mom mustered her armament and Conqueror's haki into the clash and slowed Naruto's advance but could not stop it. "Mama." The shrill voices of Zeus and Prometheus called over the din. "Mama, you have to stop. The island can't take much more of this." "Huh?" Linlin looked over her shoulder at the two cartoonish homies looking at her with abject terror etched into their simple faces, looking around the blasted heath of a battlefield with wide eyes. Following their gaze, Linlin took in the black sky and the lights lancing through it. Unlike a clash between two Conqueror's haki users, her and Naruto's clash had an entirely different knock-on effect on the environment. Instead of splitting the sky, it roiled like an inverted volcanic eruption. A plume of tar-black cloud roiling down from on high towards the island with bolts of gold and purple lightning slashed down and left large craters with each explosive strike. How? How was he doing this? What manner of man was this that continued to push her back as the very world itself convulsed at the monstrosity of their clash? She had to win, if only so she could ask him why. "Zeus, Prometheus, to me." Giving a loud affirmative, the pair of homies suddenly changed, going from caricatures sprung from a child's mind to very real and quite scary appearances. Zeus grew larger and darker until he was a bona fide thundercloud, crackling with arcs of heliotropic lightning, his easygoing smile morphing to a sinister grin. Prometheus, on the other hand, ignited, becoming a globe of dark orange and yellow with the yawning specter of a face at its heart, jagged tooth and glowing red eyes looking at Big Mom. They flew towards her, pushing against the wall of ever-present air pressure that the clash produced and slowly made it through to touch Linlin's outstretched hand. Prometheus's fire went up Linlin's shoulders and into her hair, setting it ablaze and having it float behind her in a halo of monstrous fire topped by her resilient polka-dot fedora. Zeus snaked across her shoulders like a flowing liquid and ran up her arm before settling around her wrist like a bracelet. With a renewed roar of effort, Linlin willed the duo to join the effort. lightning and fire coiling around her fist, finally bringing Naruto's glowing fist to a stop. The heat around them began to slowly rise as the storm above grew stronger still, tearing swaths of Fishcake Island from the land and tossing them out to sea as if they weighed nothing. Naruto narrowed his eyes dangerously, their pupils now bar-shaped like a toad. He could sense it now, the whine in nature from the island as their struggle slowly but surely made the world come undone. The ground beneath their feet shook terribly while the distant lake where all this had begun slowly boiled away from the omnipresent heat that roared from Linlin's new corona of light and fire. "She's strong, but we fought stronger, eh, Kurama?" he asked his partner, maintaining eye contact with the woman's orange orbs. "You know, when she's not sneering and is actually enjoying herself, she has a really pretty smile, you know?" Kurama scoffed at the sentient, leave it to his partner to see the silver linings in someone currently trying to kill him. As Linlin watched, Naruto's entire body was immersed in that same golden fire and light, and in that moment feeling the fragments of her soul and manifestation of her will grind against the auric brilliance of Naruto's power. Charlotte Linlin grasped for a brief moment the totality of the soul she was locked in combat against and was stunned. It was not big, nor was it huge. No, those were too small a series of words to define the size of Naruto's soul arrayed against her. It was titanic, gargantuan, gigantic, bigger than all the souls on Land combined. "It's monstrous," she breathed. Before, in a single soundless tide of brilliant gold power, she was overpowered and sent into blissful unconsciousness. Streusen bit his lip for what must have been the 1,000th time in the last 5 hours. When he had taken Linlin aside yesterday and told her about the communications breakdown from Fishcake Island, he had tried to caution a measured response of making their way to the errant island in force with a series of tartes to cut off any potential escape of whatever interloper had trespassed into their land. Alas, Linlin had never been one for patience when it came to sating her desires and had jumped on a lone tart ship at first light when most of Whole Cake had still been asleep. He hadn't found out about her bold journey until a maid had come to his quarters and roused him from his sleep. Quickly springing into action and mustering 5 tarts full to the brim with chess-piece homies and set out to follow. But much as he wished it, he could not expedite the journey across Land. He was not like Linlin who could simply fly on her 2 homies. He was beholden to the winds and tide. "Damn it, Linlin, you're getting too hard to control," the short pirate thought, cutting a slice from the tart's deck and using his devil fruit to turn it into a genuine piece of cake that he greedily stuffed into his mouth. Now in his early 40s, the diminutive co-founder of Land showed signs of his age. His once curly black hair was streaked with gray and sported a pronounced mole on his large nose. Deep lines marred his forehead that spoke of many years of dealing with stress caused by the walking calamity that had been his one-time ward and partner. Initially it had seemed so simple. After witnessing that monstrous young girl do that atrocity nearly 15 years ago, he had a simple goal in mind. Guide the unbridled force of nature that she represented towards the goal that he had harbored, creation of a land where he and those like-minded could call home without persecution for their nature. And for a long time he had got just that. Traveling with the girl and guiding her on the path to piracy with the knowledge that so long as he kept her fed and happy that the ideal pirate's paradise would be born. But as she grew up, she got smart enough to realize that there was nothing stopping her from doing what she wanted because she truly is a monster. Streusen stuffed another piece of cake into his mouth, licking the frosting from his fingers and barking an order to the crow's nest. The pawn responded that Fishcake Island was now in view, drawing a sigh of relief from the pirate. The waiting had been killing him. "Pavarin?" A small childlike voice spoke from behind him, causing Streusen to look over his shoulder. "Mama close?" He cracked a small half-smile. "Yes, Perospero, your mama's close. We'll be seeing her soon." The precocious 2-year-old's eyes lit up with happiness at Streusen's words, sticking his long tongue out and giggling merrily to himself before sauntering over to his siblings on unsteady feet. The sight was enough to make Streusen puff up his chest in fatherly pride, almost, but the sight of the burbling compote and gently resting triplets made his mood darken. Oh, Perospero was his. He had been keenly aware of the beautiful young woman that Linlin had grown into, and when she had turned 18. Curious to explore her wants and needs as a woman, he had been on hand to enjoy the fruits of his labors. That had been the last time he had any semblance of real control over Linlin. The 2 lovers she had taken after him, a sure sign that while he was an honored advisor, he was not the leader of this fledgling nation. And in many ways the sight of the younger 4 of Linlin's progeny filled him with bile. Not that he'd ever say this out loud. His caustic reverie was interrupted when the door to the cabin burst open, a knight make chess soldier snapping a sharp salute before speaking in a panicked voice. "Sir Streusen, you have to come up on deck, now," the piece said, trying not to fumble his words. His face was drawn and panicked, making Strusen frown. Nodding briskly, the short pirate trotted quickly through the corridor and small flight of stairs between his cabin and the deck, his short legs carrying him as fast as they could. The knight opened the door to the deck for him, letting him briskly walk out onto the midship. "Right, what's the situation? Have you spotted Linlin? Her Tarte?" he asked the assembled crew and soldiers. No one answered him. Instead, looking over the frosted railings ringing the cake-themed ship, mouths agape and eyes bugged. Strusen poked one of the crewmates in the leg in the hopes of getting his attention, but they remained slack-jawed and unresponsive, eyes welded to the horizon. "What the hell is everybody looking at?" Strusen stopped, struck dumb by the sight visible from the bow. Fishcake Island had been devastated. What had once been a half-terraformed island in the process of being turned from an alpine island into a fish-themed stronghold through the combined power of his and Linlin's devil fruits was barren and dead. The once lush forests and rolling hills had been scoured clean, rendered down to grayish bedrock and glassy surfaces kissed by superheated energy. Kilometer-wide gashes and parabolic craters hundreds of feet deep pitted the island like the battle scars on some ancient beast from a picture book. Most alarmingly of all was the center of the island had been hollowed out by some cataclysmic explosion that even now sparked with random discharges of lightning. 1,000 thoughts passed through the pirate come cook at a mile a minute, attacking his waking mind as a swarm of hornets. What had happened here? A battle? But against who, and if Linlin had been involved? Where was she? Slightly more concerningly, who could possibly have pushed Linlin to the point where this was the end result? He took a deep breath before beginning to bark orders to the crews of the 5 Tartes. "Helmsman, take us in with 2 Tartes. Break out a search party while the 2 remaining Tartes circle the island. Try and find Linlin's ship. Move," he yelled, startling the crews of the 5 ships into action. Dozens of crew and homies manned rigging and made preparations to make landfall on the island and search for the missing Queen of Tado. Advanced teams were already embarking on rowboats bound for the cracked and scorched beach with search teams and first aid kits strapped about their person while the Tartes got as close to the island as they could without beaching. They worked as a well-oiled machine, genuine worry for their leader, and in many cases creator spurring them into action. Soon enough, they were swarming across the island as fast as their legs could carry them. Those with observation hockey sorted themselves into orienteering parties, coordinated the searches via transponder snails, and relayed all the information to Strusen from a simple operations base formed from the shattered remnants of the port town. He listened to reports of glassed prairies and hills shaved away to a near-mirror smoothness by some ungodly wind, while those without devil fruits dredged the scant remaining waters on the island for the pink-haired superhuman. Turning up nothing. For 2 hours this continued unabated, and all that time a quiet dread began to grow in the middle-aged pirate. He had seen Linlin wreak havoc like this before, but never had he walked in on the aftermath and found it so horrifying. He had seen her do something utterly disgusting at the age of 6, and it had done little more than make him chuckle. But there was something deeply unsettling about this. She can't be dead. If she had died, then surely the homies would have conked out too, he reasoned, sweat beating down his brow that he dabbed at with his chief's apron. He couldn't be sure of that. After all, the circumstances of how the Soru no Mi had passed to Linlin was in of itself atypical, but it was something else that set all of Strusen's hackles rising. If Linlin is dead or gone, does that mean I have to take over? While he didn't like that Linlin was more independent than him, the graying pirate had to admit that it was her power, beauty, and personality that kept Totoland running. And without her, he was but an aging pirate with a twisted sense for humor and appreciation for food. I still have the children. If they are monsters like their mother, then perhaps this could work, he thought, nearly jumping out of his skin when the transponder snail bleated a euphoric discovery. "We found her. Mama's in the remnants of her Tarte on the north side of the island," the snail communed, causing Strusen to get moving instantly. Ordering all teams to make their way to the north shore, the chef hopped back onto the lead Tarte and engaged its paddles, making full speed out of the port and around the island to where the other 2 Tartes had discovered the smashed remnants of Linlin's own. It had been beached and smashed against the rocks with some force, and had seemingly lost all hands if the crumpled remnants of homies buried in the walls was anything to go by. But Linlin herself was very much there, and more importantly, still alive. Linlin was splayed out on the deck unconscious, her back propped up against the main superstructure of the tart, looking like she had been thrown face first into a blender. She was covered in cuts and bruises that, while not deep, was completely new for most of the troops that had never seen their leader ever bleed. Her blouse had been torn to shreds, just a few white threads hanging over the sides of her underbust corset while her coat was missing. Checking her pulse and placing his hand in front of her nose, Struzan confirmed that she was still breathing and quickly set about bringing her around. He barged past a rook carrying a first aid kit who skidded back while the first member of the crew drew his short cutlass and sliced a large chunk of the torn sails from the snapped mast. "Start a fire," he ordered, the troops mustering to do as ordered while Struzan let the power of his devil fruit permeate the bundle of canvas. Before their eyes, the troops watched as a dark pink light enveloped the scraps of sail and began to shift it darkened, fainting a shift of dark red and pink colors as its texture departed from cloth to a recognizable meat. Once done, Struzan secured the newly created slices of chorizo on the end of his sword and held them above the fire that the troops had created. Soon enough, the meat began to sizzle and cook, amber-colored juices and oils emerging from the spice-rich pork derivative that popped when they dropped into the flames. The scent of cooking food filled the nostrils of all present, drawing growls from their stomachs as they salivated. Linlin's nose twitched, scenting the air like a haunting hound before she began to stir, roused by the heavenly scent of the fragrant meat slowly roasting to perfection. She groaned in her sleep and began to open her eyes blearily, the glare of the sun instantly forcing her to screw them back shut. Then the pain hit her, a fresh groan tearing itself from her lungs as she sat up and braced herself against her knees. Her mind was fogged with pain and hunger, begging her to find somewhere warm and dark to sleep off the aches and pains that thundered through her body. Confusion prickled at her half-awake mind. Not understanding the reason for the pain, the memory of the last few hours was a fog of aching bones, howling winds, and shining gold. Her orange eyes snapped open, memory burning itself to the front of her mind like a hot poker pressed against her forehead. Shooting up, Linlin looked around feverishly at the assembled crew, who all instinctively took several steps back in fear, her towering form a head taller than even the tallest of the king's soldiers. Breathing deeply, she slowly recognized each of their faces and settled on Struzan looking up at her with guarded worry, sword-bearing food slowly dipping into the fire. Wordlessly, she stomped towards the cook before dropping to the floor and crossing her legs. She plucked the proportionally small sword from his hands and began to gnaw at the chunks of roasted chorizo. Linlin was ravenous, taking little time to chew the rich meat and tossing the small cutlass back at Struzan when she had licked it clean. "Linlin, what the hell happened here?" Struzan asked candidly, gesturing with both arms at the remnants of Fishcake Island. He was about to ask more questions when he heard Linlin's stomach give another loud growl and thought better of it. He pointed at the assembled crew with the tip of his sword. "Everyone grab as much food and drink from the pantries of all the ships as you can and bring it here. Now." The pieces snapped fearful salutes before scarpering off in the direction of the other ships, tearing open containers of rations, sweets, and preserved meats, and brining it back to their leader who continued to satiate her hunger. The graying middle-aged pirate watched on nodding to himself. It would prove difficult getting answers out of Linlin when she was hungry. She was likely to eat them alive if her hunger pang got bad enough. Linlin gulped down canteens of sweet teas and sugary milkshakes, slaking a thirst that had built up over her forced arrest, and while she took the edge off the pain, she came to think about what had brought her here. She had never, ever, received a thrashing so extreme as the one given to her by the whisker-marked warrior. It went beyond simple physical injury, which even now made her bones quake and rattle in phantom pain. No, it was the spiritual pain, the feeling that she had rallied the vitality of her soul against Naruto, and with a single thought he had smashed through it like a comet falling to earth. It was utterly new, a violation and brutality delivered with such callous yet sincere intent that, "I want to see him again," she whispered, setting down the small wedding cake she had been about to toss in her mouth and using the back of her wrist to wipe her face. Who, Linlin?" Struzan asked in confusion, running over the number of people that could possibly render Big Mom into unconsciousness. Was it Garp, Zephyr, Sengoku, or that brat Newgate? He asked, feeling fear stab at his heart at the prospect of those monsters being loose in Toddleland, were the bound for whole cake even now to uproot their work while the fleet was away. No, it was someone else, a blonde with whiskers on his cheeks, one with weird powers. Linlin remarked with a frown before looking up into the now clear sky, a far cry from the tarry maelstrom that their battle had turned it into. "We're going to hunt him down as soon as we get back to Whole Cake." "What? No, we can't do that. We have to see what we can salvage from this mess and fortify our borders. After that, we have more pressing things to worry about," Struzan yelped, waving his hands in a show of complaint. "Plus, there's that invitation from Hachinos to worry about. Are you giving me orders, Struzan?" Linlin ground out, looking down at the diminutive pirate imperiously, her narrowing dangerously, but his words did serve to remind her of part of the reason she had initially been so annoyed to have to come out to Fishcake. Several weeks ago, an invitation had arrived from the so-called Pirates' Paradise Island of Hachino sent by one Rox D. Zebek. It was a simple proclamation, an invitation to the strongest pirates of the New World to join under one banner in the hopes of achieving all they had ever wanted. While Linlin may have thought of Rox as a good-for-nothing snake, she couldn't deny his strength and had been intending to venture to Hachino's after the completion of Whole Cake Chateau to further her own interests. But now thoughts of getting her own back on the spiky-haired blonde was at the forefront of her mind, an itch that needed to be scratched. "We set out to find that whisker-faced vagabond as soon as we can, and you, Strusen?" She fixed a baleful glare on her first mate. "If you think for even a moment that you can order me around like a child anymore, I'll make my displeasure known," she uttered, vitriol all but wafting from her mouth. He opened his mouth to try and argue his point, but felt the scorching gaze of Linlin's orange eyes boring down on him. He lowered his head in defeat, conceding the point. "Yes, Linlin. But where do we even start looking for him? Tato Land is a big place and he could be anywhere." Linlin hummed in thought, templing her fingers until she caught a glimpse of something poking from underneath the heavy rings on her right hand. Gently, she pinched the object between forefinger and thumb and drew it out from under the ring to inspect it, her face breaking into a wide, predatory grin. "I have my ways, mama." She giggled, letting the single thread of spiky golden hair glint in the afternoon sun. Meeting the gaze of the man in front of him, Naruto felt a single eyebrow raise in befuddlement. He was currently perched on a stool in front of a counter, its long surfaces paddled in rich dark woods with a collection of beer pumps affixed to one side in brass. It was quite clearly a tavern of some kind, its appointments warm and homey with a roaring fire set in the hearth and the booths upholstered in exotic fur pelts to help enhance the sense of warmth. It had been a few weeks since his rather bombastic departure from the now trashed Fishcake Island, and a combination of water walking and flight had put him clear beyond the burgeoning archipelago of Totoland. After a while, he had grown bored with the seemingly endless mix of sky and sea, and had endeavored to call on Isobu's gifted powers to swim at intense speed as far east as he could. At least he had assumed it was east. Many years of shinobi life had indelibly burnt the fact that east was the direction of the rising sun. But who knew anymore when he was quite obviously in a new world entirely? The stars in the night sky were different, and he was sure there was nowhere near as much ocean back home. Let alone these so-called sea kings. Some kings they were, swam back to the depths with one punch to the head, he thought glibly. So many things had been trying to eat him for so long now that it didn't exactly faze him anymore. Instead, he was more overcome by the weirdness of his current locale. Despite being sure beyond all doubt that he had headed east, his present island was stuck in perpetual winter. Yukuryu Island, the bartender had called it, was appropriately named given that the snow-covered rock formations made it look like a great icy worm perched atop frigid waters. Was east actually north here then? Ah, perspective, Naruto. Keep your mind on the present weirdness, particularly the bartender currently having a heated conversation with the third biggest gastropod he had ever seen. "Bada bada bada dob dob, bada 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 dob da," burbled the transponder snail, its creepily animated eyes locked on the bartender as he lifted the receiver to his mouth. "Kachak!" A beat passed before the snail's face morphed into a cartoonish approximation of the bartender's brother-in-law. "Hey Ganta, it's me. I'll be back with the wood in about half an hour. Is that mink-faced blonde still cadging for a drink?" said a gruff voice, causing a tick mark to appear at Naruto's temple. The bartender rolled his eyes before shooting Naruto an apologetic look on behalf of his brother. "Open, snail, ya dumbass. Just get back with the wood before sundown," he informed the snail before putting the receiver down. He turned to Naruto fully, pulling a glass from behind the bar and set it down on the counter. "Sorry about that, it's not every day Yukiryu gets visitors, let alone one that walks on the water." "'S'all good," Naruto drawled, still studying the gently breathing snail intently. "Sorry I got nothing to pay for a drink though." The bartender waved dismissively. "Nah, you'll make for a good story to my wife, and on account of my brother running his mouth, I say you deserve one on the house." Naruto grinned, ordering a glass of orange juice and ice. When the tumbler of vermilion-colored juice was placed before him, he sipped at it slowly, letting the sharp citrus sweet ease his mind, and let him finally have the time to consider the series of events that had brought him to this strange new world. It had been mere moments after they had been returned from Kaguya's dimension to the foot of the divine tree at the hands of Hogoromo and the returned Kage when Sasuke had done the unthinkable, declared his ill-fated rebellion. Yet, as Naruto and the rest of Team 7 had debated the ethics of what the last Uchiha had envisioned, Naruto more than ever could see the darkness in his spiritual brother's heart. The honest-to-God belief that what he had planned was right, and that the previous 2 days of abject carnage had taught him nothing. Choosing to cage up the freshly released Biju in front of their own creator had been the final straw for Naruto. The brothers' feud would end once and for all. And thus it was that he and Sasuke had journeyed to the place where it all began, that Naruto had deceived him. A single clone remained at the battlefield with Sakura and Kakashi until the original and Sasuke were halfway to the Land of Fire before making its way to the freshly made Chibaku Tensei that Sasuke had trapped young Kurama within, stowing away within the Fu celestial body until just the right moment, chipping away though its insides until at last he laid his hand upon his captured partner. In truth, it was this success that had propelled him to this new plane of existence. Absorbing young Kurama, the clone had dispelled seconds before he and Sasuke's final attacks had collided, supercharging Naruto's Rasengan with the totality of the nine-tailed fox's chakra. He grimaced once, remembering the image of his golden Rasengan ripping through Sasuke's lightning-shrouded fire, warping space and tearing the Uchiha to shreds. Don't weep for fools. He made his bed, and now he sleeps in it with the rest of his clan. Kurama groused from the back of his mind. Naruto swallowed thickly. He had washed his hands of Sasuke, yet he couldn't deny he died screaming. He deserved some dignity. No, he really didn't, Kurama replied, an edge of steel to his voice. I felt his soul and mind as he drew in my chakra to power that arrow of his. He would have enslaved me and my siblings for the rest of time, using us to beget misery out of some deranged belief that if everyone hated him, then they would be united. You showed me humans have worth. He reminded me that you're 1 in a billion. Knocking back more of his drink, Naruto smirked without mirth. 1 in a billion, eh? Guess that makes me some kind of monster. Kurama did not reply, thinking on his words. Naruto accepted the pleasant silence, reflecting that Kurama did have a point. After all, Sasuke's failed dying gambit to use some kind of space-time ninjutsu, one that Naruto's attack had apparently hypercharged to leave him here, right up to facing Linlin. Hope I never have to see her again. The door to the tavern slammed open, and Ganta's brother came barreling in, dropping his logs on the floor as he panted. Pee-pee, he stammered. Ganta threw down his bar rag. What in the name of St. Elmo is wrong with you? He grumbled, rounding the bar. Take the back entrance. Pee-pee, pirates. The brother finally yelled, causing the blood to drain from Ganta's face. Naruto looked up, feeling a bead of sweat roll down the back of his neck. There was no way. Ganta closed the door, shutting out the cold wind, before walking to the window and pulling a spyglass from his pocket. Looking through it, Naruto watched as the older man slowly turned as white as a sheet of paper. Oh gods, no! It's her flag, the country destroyer. That sounds familiar. Naruto adopted a constipated look before making his way to the window. In the distance, slowly cutting through the sheets of thick white snowflakes that gusted down from on high, was a single smudge of hot pink. I mean, maybe someone else uses a pink ship? His senses, in tune with the flow of nature even without Sage Mode, slowly expanded over the intervening distance, feeling the emotions of every living thing on Ukiryu Island. The brothers to his side were hysterical with fear, while the tiny hamlet at the island's heart sounded the alarm. Yet it was not with the men and women of the island that the most concise feeling was given, but the animals. From the smallest insect to the most giant bear, all looked in the direction of the oncoming ship with a unanimous agreement. A storm was on its way. Naruto's eyes narrowed, a glimpse of movement snatched amidst the snow. Something blurred from the front of the ship into the skies above the island and was rapidly approaching in a loping parabolic arch. A streak of pink lit the sky, and Naruto could say this was the angriest of them all. He lifted his glass and finished his orange juice before quietly thanking the two brothers and stepping outside. His feet crunched against freshly fallen snow as he looked up at the approaching human comet, hearing a loud, shrill, all-too-familiar voice locked in a battle cry. Whiskers. Naruto tensed his legs, watching her like a hawk as she grew closer before. With a grunt of exertion, he leapt, taking to the air with a crack of thunder, a shockwave emanating from where he had once stood. Rocketing through the air, gravity all but an afterthought, Naruto kept his aim firmly on Linlin, face set in an annoyed scowl. Linlin's head snapped to look at him, her observation hockey-clocking his approach, yielding a savage grin while falling to reach his rise. She reared back her fist to chamber a punch. It flashed once before being covered in the black sheen of armament hockey, not taking any chances this time. Naruto accepted the challenge and answered in kind, albeit with a twist. Pulling back his own fist, he flooded the limb with earth-style chakra, causing the forearm to slowly darken to an earthen brown that was almost black, hardening as he had once seen Kakuzu of the Akatsuki do. Throwing their hands forward in some unsaid signal, the pirate and ninja collide in the air, their fists slamming into one another with extraordinary force. Their collective strengths kept them airborne for a few moments, his golden chakra pushing against the purple energies of the Soru no Mi. Yet, in that time, Naruto was able to look up into the attractive face of Charlotte Linlin. It was twisted by rage and passion, yet as her eyes burned with the anger of the scorned, her plump lips split into a savage and self-indulgent grin. One that, despite Naruto's better judgment, he returned. The two auras, gold and purple, thickened around the pair, shockwaves buffeting the island below and creating an empty space in the snow that had now been kicked up into a blizzard. As before, this was no clash of conquerors, Haki. The sky did not split, but instead the storm above the island seemed to grow more intense, until finally, with a shared yell of exertion, their power struggle broke, each one blasting backwards towards one of the serpentine rock formations that gave the island its name. As he fell, Naruto performed an ukimi to gracefully touch down upon the gray stone while Linlin landed hard, the heels of her maroon thigh-high boots biting deeply into the rock. Eyeing her, the blonde noted she was mostly the same as she had been on Fishcake Island, save for a few minor cosmetic differences. She had changed her blouse to one with an ascot-worn fully buttoned closed, while her captain's coat had gained a furred lining to deal with the cold. Naruto suddenly felt self-conscious of his own ragged clothing that he had not had time to change. "Uh-huh," he said slowly, his breath coming in great clouds of steam. "Please leave." "Hey, you can't talk to Mama like that," Prometheus growled, popping up on Linlin's right shoulder. "Yeah," parroted Zeus, emerging from the left, their eyes sparked with each of their respective elements. "You messed up her island and then ran away." Naruto pouted. "Not my fault. If you didn't want to wreck your own island, why fight me there? I mean, people call me dumb, but I don't shit where I eat." He chuckled, enjoying the mix of fire and lightning that shot from the annoyed homies. Linlin, however, didn't speak, keeping her eyes locked on Naruto while slowly drawing her cutlass. He noticed that the cracks he had put into it during their last fight were still there. "Don't tell me you own this one too. Still no flag." He gestured around. Linlin finished drawing her sword, tapping her foot in anticipation. "No, this one isn't mine. There's not much call for it, but who knows, maybe after I kill you, I'll take it as my territory and use your head as the sign." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "I don't die so easily." Wind nature chakra began to swirl around him, both arms darkening with earth chakra. Linlin took her sword in both hands and raised it beside her face, her glowing orange eyes reflected in the steel. "Neither do I, but it seems you grasped Haki quick enough." Naruto looked down at his arms, tilting his head in curiosity. "The heck's Haki again? 'Cause this sure as hell isn't it." "Piake this. Piake this. Seriously." Linlin raged, surging forward with sword held high, jumping into the air for extra force. Naruto crossed his arms and took the blade on his hardened forearms, hissing in annoyance at the pain. He may have her beat in physical firepower, but it didn't change the fact he only weighed 112, and she was struck with several hundred tons of force. "I can't. There are people around." He pushed her away with a shoulder bash, hitting her in the stomach due to the height difference. She went skidding backwards, and in that moment, Naruto formed a cross-hand sign. A dozen clones popped into existence in a puff of smoke before jumping off the side of the rocks to the island below. "Plus, I have no reason to kill you." Grabbing Zeus, Big Mom squeezed him tightly until he began to discharge large bolts of violet-colored electricity that concentrated into a slowly lengthening lance of lightning. "I am trying to murder you, you little brat." Naruto flashed through 3 hand signs before grabbing his right wrist, blue sparks starting to jump from his hand. Linlin stamped a foot forwards, catering the stone beneath her forefoot before bending at the knee, levering herself forwards for maximum force. The lance grew 3 times in size before, at last, she let it fly. Va Jara! The purple lightning sped forward, leaving burnt ozone in its wake, less an electrical attack, but rather a thick stream of pure energy sent barreling right towards Naruto. She cackled in the joy of battle, but a different sound also filled the air, 1,000 flapping wings. Naruto tracked the lightning bolt. It was nowhere near the first time he had been forced to dodge lightning, but he had no intention to, not when it could take a chunk out of the populated island they stood upon. He took his hand, surrounded in a potent haze of blue lighting, and thrust forward to meet the Vajra head-on, a name ripping itself from his throat. Raikiri. The front of the lightning bolt appeared to deform on contact with his sensei's jutsu before the piercing power of lighting style did as it was bade, giving the technique its name. Naruto split the purple lightning bolt right down the middle, the 2 remaining halves sent in either direction, harmlessly dissipating over the sea. Linlin paused in that instant, transfixed. The sight and sound, the fury and serenity, this whiskered blonde who she intended to kill, taking her attacks and responding in kind, Was he always that dashing? Her heart skipped a beat. Mama, 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 mama. She laughed, hearing the distant boom of thunder out over the sea. Backwater idiot, you might be Whiskers, but you've made my day this time. She allowed Prometheus to roll up her arm and cover her sword. Show me a good time, Whiskers. Context, lady. Geez. Naruto barked in reprisal before leaping forwards once again. Yukiryu Island was soon swallowed in a blizzard of thunder. And by the log, my name is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto. The ship pitched and yawed in the water, its crew doing its level best to pull in the sails, lest the tremendous tempest being kicked up by the feuding monsters did not tear them from the masts and leave them crippled. They had thought they had made the perfect preparations for this, in Strulson's opinion, foolish endeavor, to the point where the pink polka dot themed ship had been equipped with an ice ram to navigate the icy waters surrounding the winter island. Strulson dug his short cutlass into the frosted deck of the ship for support, the overburst from the latest clash shaking his thoroughly frozen bones. I knew this was madness. What was I thinking, letting Linlin lead us here? He shouted over the tumult, standing as two streaks of purple lighting streaked overhead, detonating amidst the snow into potent thunder. I should have just accepted Zevik's invitation on Linlin's behalf and had him meet us halfway. To say this small contingent of the burgeoning Big Mom pirates were having a bad time was an understatement. Since her defeat at the hands of the whiskered blonde, she had a single-minded focus to hunt him down and make an example of him. And in that respect, they had made mistakes. For the sake of speed, they had been forced to take a single reasonably large ship, as opposed to mustering part of their fleet. This meant that they were disconnected from their supply lines, and for someone apparently lacking a ship, the interloping Uzumaki could certainly cover distance with supernatural speed. He grimaced, turning the collar of his winter coat up against the frigid winds. What bothered him was the fact that Linlin seemed so dead set on chasing the blonde down. While she had been murderous with fervor, her focus on the matter was arrow straight and backed by a will harder than sea prism stone. With the exception of food, drink, and attending to her infant children, Linlin had spent every waking moment standing at the prow of the ship, eyes practically welded to the horizon. The very moment she had clocked the blonde's presence on the currently blizzard-trapped island, she had used her Herculean strength to leap kilometers of distance in a single bound, her intent clear. That, Strulson realized for the 12th time these past weeks, was a problem. Linlin was many things to Strulson. His ward, his apprentice, his captain, his former lover and mother of his son. But her abnormal power and overly naive end goal had been a boon for him. It kept her focused on their shared desire of Toto land, and her more destructive impulses could be channeled into creative projects that benefited them all, especially him. But this apparent mink hybrid, the cook had never seen the blonde for himself, only knowing he had whiskers from Linlin's descriptions. He had Linlin's undivided attention and the strength to match her. The longer this pursuit continued, the more progress would be lost, and the more his hold over the pink-haired 20-year-old would begin to slip. God damn it all, he grunted under his breath. A chest soldier ran up the stairs towards him, snapping off a harried salute as frost gathered along the blade of his polearm. We have a report, Sir Strulson. The rook-themed crewmate said loudly, keeping a respectful tone despite the evident discomfort. The cook gestured for him to get on with it. We have confirmed that Mama has engaged her prey on the island and has broken into a vicious battle. No shit. Unaware of the short man's thoughts, the soldier continued. The maelstrom is preventing us from making landfall on the island, but our reconnaissance teams have got to look at what's going on the rest of the island. Anything of note? The curly-haired man replied, wondering if any plunder might be had to make this trip somewhat worthwhile. Nodding, the rook said, there is a modest hamlet located in the center of the island, mostly villagers living off the game in the forests. At least we might be able to restock on rich meats, Linla. He coughed, catching himself. Mama puts a real dent in our stores this far away from resupply ships. Turning to sweep back along the deck, he was brought up short when he added, there is one other thing, sir. What? Mama's prey? He's evacuating the hamlet to the far coast. Pausing, Strulson looked over his shoulder at the crew member with a deadpan expression before looking at the blooms of distant fire and lightning rumbling from atop the stone pillars of the very much still in battle Naruto and Linlin. He looked back at the soldier who sweated profusely. Huh? There are reports of clones of the blonde moving through the island to evacuate the citizens from their homes and avoid collateral damage. Perhaps it's some kind of devil fruit. Oh, that's just perfect, Strulson drawled, sarcasm dripping from his words like poison. Order the recon teams to take anything not nailed down from the empty houses, he added, ever the opportunist, hoping he could spin this in their favor. Far above them, Perched atop the yardarm with his arms crossed, one of Naruto's clones looked down at the crew, totally oblivious to his presence. He clicked his tongue and maintained his silent vigil. While most of the other clones had been drafted to evacuate the hamlet from the rampant destruction his clash with the fedora-adorned Pinkette was already producing, he had been sent to spy on the pirate ship to ensure they didn't pull anything underhanded. Much to his chagrin, these pirates seemed to be reverting to type. It was a good thing they wouldn't get far with the sabotage he had unknowingly wreaked on their ship under the cover of the storm. It would take them at least half an hour before they released that their dropped anchor had been welded to its port. The gunpowder was all wet, and he'd used Seiken's corrosive ooze to dissolve the rudder chain. His ears perked up. Something carrying over the blizzard? The unmistakable sound of a child's cry. Crouch. Walking along the yard tips of the crosstree masts, he spied the door to the interior had been opened and now clattered back and forth in the wind. But much to his horror, the children. He could see 4 infant children crawling out on the deck towards the ship's edge. 3 of them were very young, triplet boys of only a year each, while the 4th was slightly older, a cute little toddler with aquamarine hair. She was the sole female of the group of children, and the one who was crying, drawing the attention of the scarlet-haired member of the triplets, while the others looked around, bewildered. Why on earth were there babies on a pirate ship, unguarded on the deck in the middle of a blizzard? Despite the fact that it risked revealing him, he could not allow the innocent to come to harm by the negligence of the chess and food-themed crew, so without a second thought he stepped off the yard and gracefully fell, landing on the snow-covered deck with the nearest crunch. Instantaneously, the maroon-haired babe saw him, and Naruto got his first proper look at the triplets. The smallest one was a young boy with vibrant orange hair and a broad face thick with baby fat, while the other had closely cropped blonde hair. The third of the triplets, the crimson-haired baby, was slightly taller than his 2 brothers, nearly as tall as his crying sister. "Hello," Naruto said gently, flashing the 4 children a bright grin. "What are you all doing out here?" he asked, unsure if the children so young could even understand him. A quiet observation told him what he needed to know. A hailstone the size of a brick had shattered the nearby window of the cabin the children had been staying in. Suddenly, they were woken from their nap covered in broken glass and hit by the freezing gale coming in through the window. The confused children had left the room looking for help. After all, one of them had been hurt. Eyeing the crying girl, Naruto saw she was hurt. Her pudgy little hand was bleeding slowly, and a blood-stained fragment of glass by the door must have cut her as they crawled over the glass to escape the freezing room. Naruto stepped forward and, to his surprise, saw the boy's close ring around their sister, the scarlet-haired one pride of place, his pudgy face set in a childish, albeit emphatic frown. But it was his eyes. They were strong. They held a drive and fire to them that no baby should have, their intent clear as a cloudless blue sky. Naruto's grin changed to a small smile. "You're a protector, aren't you, little guy?" he asked. The babe could not and did not respond, but he held Naruto's gaze and kept himself between the blonde and his elder sister. "I'm not going to hurt you. In fact, I'm here to help." Naruto molded fire chakra within him, then slowly released it from his pores, an aura of warmth rolling over the cold children. Kompulta's tears immediately slowed while Oven and Daifuku basked in the warmth, melting away the cold. But the eldest of the triplets, Charlotte Katakuri, kept his siblings behind him, never once breaking Naruto's gaze. "I'm gonna help your sister, okay?" Naruto said good-naturedly, holding out a hand to the little boy, palm up in a show of placation. Katakuri looked between the hand and his siblings before moving minutely to the side. Slowly, Kompot shuffled forward, her hands shaking in fear and pain, but Katakuri's presence and Naruto's bright smile assuaged her childish concerns, and she lifted her small bleeding hand to rest in Naruto's much bigger palm. Naruto cupped it with his other hand, and soon they were covered in a translucent sheen of mint-green healing chakra. Kompot made a confused burble at the odd feeling that pleasantly rustled against her skin, but it was better than the pain. When Naruto opened his hands, the eldest daughter of Big Mom opened her mouth in a little "oh," greeted by her hand now totally healed, a peal of melodic giggles coming from the tot of Tato. "Yasi, all good," Naruto uttered happily, giving Katakuri a lengthwise smile. Katakuri looked unsure for a second before finally opening his mouth, his face splitting into a bright grin of needle-sharp pointed teeth. Naruto was overcome with the urge to swoon in cuteness, but suppressed it as his negative emotion senses blared in warning. He stood and threw himself in front of the 4 babes. "I intruder! He has Mama's children!" "Axpris!" shouted the chess soldier desperately, only now noticing the mysterious blonde standing on the upper decks. A bell soon rang out, and in a few moments, a crowd of Big Mom's crew stampeded up the stairs with weapons in hand, stopping about 10 feet away from Naruto and the children. Strulson pushed past the much taller henchman to stand at the head and finally lay eyes on Naruto and, more importantly, the four infants huddled behind him. "Get away from the children!" The cook with a large nose shouted, pointing his cutlass at Naruto, who looked thoroughly unimpressed and not at all intimidated. "Don't worry, I'd never hurt a kid this young, but do you mind lowering your weapons? I got bad memories of trigger-happy mobs and snowstorms." Naruto replied, the memories of waves seeing like a lifetime ago. The pirates exchanged uneasy looks before slowly lowering their weapons, not willing to risk a negligent discharge when 3 princes and 1 crown princess of their burgeoning nation could be caught in the crossfire. Naruto let out a sigh of relief before addressing the scowling first mate. "I'm guessing that big nose there is the boss around here?" Strulson gritted his teeth at the barb, thumbing his nose and tightening the grip on his sword. "Yes, now what do you want?" Naruto hummed in thought. "Not much. I've done what I came here to do, and beyond watching to make sure you guys didn't attack the villagers while the boss battles thigh-highs over there." He jerked his thumb to the concussive shockwaves ripping out from the island, referring to the somewhat provocative footwear the 20-year-old captain had taken to wearing. "As a matter of fact, the only reason I'm here is cause this little one hurt her hand." Compote burbled in confusion, looking between her brothers, the man who had helped her and the crew, unaware of what was happening. Strulson's brow knitted together in confusion, not understanding the altruism from an enemy. Was he another soft-in-the-head monster like Linlin? He was happy that Perospero had been safely sent back to Whole Cake Island weeks ago. "So you'll leave then?" Naruto nodded before seeming to think better of it. "Actually, there are 2 things you could do for me." The crewmates bristled, shouting obscenities at the interloper for holding the children hostage in exchange for services. But a stern look from Naruto, and they felt an almighty weight slam down on them. Within reason, Strulson ground out between gritted teeth, sheathing his sword. "Great, you got some brains. The first thing I'm gonna need is a blanket. The fluffier, the better." The blue-eyed teen requested banally, and the first mate gave the order to acquiesce. Soon, a fluffy pink and red polka dot blanket was tossed at his feet. Naruto bent down and retrieved the blanket before wrapping it around the 4 children, who snuggled into its warmth. He spared a glance to Katakuri, the babe looking up at him in fascination. "Keep your siblings safe, little man." "You're a protector, I can see it," he said before getting back to his feet. "And the second thing?" Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, cringing as the nearby island shook. "I really don't want to muss up this island when people live here, but I know thigh-highs won't stop till I beat her again, so can you tell me where the nearest uninhabited island is?" "That's it?" Naruto nodded, and Strulson looked down at his wrist where his log pose was strapped. After a few moments of thought, he pointed out over the sea. "There's an abandoned island about 40 nautical miles southeast of here. Will you leave now?" Naruto nodded in thanks while chuckling. "I was never here in the first place." Just like that, the clone popped, vanishing in a puff of smoke. Beady eyes looked around wildly. "Is he gone?" "Parton," he demanded to know, the observation hockey users amongst the crew shaking their heads, while other members of the crew carried the children back inside. A flicker of golden light caught his attention, and looking out towards Yukiryu, he saw an orb of brilliant gold rocket away from the island, flying in a southeasterly direction at high speeds. Linlin followed, riding atop Zeus as if he were her chariot. "Follow them," he ordered, waving his arms around wildly for emphasis and sending the crew running to their stations. Alas, Naruto's parting gift made itself known. "Sir, he's disabled the rudder chain." "Damn!" echoed out over the icy waters as the retreating forms of Naruto and Linlin vanished over the horizon. The chase over the ocean had persisted for several minutes, until they eventually arrived at the deserted island, and Linlin could honestly say she preferred it that way. The whisker-faced menace could fight her with so much more ferocity that she felt her bloodlust sing in chorus with the storm that inevitably followed them to the island, turning the icy surface and rocky landscape into volcanic glass before a volley of gigantic Razengans had once again introduced her to the dirt. By the time she had regained her bearings, he had once again vanished into the wind, little more than a speck of gold light disappearing over the horizon, slipping through her grasp once again. She followed on Zeus as best she could, discarding her now destroyed cutlass, but the blonde's aerial speed was not a gap she could easily cover, and to her immense displeasure, she was forced to return to her ship for food and drink, letting out a blast of her conqueror's hockey upon discovering he had thoroughly disabled it, and by the time a replacement ship had been able to relive them, it seemed that their target had vanished into the ether for good. But despite what few thought, and even fewer would speak aloud, Linlin was not an idiot. Beautiful? Certainly. Set in her ways with a temper that could boil an ocean? Without a doubt. But an idiot? No, sir. Charlotte Linlin when not strung between her projects and vices like a blood-drunk sea king, could display an unsettling level of critical thought. She had the means to track Naruto at any time, and the passion to learn from her missteps so that when their final clash eventually came, she would be able to quite handily pound him into the ground and force him to lick the dust from her heels. It was a month before she found him again. Word of a curious golden fox having sunk a marine near the Red Line sent Linlin on the warpath, discovering Naruto once again on the jungle-packed island of Punk Hazard. She arrived with a flotilla of 12 ships at her beck and call, bombarding the island's shores with cannon fire to keep the duo hemmed in by a ring of fire. The battle, as always, began a storm of biblical proportions and, as before, ended with Linlin's defeat. Naruto had conjured a dragon from each element and left her temporarily submerged in water, robbing her of her strength long enough for him to smash her blockade and escape. Again and again, this process repeated. Naruto would slip away to explore part of the new world, but eventually, Linlin would track him down, resulting in a blood-spilling battle that, more often than not, resulted in Linlin's defeat. This was not to say that she did not make progress. Her temperament with regard to the blonde had slowly but surely cooled from its burning hatred to a rivalry that prickled with emotions that she could not truly identify. She enjoyed fighting him, enjoyed the thunder of blood in her ears with each fantastical display of strength and plethora of questions he opened up. What was he? Definitely not a devil fruit user given how adept he was at swimming. An offshoot Lunarian? She had thought once as they danced across the lava fields of Piroto, Naruto summoning up great eruptions of magma that he shaped into fox maws to snarl at her. Oh, wouldn't that be a treat? The only race not present on Tato land being a conquered ancient race? No, he doesn't have anything other than that golden energy of his. As Naruto's form was once again wreathed in golden light, Linlin felt her spirits soar. For every battle that they had had, the appearance of the golden cloak had been the sign that he began to take her seriously, and that acknowledgement, the thrill of being able to make someone she was coming to see as an equal try. I want him to acknowledge me, she had thought, wrapping herself in Prometheus like a cloak of fiery armor, electrified fists trading blows with a volley of chakra arms jackhammering down on her. The ethereal arms moved with blinding speed, each rocking her to the core as he pummeled her into the blackened lava field. The air hummed with their passage as they danced like golden serpents, delivering a barrage of blows with pinpoint accuracy. The very ground quaked beneath their ferocity until, once again, Naruto rendered her unable to move. He stood there, the cloak bleeding away, and panted lightly, resting his hands on his hips while she glowered weakly up at him. He gave a cheesy grin before turning on his heel and leaving. As he began the trek to the coast, he called out to Linlin over his shoulder. "Say hi to the kids for me." Linlin eased herself into a sitting position, watching as he went, her glower lowering to a smile and cheeks flushed with red. "I want him." Tonagari Island stuck out like a sore thumb amidst the lapping blue waves of the New World, though not for what you might expect. While all islands in the second half of the Grand Line were weird to the point where the first half had long been dubbed paradise, by comparison, Tonagari was the odd one out. It lacked the grand scale of the closed-off Wano, the submerged intrigue of Fishman Island, and certainly not the constant violent lightning storms that had mysteriously intensified over Raijin Island these last few months. No, Tonagari was, for lack of a better word, normal. It had no odd shape to it, no strange weather or rampant sea king problem, just 20 kilometers of mild weather, green trees, and a sea breeze. If one were to not count the colossal red and white tower in the center of the island. Situated in the center of the island was a tower made from a four-legged base sunk into a parabolic dish before rising up a thinning neck cross braced with red and white striped metal lattices. The very apex topping out at 333 m on the dot. With its color and shape, one might think of it as a colossal striped windsock jutting into the sky. "Kinda looks like a metal Shinju," Naruto observed, his blue eyes reflecting the odd vertigo-inducing phenomena that all tall buildings seem to produce against the sky, as if in motion while knowing it was still. Kurama roused from his nap, shivering unpleasantly. "Don't bring up that thing so early. If I never hear the word again, it will be too soon." The fox breathed out slowly. Naruto sent a wave of apologetic feelings to the fox, cringing lightly as he put his hands behind his head in whimsy. The air rustled his clothes as it passed him. The Uzumaki no longer wore burnt and shredded scraps of cloth for clothes, having been able to cobble together an outfit he was somewhat fond of. Naruto was dressed in an off-red long captain's coat with cobalt blue lapels and gold military-styled epaulets on each shoulder. His lower body was clad in a pair of somewhat baggy green pants with the bottoms taped tight to his ankles by a roll of white bandages. His feet tucked into black soft-soled shoes with a notable point to their tips. He accented this with a blue sash at his waist, a matching scarf over his male undershirt, and his Konoha headband worn around one arm. He liked the outfit, even though he thought the leopard print coat lining was a little much. "Are you listening to a word I'm saying, boy?" said a woman's voice, causing Naruto to quickly look down at the woman in front of him. A wizened old crone in a lab coat sat at the controls of some kind of computer. Naruto blinked several times before shuffling in embarrassment. He ran a hand through his hair. "Sorry, Grandma, I was a million miles away." The old woman growled in annoyance that he wasn't taking this seriously. "So are the celestial bodies you're asking me to look at. Keep your mind on the present and you might just learn something." Naruto nodded as the woman pointed to the screen displaying 7 planetoids of varying sizes. "As I was saying before you zoned out, our world's mesosphere, that is, the part of the atmosphere with air in it, extends far further beyond what you would think, maintaining a breathable atmosphere in the blackness of space. Within this super mesosphere are 7 moons that orbit the planet, the biggest of which is what most call the moon, as it is the one that reflects the most light at night. The Sky Islanders from Burka call it Fairy Verth." Naruto absorbed the information like a sponge, adding it to his growing stock of knowledge about this world that had become his home for the last year. Yes, a year. Almost 12 months to the day he had crash-landed on the outskirts of Totoland. The now 18-year-old shinobi felt no real rush to get back for 2 reasons. The first reason was that there was no real need. About a month after his arrival, in between his frequent travels between the islands of the New World, Naruto had felt a familiar yank at the back of his consciousness and was dragged into the orange-hued psychic dreamscape shared by the tailed beasts and their Jinchuriki. Called there by the ever-rhyming heir apparent to the rap throne of Kumo and his Jinchuriki brother, Killer Bee. The reunion, fleeting and incorporeal as it had been, was a joyous thing indeed, and Naruto would be lying if he said he hadn't shed a tear, a fact that he would fervently rebuke Kurama whenever he brought it up. The two had exchanged words and stories about what Naruto had been doing while stranded and how Bee had managed to break out of the infinite Tsukuyomi. As it turned out, Kakashi had been the mastermind behind the freedom of the world. He had initially thought it impossible to undo the fruit of Project Tsuki no Mi with him stranded, given that Hagoromo had specified that the chakra of all 9 Bijuu and a Rinnegan is needed to break the jutsu. But his sensei had proved a resourceful one indeed. He had had Sakura transplant a Rinnegan from Madara's corpse into his head, before using the chakra of the 8 Bijuu and the remnants of Kurama's chakra in the Kohaku no Johei to break the global-scale genjutsu. He'd even been crowned the 6th Hokage after Tsunade had stepped down in the aftermath of the war, the lucky bastard. Naruto had been practically waiting for Bee to break into a heartfelt verse about how soon he would be home, but all he was greeted with was an ominous silence. The second reason he didn't go home was, well, he couldn't. Whatever Sasuke had done to send him here, the dimensional distance was so great that while the Bijuu could telepathically contact him, he could not be reverse summoned back home. It had been a pretty desperate few minutes after that, grasping at straws before he came to a conclusion and smiled. So what? So what if he couldn't go home right now? The world was at peace, the Bijuu were free, and he knew his people would work towards some kind of way of bringing him home, and in the meantime, he could always talk to them via the telepathic link. But what to do in the meantime? Why travel the world, of course, as Jiraiya had done before him. In the last 12 months he had been traveling from island to island, people to people, learning all he could about this land and its peoples. It was a long process, given there were over 50 million islands on this planet, but he wanted to see all it had to offer and, if he found wrongs, maybe put them right. And this one here is called Oda. It's the furthest away from the planet and has its own minor satellite called Natfuriksu. The old scientist said, tapping a button on her command console. With the sound of hundreds of tons of scraping metal, the red and white towers slowly tilted, pointing towards a different area of the sky. Grimacing at the sound, Naruto shot the old woman an askance look. "Doesn't the sound bother you?" he asked unsurely. The scientist shot him an amused look before reaching towards her ear where a black shell earpiece protruded. Pulling it from her ear, Naruto raised an eyebrow, seeing that it was a tiny snail, a smaller breed than the transponder snail. "I went legally deaf 10 years ago, Sonny, been on hearing snades ever since." He pulled a face, watching the slippery gastropod disappear back into her ear. "Doesn't that feel weird?" "Nah, got used to it, and he eats my earwax, so it's a good trade. Plus, if it means I can keep using the most powerful radio telescope in the world, then it's worth it," she enthused, putting her hands on her hips. "Those stuffy old bints on Ohara can look into history as much as they want. All I care about is the world beyond the stars." Naruto nodded sagely at the words, masterfully hiding his incredulousness. Then again, was he not the same? one that had been chased by and was probably still being chased by Big Mom. Oh, on that account, he was definitely the strange one. It did not matter how far he went or how fast he ran, nor how severely he buried her in the dirt. Charlotte Linlin, Queen of Toddleland, always found him. I still don't know how she's managed to catch us so many times. That hockey crap's so cheating, he mused quietly, curious as to how she consistently achieves the feat. The longest he had ever had before she tracked him down was 2 months. He had last seen her about a month ago on Regine Island, where she had been consumed by a Kirin he had called down, channeling the entire island's lighting discharge into a singular animated beast. Ha! Kurama barked from within, drawing Naruto's ire. The irony that you are being stalked by a pink-haired girl who wants to jump your bones is not lost on me. Naruto gritted his teeth at the comment. Break my bones, not jump on me a fuzz butt. Same difference. It's really not. Then your human courting rituals are truly beyond me. Sarcasm boiled from the words. Breathing deeply to calm the nerve, Kurama was enjoying poking. Naruto reflected that maybe something was there. He was unsure when it had happened, but after so many battles, Linlin's bloodthirsty grin had morphed into something disquietingly more innocent. Enjoyment. Her thunderous battle cries had transformed into whoops of jubilation as she did battle with him, exchanging small talk as much as promises of pain. She had even, much to his IMMEC surprise, actually started putting up territory markers. He was oddly proud for some reason. The hair on the back of Naruto's neck suddenly stood to attention, his sixth sense for all things intangible roused, an awareness of something incoming. The professor was in the middle of her speech describing the exodus of the sky peoples from the outlying celestial bodies down to the white seas when suddenly a wave of conquerors' haki washed over the entire island. Invisible to the naked eye, but appearing to Naruto as a pink-purple haze. The professor was cut off mid-sentence, eyes turning blank and rolling back in her head before slumping back limply in her chair, unconscious. The wave of haki dissipated shortly, and Naruto could not help but pinch the bridge of his nose in annoyance. Well, at least she has the manners to announce herself without cannon fire now, he said, finding a silver lining before turning on his heel and making his way out of the complex, passing dozens of similarly passed-out residents of Tonagari along the way. In a spur-of-the-moment decision, Naruto took the time to prop up every fallen person and ensure they were okay. He knew she'd wait. Progress. Walking through the forest that surrounded the radio telescope complex, Naruto eventually alighted on a sandy beach and saw her, totally unsurprised by her appearance. Now, 21. Linlin looked more or less the same as she had a year ago in terms of appearance, save for the fact her captain's coat had gained a yellow lining and her fedora had a long pheasant feather sticking out of the fabric band. She sat atop of Zeus in a relaxed repose. Prometheus hovered at her right shoulder. Linlin, he greeted boredly. Zeus, Prometheus. Naruto, Zeus greeted excitedly, a far cry from their first meeting. Prometheus glowered at his brother's homie being so informal with their enemy. Hey Whiskers, nice island you got here, far less stormy than Reijin. You put me in traction for a week, you little bastard, she complained with a small smile before rising from Zeus to her full height. Again, Naruto could say she was the tallest human woman he had ever met. She slowly walked towards him, her homies floating either side of her. Did you at least get treats for my boys? Naruto smirked and slowly raised both hands. Channeling chakra into them, he conjured an elemental microcosm in each hand. Lilac-colored lighting in his left hand, and Matatabi's blue fire in his right, before flicking his wrists to second them at the two homies. Zeus leapt up with a cheer, opening his mouth wide to gobble up the high-yield electricity and munch on it like succulent candy. Prometheus was far more reserved about nibbling on the globe of azure fire, but it was clear by his cartoonish blush that he was enjoying it. Thanks for using haki to knock everyone out rather than just barging in with the intent to kill. You've come a long way. Naruto smiled. Linlin cocked an eyebrow. And what's that supposed to mean? It's only right that a queen and a conqueror uses her power to prevent an audience of prying eyes. Keep telling yourself that, Naruto chuckled, a dusting of red flushing on Big Mom's cheeks at the tinkling sound. Where's your shit, by the way? You usually have one tarte to glower impotently at me from the sidelines. The statuesque woman walked along the waterfront, dismissively looking out at the cerulean waters. They were taking too long to resupply, so I came by myself. More than enough to deal with a backwater little half-mink. How many times do I have to tell everyone I'm not a mink? I've been to zoo, and even they think I'm part mink. Naruto complained, remembering the dukedom on the back of an elephant wandering the seas. She looked over his face searchingly. You just have a creatine vulpine charm to you, Naruto. Her use of his name so casually caught Naruto flat-footed, causing him to sputter to Big Mom's amusement. I take that you won't give me the fight I want with those people on the island, but we're in luck. She raised her arm, twirling her finger in a show of theatrics before pointing north. There just so happens to be an abandoned island 40 kilometers that way. Looking at Linlin, Naruto considered her, unsure of what her endgame was anymore, but it was fine to acquiesce if it got people out of danger. Approaching the lapping waves, he casually stepped onto the water and began walking across it in the direction she had pointed as she mounted up on Zeus. The island shook violently, a tempest of invisible wind shaking the forest to its foundations. Once again, the Queen of Todo and the last Uzumaki met one another in battle, sparks of clashing weapons flowing across the treetops like a water of ephemeral fire. "Stay down," Naruto yelled over the scratch of a slowly expanding Rasen shuriken, carving a smooth crater in a plateau, his opponent in the center. Silence reigned for a solitary moment before the beautiful woman's laughter echoed. "Ha! You're strong, Whiskers!" Much to his chagrin, the young woman clawed her way upright again, shrugging off the sting of the Rasen shuriken. "No one gives me a thrill like you. Not like Newgate or Shiki. Not even that Wildman Rocks can knock me for 6 with such style. More! I want more!" she yelled, launching an Ikoku sovereignty at Naruto. She swept low under it before raising his own weapon, a black bow staff slightly shorter than him, and caught the magenta-colored flying slash. It seemed to curl around the staff before condensing into a glowing maul on the end of his bow, and he ran forward, twirling it in one hand before launching it like a javelin back at Linlin. She predicted the move via her observation haki and leapt to the side, but was caught blindsided when the rock she had been standing beside vanished in a poof of smoke. Revealing it had been no more than a transformed shadow clone, who caught the pipe and turned into the momentum, bringing the bow around like it was a mace, and crashing the captured sovereignty into her hip. She let out a grunt, pain burning up her side as her own attack detonated against her and sent her skipping back, smashing through the forest in splitters as she was sent through trees by the shockwave. Naruto extended his hand, tapping into magnet style and recalling the bow staff to his hand. It may have looked metallic and black, but in actuality, the material was so densely covered in Shukaku's curse mark that it appeared black. He twirled it idly from hand to hand as he waited for Linlin to come again. "What the fuck was that?" Big Mom came stomping out of the forest, face set in a happy grin. "Felt like I got smacked by the sea itself. Just a little something I picked up from some guy with a panda mask in Strumia. It's apparently made of some kind of sea prissy stone," he answered, tossing the bow like it was a conductor's baton before catching it. "All I know is it's hard as hell and perfect for smacking people with weird powers like yours." Sea prism stone. He had a stick made out of sea prism stone. Linlin tilted her head, slack-jawed. It explained why her homies were currently knocked out. But still, this was impossible, inconceivable. It was just so, That's so you. Linlin guffawed, drawing her cutlass and rushing Naruto. She brought down her sword, and he blocked with his staff, sparks flying between them. "I think I just fell in love." That caught him off guard. She capitalized, kneeing him in the solar plexus. Naruto skidded back before performing a back handspring to get distance and regain his balance. A bead of sweat ran down his brow. "What the hell are you?" he shouted, confused at the sudden declaration. She grinned, taking up a power stance. "A woman who knows what she wants, now fight me." Her haki enveloped her entire body, growing thicker around her sword, her eyes hiding nary a lie. "There is no person on these oceans like you, no one so unique, no one so carefree. You simply do as you want and face power with power, so I must have you. You will be my gurgurgurri." The sound echoed over the clearing with a sour note. Linlin's face drained of color, and her eyes swam with pain, the shroud of haki around her guttering like a candle in the wind. "Not now," she hissed under her breath, placing a hand on her stomach and clenching her fist in dismay. "Not when I'm so close." "Gurgurgurgur. Uri! Ah! Ah!" she screamed, her sword falling from her fingers to clatter against the ground. Doubling over in pain, it took a superhuman effort to keep herself from falling over as her midsection caught fire. It had been some time since she had felt this agony, her body asserting its will with such ferocity that conscious thought nearly evaporated from her mind like water on a skillet. No, she would not lose to a hunger pang. She was a queen, she ruled. She was not ruled over. She was not a monster. "What's wrong, thigh-highs?" Orange eyes widened. Linlin slowly looked up into the tanned face of Naruto, his features set in a concerned expression. Another groan came from her stomach, but this time it did not seem to hurt so much. Why? Why did he look at her with concern when her hunger pangs had only inspired dread and fear in her crew? Naruto seemed to consider her for a long time before he sighed, sealing away his bow staff with a poof of smoke, before a larger poof of smoke revealed a box of supplies and bowls. How about we call this quits till we get something to eat? It was music to her ears. The sun had set by the time the two had prepared dinner, and Big Mom's two cartoonish meteorological phenomena slept soundly by the fire. Naruto and Linlin could be seen slurping from giant bowls of ramen animatedly. Linlin ate like a ravenous beast, spilling the broth down her front as her hunger slowly receded, and while Naruto was slightly more controlled in his consumption of the comically large portion, he was able to keep pace with the tall woman. Light and shadows danced over each of them. The warm glow of the fire and the crackling of logs provided a pleasant ambiance, and in the darkness you could almost forget they had nearly trashed the island in their battle. Naruto was the first to finish and covered his mouth to hide his belch, having enjoyed the break in the fighting for his favorite meal. You're looking better, so it seems you just needed some grub. Lucky I picked up a catering pack of ramen, though I didn't expect that I'd have to share it. Linlin finished tipping the last of the broth into her mouth before putting her bowl aside. Ha! Much better. She huffed in contentment, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. She narrowed her eyes at Naruto conspiratorially. Food is meant to be shared, not hoarded by one person. But it seems your manners have won out over your bad upbringing, Whiskers. Naruto snorted, leaning back against the fallen tree he was using as a seat. Big Mom smiled, slipping into a contented silence. The silence slowly grew awkward, neither really knowing how to broach the subject of conversation without Mortal Kombat at play. The older woman eventually broke the silence. If you're going to stare, Whiskers, then take a picture. It will last longer. Naruto rolled his eyes, but it was a good enough easing of tensions, he supposed. You're the one who's been chasing me for a year, thigh-highs. If anyone has obsessive issues, it's you. The difference between an obsession and a quest is the chance of success, and it seems you and I are breaking bread over a campfire. That's a win in my mind. She rationalized, removing her fedora and resting it on her lap, her long pink hair free to flow down her back. Had she always been that pretty? Naruto beat the stray thought into submission but let his curiosity eventually win. So, are we going to talk about what you said, or just go back to trying to kill each other? Mama. She giggled at his banal breakdown of their dynamic. My declaration has you hot under the collar? Good, there's hope for your common sense yet. There's nothing strange about the truth. I think I love you. Naruto rested his chin on the back of his fist and pouted. Linlin, in my short life, I have seen a lot of weird things, and let me say this, the truth is never normal and always strange. A thought occurred to him, and he leant forwards. Speaking of weird shit, I've always wondered how you were always able to track me down. Linlin glowed with mirth, tapping her fedora knowingly. Seeing Naruto's lack of comprehension, she slipped a finger into the fabric band of the hat and withdrew a small square of blank yellow paper that she lay on the palm of her hand. Naruto watched as the piece of paper began to slowly, without prompting, edge itself closer to Naruto by minute increments. His eyes bugged out. When? It was a Vivera card, a standard method of navigating used in the New World to bypass its wacky magnetics. Taking a nail or a hair of someone and combining it with special paper created a link to the life force of the target monitoring their life and moving in their direction whenever not acted upon. She returned the scrap of paper to her fedora. End of our first clash last year, you left a few of your hairs in my rings. Naruto facepalmed. It seemed so obvious in hindsight from what he had learned of this sea in the last year. As for my love for you, I don't see a problem. Unless I'm too much woman for you. She trailed her fingers down the line of her waist corset to her wide hips and enjoyed the blush it incurred in the firelight. No, it's not that, it's just, I'm finding it very hard to see how we can go from enemies to loved ones without so much as a kiss. Oh my god, this is like one of Sensei's books. It's actually freaking happening, pervy sage, you old lech. Naruto muttered, flashing to a 1,000-yard stare born of 3 years of proofreading smut manuscripts for Jiraiya. Thumbing her chin, Linlin pushed on with her explanation. I know the pleasures of the flesh, sex is fun, but I've never felt anything like what I do for you, like an attraction that calls over the sea. You are so strong, yet you don't flaunt it. I find that unique, attractive. And what is love? An unexplainable force that attracts two things together for no given reason other than itself. Big Mom offered sincerely, you'll make a fine addition to my crew. Naruto pouted in confusion, weirded out and flattered by the words. He had hardly expected things to get so philosophical with the so-called country destroyer, but who sat before him right now? It was a far cry from the legend of Charlotte Linlin, who annihilated countries on a whim, whose bounty numbered in the billions. She looked so relaxed, no, not human, an innocent monster who, despite the way the world viewed her, had a mind, feelings, and viewpoints all of her own. Curiosity teased words from him. I'm not even a pirate, and I hardly want those seagull heads running after me." "It may be a bit too late for that," Linlin replied. She began to rummage through the pockets of her captain's coat, causing her bust to jiggle a little to Naruto's watching eyes. He averted his eyes a few seconds after he should have. She made a triumphant sound and withdrew a rolled-up sheet of brown paper and tossed it to him. "You made a name for yourself, Whiskers." A pit of dread formed at the base of Naruto's stomach, and with trepidation he slowly unrolled the parchment, revealing a familiar whisker-marked face set in a fierce snarl. "Wanted dead or alive Uzumaki wife on. Naruto B. 99,000,000. The vein in Naruto's forehead all but exploded, throbbing visibly, eyes bugging from their sockets. Wanted for crimes including but not limited to vandalism, theft, thuggery, disrupting the peace, multiple counts of island demolition, and sinking of a marine battleship carrying Celestial Dragon tribute to God Valley. WHA Tex L." Linlin roared with laughter, her orange eyes running with tears of mirth, while Naruto did a stunning impression of a fish and how he sightlessly looked between her and his bounty poster. "It's a good starting bounty, Whiskers. I think sinking that battleship really pushed it over the edge." Naruto had never really stayed long enough on one island to pay attention to the goings-on of the world, but that did not mean the world had not paid attention to him. Linlin informed him that the blonde had slowly but surely earned a reputation as a herald of destruction, as every time he showed up on an island, Linlin would inevitably find her way there, and their clash would scare the population to death. By the time the explanation was over, he simply stared at the poster in confusion, seizing on random elements of it. "Does someone at the Marines not know how to spell typhoon?" he asked glibly. "It's probably a reference to an old legend, Typhon, the storm giant who laid the continent polar oars low. Probably because of the storms our battles have kicked up over the New World," Linlin hypothesized. "Great, that's just great," Naruto scowled, gesturing at Linlin using the rolled-up poster. "Last thing I needed was getting slapped with the pirate label. Now I gotta worry about Marines everywhere I go." Linlin turned pensive. "Not all pirates are bad. Sure, you've got rough ones like John, Wang Ji, and that hoodlum Rocks, but some of us have noble goals." Naruto sent her a searching look. "Really? The last year tells otherwise." He snapped before getting a collar on his annoyance. He took a deep breath and asked Linlin for her side of the story. "What do you want, Linlin?" "What I want," Linlin began, closing her eyes and letting passion fill her voice, "is a place where everyone, of all races, colors, and creeds, can sit around the same table and enjoy dinner in peace. A utopia where people no longer have to know hunger, prejudice, persecution, or hate. Where a little girl doesn't have to wonder where her mother and siblings went." Naruto remained silent, letting her talk. No, listening. He listened to what she was saying, not simply allowing the words to flow over him as many of her crew did. Honestly, part of her would have preferred it that way. Being listened to and not feared it made very old insecurities sit up in the back of her mind. "Is that so wrong of me to desire?" Before answering, Naruto thought about her words and actions and perceived and believed nature. "It's not wrong, but I've seen before how noble intentions are insidious traps that can lead good men down bad paths. There's nothing as scary as the evil of a good man, 'cause demons run when a good man goes to war," he said firmly. Something inside Linlin broke, shattering like glass. A veil lifted itself from her eyes to see the world anew. Truths long hidden, no, truths she had refused to see, began to wriggle from the dark. "What about you? What is it that you desire?" she asked, begging to slowly move closer. Naruto hummed in thought. His obvious answer was somewhat untenable at the moment, and the thought of a future in this world was something that had never evolved beyond idle fancy. But now, after such a heartfelt baring of the soul, he had to answer in kind. I didn't have a very good childhood. It wasn't the worst, but it wasn't good either. But I can say that the cause was something out of my control, being seen as a monster." The words seemed to catch in his throat, but he gathered himself. "I wondered at times, was I a monster? What even is a monster? Some moldering thing that crawls from a wet and cold place? A ghost from a book? No. A monster is something that does not fall in line with common sense, and to blame a child for that? How could I do anything that is not for the children in this world who suffer for no other reason than the world says they should?" He finished, staring into a pair of beautiful orange eyes. Linlin had crossed the distance to him as he had spoken, his words growing more impassioned. Until now, she was just a few inches away. They looked into one another's eyes, feeling the tickle of their breaths on one another's face, frozen in a moment in time by a campfire in the middle of nowhere. Slowly, as if testing the waters, Linlin leaned in and captured Naruto's lips in a kiss, his eyes going wide. He did not respond at first, but eventually he began to respond, sucked into the hypnotic rhythm of a kiss, lips dancing to the beat of their hearts. Getting over the initial awkwardness, he returned the affections, and Linlin let out a pleased moan, her painted red lips melding with his until, finally, they were forced to break for air. Both panted lightly, hearts thumping in their ears at the enjoyment of the touch of tantric tete-a-tete. Mastering herself, Linlin sat up and looked deep into Naruto's eyes, a delicate hand slowly tracing the neck of her blouse and unhooking a button. So then, another button popped, the top of her cleavage emerging from the shadows. Together we might just make a country for those children to know only peace. Naruto swallowed thickly before finally he decided to try. It was mad, insane, monstrous even. After all, he'd try anything once, he said. Poor Naruto, how little he knew. The Grand Line was an unbroken band of turquoise that stretched uninterrupted to the horizon. Sunlight beat down from on high amid scant cumulus clouds that added to the picturesque quality of the moment, a chiral reflection between sky and sea. A pair of hands overlapping that matched up perfectly, yet when inspected independently showed their difference. Water emanated a calming susurrus that served as backing for the assembled choir of ambiance. The wind was its tenor, and the distant cry of seabirds the accompaniment. However, there was something amiss in the otherwise idyllic setting, a shadow beneath the waves that cruised through the depths, obfuscated by the refraction of the waves. Stray fish sensed its passage and thronged towards it, hoping to play pilot fish to a bigger beast in search of good eating. They grew closer until stopping dead, a primeval and basic animal prescience telling them that it was not a good idea to approach the thing. Thus, they turned tail and swam off into the depths. The shadow grew larger as it rose from the darkness, the surface of the sea bulging as it was disturbed by the displacement effect of something exceedingly large moving with great speed. Was it a sea king? No. The serpentine beasts coiled through the depths unless they were hunting. The object's path was linear in its ascent and uniform in its direction. Churning the water up into foam, a great mass finally breached the surface, heaving itself onto the sea with a mighty bang as water sloughed off a perfectly round locus bearing the iridescent sheen of a soap bubble. Scant moments later did the bubble's integrity compromise and popped into tens of thousands of smaller bubbles that were carried away on the sea breeze. What remained was a ship of immense size and bizarre architecture. Hee, I'm a shippy. The ship was massive in scope, a barky by rigging but a galleon in design, bearing a trio of square-rigged masts that stretched nearly 500 miles into the air and even longer from bow to stern. It was more accurate to call her a floating mountain than a ship, her otherwise avant-garde design notwithstanding. The whole was split into 4 distinct colorations, modeled after different types of confectionery. The topmost gold lining held a melted effect to it, as if it had been heated and rivulets of metal dripped down the sides of the cannon deck like frosting on a cake. The cakes continued fore and aft of the midship with dual superstructures modeled on different puddings, a tall trifle at the stern and a great white birthday cake at the bow. Looking closer, one could see giant candy canes and wavers sticking out from behind the lit candles, and technicolor ice cream cones hanging from the crosstrees from which a gigantic patterned sail billowed in the wind. A white skull adorned in a maroon bicorn with a gold band at its rim, plump red lips and a frizz of rose-colored hair, bifurcated by a pair of cartoon lollipops. It was unmistakably the heraldry of the Big Mom Pirates. This was the Queen Mama Shanter, pride of Toto Land and the flagship of Charlotte Linlin's fleet. She cut through the waves with surprising amounts of clip given her size, seeming to wallow from one side to another as if she was skipping along to the song of the ocean. After a few minutes, a few dozen shadows appeared in the sky and flew towards the Shanter, circling her from above before diving down to greet the hundreds of crew that she needed to run properly. Each was a large white bird, wearing a peaked cap and a messenger bag stuffed with newspapers stuffed in it. The flock of news coups picked their targets and pounced some leading on the railings next to waiting crewmates, while others either perched on the rigging or continued their circling of the Chanter, looking for someone that was likely to buy their wares. One such entrepreneurial avian flew a wide circuit towards the bow where it spotted a figure sat upon the figurehead, a appropriately sized sponge-colored round face adorned in a crown, its wide mouth yawning wide in a gormless smile. Naruto looked up at the news coup as it came down to land beside him, raising a wing in a theatrical bow before offering its bag of newspapers. Amused at the showing, he pulled out one of the rolled-out papers and fished out his bedded frog wallet from his coat and gave the bird a few notes, one for the paper and one for the trouble. Unwrapping the paper, he began to quietly hum to himself as he read over its contents. It had been several weeks since his and Linlin's latest clash and subsequent, horizontal negotiations near Tonigari Island, and a lot had happened in a comparatively short time. When Linlin's ship had caught up to them, the crew had been confused and concerned at the fact that Linlin looked satisfied, yet Naruto was very clearly still alive and equally as glowing. They had all but voided their pants when she had proclaimed his new status as her husband, and when Naruto had tried to argue the point on the side of the crew that this was just an alliance, she had proudly stated that they had already consummated it over a vow. He had only hoped that that was where it stopped. Looking at the front cover of the World Economic Journal, a sizable tick mark appeared at Naruto's temple as he read the title, Country Destroyer and Typhon Alliance. Start of the Big Family Pirates. How the hell does this stuff leak out so quickly? Does the crew have loose lips, or do we need to buy more white transponder snails? He questioned irately, rifling through the pages to read whatever slander was being spread about him. Slander is spoken. If it's in print, then it's liable. Kurama rumbled from the back of his mind, causing Naruto to mentally glower at the mightiest bijou. Since when have you become an expert in literary defamation rules, fuzzbutt? Naruto asked, skimming through the words before settling on the actual details of the so-called Big Family's alliance. Kurama chuckled, ever enjoying a verbal spar with his partner. Because I actually read these articles all the way through, instead of just screaming at a headline and ranting into the ether. Believe it or not, you can learn much more if you read the important details rather than tuning out context. Naruto growled at the snark. Usually he was the more quippy of the duo, but Linlin had been keeping him rather busy these last few weeks, and not just in the bedroom. She had taken him back to Tato Land and given him a proper tour, scaring the pants off her subjects in the process, unused to seeing their queen in such a good mood. Whole Cake Island had been a sight to behold and had cemented something in Naruto. Linlin was a child at heart, but a woman in mind. Her methods could be brutal, but it came from a noble goal, and he would see their shared project become a bit more productive. A fairy tale kingdom made reality. He caught movement out his periphery and saw a pair of crewmen and chess soldiers watching him uncertainly. He cast a glance their way and they retreated back inside to resume their duty. Darn, he wished they wouldn't be so nervous around him, but he was still new and someone that defied the very logic of this world. Still, it would not have been the first time he had won over people, and in that respect this winter celebration was good. After making their alliance, and his tacit kingship of Toto Linlin had decided that a proper celebration was in order, and they had left Toto bound for paradise. Apparently to meet up with some of her allied crews in the first half of the Grand Line for a winter celebration that came around once a year. Not that he could tell given the Grand Line's schizophrenic weather fronts. He paused his train of thought when a small pudgy hand reached up from his lap to point at an illustration of Naruto in the paper. "Papa!" Naruto turned before his face softened, looking at the bundle of spiky crimson hair looking up at him. Charlotte Katakuri, now 3 years old, sat in his lap with wide eyes and a toothy grin. Linlin's genes were definitely kicking in with a vengeance for, despite being just out of toddler range, he was already the size of a normal 8-year-old, able to comfortable sit beside the young man. He ruffled the boy's hair good-naturedly and chuckled as the little boy chirruped a laugh before returning to nibbling on a donut. Despite his misgivings with how quickly Linlin was rushing into things with him, Naruto could not deny that he found her children unspeakably adorable. The feeling had been mutual as the children had gravitated towards the spiky-haired blonde due to the ever-present vibe of warmth and safety they felt in his presence. Most of the crew either treated the princes and princesses of their nation as sycophants or like they were made of glass, not getting close. It was something that Naruto couldn't stand to see, separation based on traits they had no control over. So whenever he could during this trip into paradise, he had made sure to spend time with them and made sure they had fun and felt safe in his presence. Hee, I'm a shippy. Returning to the newspaper, he glanced at the bounties section and scanned for his name, wondering if his marriage had caused the price to rise, but became sidetracked when he saw a different kind of bounty. His smile faded, replaced with an ugly frown. Don't frown, it doesn't look good on you, Whiskers. A tall shadow was cast over Naruto and Katakuri, and Linlin hopped down from the top of the birthday cake to stand next to her lover and second son. "Seen something you don't like?" she asked, feeling his discontent rolling off him as an almost visible cloud. Silence was her answer, forcing her to lean over and look at the newspaper, her nose wrinkling in disgust. Damned poachers. Poacher, yes, that was an adequate term for what the bounty involved. A standard fee to report sightings and reward the capture and turning over of 2 particular races to the hands of the world government, the Lunarians and the Buccaneers. Persecuting someone for something so stupid as the race they were born into. Celestial dragons? More like crap-covered worms. Naruto said, watching his language due to Katakuri's presence. "Hee, I'm a shippa." Linlin tipped her new bicorn hat to shade her eyes. It was an ugly truth that the scramble for this world's peoples and creatures made monsters of men, and perhaps if she had taken a different path, she might have reduced these persecuted peoples to specimens to be collected. Hee hee, I'm a shippy. Veins pulsed in Naruto's temples. While the Shanther was a fine ship, its nature as a homie made its semi-sentient nature annoying at times. How many do you think are left? Linlin sighed. The talk was heavy for what should have been a time of celebration. My sources tell me that some buccaneers made an exodus into the South Blue. As for the Lunarians, I don't know. Something drove them from their sky islands during the Void Century, and what couldn't slip between the cracks of the world were executed by the world nobles on sight. That advert in the paper has been there for the better part of 300 years. Hee hee, I'm a shy. Having enough of the homie's prattle, Naruto's hand whipped to his sea-stone bow staff strapped to his back, unlashing it and whipping it down against the figurehead in one smooth motion. An invisible tremor burst from the point of impact, and caused the entire ship to shudder slightly, but left no mark, the figurehead falling silent. Linlin's eyebrow twitched at him. Don't break our ship. I didn't leave a mark, Naruto argued, grinning up at her, and true to his word, there was not a single mark where he had struck. Big Mom considered for a moment that this might be some analogue for hockey, Naruto using his own internal energy or chakra to push the essence of the sea stone into her homie to temporarily render it silent. Her pride, however, prevented her from complimenting him, instead huffing and looking away from him with a blush. Silence reigned between the odd couple for about a minute before something odd happened. Linlin sensed it in a flash, a premonition of something bad, but by the time she had turned to look at her lover and son, it was already too late. In her premonition, she had seen something horrid. Katakuri attempting to stuff too much donuts into his mouth, and in an effort to open his mouth wider, splitting his cheeks into a horrid Glasgow smile. She whipped around, hearing a cry, and saw. Naruto looked down at Katakuri with a wince, a wad of fried donut gathered in his palm while Katakuri shook. It took a moment for it to become apparent why. Katakuri's rows of needle-sharp shark-like teeth were buried to the gums in Naruto's right forearm, blood bubbling to the surface. Katakuri, Linlin cried, dropping to one knee to help her child who looked horrified at what he had done, but what exactly had he done? Naruto had never taken his focus off the 3-year-old, so the moment he had seen the rounded baby fat of his cheeks pull far tougher than it ever should. He had quickly snatched the offending substance from Katakuri's mouth. In hindsight, he should have predicted what would happen. A child no older than 3, deprived of his beloved food with his jaws open to maximum extension? The result had been instant. Prompted by an animalistic nature he had yet to develop an ability to suppress, Katakuri had lurched forwards and sank his fangs into the first thing he could, which in this case had been Naruto's right arm. When the red haze had cleared, the young boy had realized what he had done and let out a wail of sorrow, gleaning that he had unintentionally hurt someone who cared for him. Blue eyes met orange, and an empathetic look stopped Linlin in her tracks. A steel was under the blue, a request for trust. Dropping the donut material, Naruto gently slid the fingers of his left hand over Katakuri's gums and massaged them gently, encouraging the young boy to slowly clench his jaw and gently draw the teeth from his flesh. The blonde made a soothing noise as he drew his hurt arm away, so Katakuri didn't have to see it and was quick to pull out a cloth to wipe his blood from the second son's mouth. Steam began to rise from the bite mark, and Linlin watched, transfixed, as the grievous wound sealed itself shut in a matter of moments, but the whole time Naruto was focused on making sure Katakuri was okay. Softly smiling at the crimson-haired boy, his face now clean of any blood, Naruto spoke in a quiet voice. Hey now, it's okay, you know. You didn't mean to do it and it's over now, so let's just see that cute little smile again, hey? After all, Linlin tells me that it's getting near Christmas, a time for family and sharing. Can you give me a smile, little protector? Katakuri sniffed, his eyes still glimmering with unshed tears, but managed a small smile, one Naruto returned with gusto. Linlin put an arm around the pair. Yes, she had picked well with this one. He was strong but kind, and hopefully the country they planned to make would be like that too. The sky above Karigana Island was fittingly gloomy, a slate-gray bank of low-hanging clouds that hung over the forested island like a lead weight. The atmosphere was tepid and cold, dancing on the knife edge between snow and rain, but managing to be neither as the bank sat squatly in place. From the deck of his ship, Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp scowled up a storm, glaring balefully out at the dark waters that surrounded him. A tall man in the prime of his life at 33, Garp could quite easily fall within the realms of what most colloquially called superhumans. Standing in at 9'5", he had a broad and muscular build with a barrel chest, thick, strong arms, and a thicket of messy hair that jostled in the wind. Garp wore the standard garb of a vice admiral, a crisp, white double-breasted suit, with a matching shirt and black tie. The emblematic justice coat slung over his shoulders with gold epaulets and two-tone red and black cuffs that billowed as his HQ ship continued its lethargic circuit of the island. Despite his age, Garp's face held a few lines from smiling too much and a shallow scar on his left temple. Despite the clear evidence that he was used to laid-back cheer, the D-Clan member's current demeanor was anything but sunny. Crossing his arms over his chest, Garp's black eyes scanned the horizon, spotting several other ships trailing a loose perimeter of the island, each one a battleship like his, though lacking his bulldog heraldry. "Why do we have to do this crap, Bogard?" he said brusquely, a shorter Marine in a gray suit and wide-brimmed hat stepping into his peripheral vision. "Orders from Fleet Admiral Kong. You know that as well as I do, sir," Bogard answered, his eyes hidden by the shadows of his hat. While his voice was level, it was clear by the way that he groped the katana sheathed at his side that he was just as disquieted by this position as his leader. Barking a laugh of derision, Garp swept his hand out at the collection of battleships with them. "4 vice admirals to play babysitter to one of them is not how I wanted to spend Christmas, Bogard. I could be back in Goa right now, kicking back to relax and getting the workout in Grey Terminal." Bogard fixed his superior with a sideways look. "Is that really the way you want to be spending your Christmas, sir? Why not? They just dumped a fresh set of scrap runoffs from their steelworks in there, and there's nothing that gets the blood pumping more than punching metal so hard it turns back into liquid," Garp said, slamming his fist into an open palm at the thought, some of the life returning to his posture. "What about your 8-year-old son?" "I have one of those?" The 33-year-old blinked slowly before releasing a snort of laughter. "Oh shit, yeah I do. That reminds me that I need to start him on his training. There's this wonderful tiger-infested gorge in the mountains that he can train in." "Whatever you say, sir." Bogard wondered how the East Blue could be considered the weakest sea when monsters like Garp and Roger called the place home. They must cause the average level of strength in the entire sea to go up a few notches by their very existence. Another battleship approached Garp's HQ-3 slowly, sailing into the wind as it was, but even then you could make out the letters G5 proudly emblazoned on the main sail. A tall figure stood atop the starboard rotary turret watching the approaching bulldog and leapt from one ship to another as they passed, ignoring the calls of confusion from their own crew as he walked towards Bogard and Garp. The man was a few years Garp's junior, but of a similar build and bore the hallmarks of a vice admiral. He had a strong face with small but intelligent eyes, his hair close-cropped and purple. Upon seeing the arrival of the younger man, Garp mustered a grin before chambering a punch and launching it at the newcomer. He was pleased when the tall 29-year-old sent up a hand to catch his fist, stopping it dead in its tracks. "Getting better at that, Zephyr. Been hitting the shipyards to get some training in?" Vice Admiral Zephyr smirked, shoving Garp playfully in the shoulder. "Stubborn bastard. You took most of the good scrap for yourself. I had to make do with a pair of mountains last month. I'm surprised you haven't created a perfectly flat country yet." Zephyr was one of the rising stars in the Marines like Garp, and while he didn't have a well-touted rival yet like Roger or Rox, he was tapped to potentially take up an admiral position in a few years' time once he mastered his hockey. He was one of the only Marines in history to turn down the chance to eat a devil fruit any time it had been offered to him. Garp nodded, slipping his hands into his pockets as the bulldog came around the curve of the island. "Where'd the fun in that be? Flat country would have nothing to punch but the ground, and I don't like the idea of digging holes when we aren't getting paid for it." Blackfist rolled his eyes. Garp was always the wild card of the Marines. "What lie did Kong tell you to bring you out here?" he asked, the humor falling away from his words. Laughter dying out, seriousness once more fell over Garp, looking out at the rolling hills of the island. He could spot what appeared to be packs of large bipedal apes watching the ships from the shore before ducking back into the trees. Probably the same horse crap he told you, watching over noted dignitaries in need of protection. The black-haired Marine sarcastically made quotation marks with his fingers. Zephyr nodded grimly, confirming Garp's suspicions. "'Cause he knew that if he told us the truth, we'd have said no. I'd have told him to stick it up his ass. In fact, Bogard," he said to the shortest man of the trio, "fetch the transponder snail. I think I'm gonna call up Kong and tell him that right now." Bogard sighed before turning to leave. Whether to get the transponder snail or just leave the two vice admirals to talk was left unclear. Silence passed between both of the tall men as the ship finally circled around to the front of the island, the source of their ire moored in the port arrogantly. It was a ship of similar proportions to the Bulldog, but with fewer cannons and lacking the Marines' favorite dark green paint. A proud gilded lion figurehead was attached to the prow of the ship that seemed to turn its nose up at the port, as if offended by its existence. Their eyes were drawn to the sails, noting the absence of the Marines' seagull heraldry for what was there instead, the five-pointed cross of the world government, and above it, the red hoof of the flying dragon. "World nobles," Zephyr ground out, his hands tensing into fists. "There's nothing noble about those assholes," Garp added, sending a scathing look at the ship. When he had originally gotten the call from Kong about this operation, Garp had been mostly ambivalent, much more concerned with his upcoming chance to go home for the holidays. But there had been something that stank about what Kong had said to him that piqued his interest. Kuragana Island was home to the Shikairu Kingdom, a nation not part of the world government, so the fact that they were being asked to escort dignitaries to the island was suspicious. Whenever an island or kingdom made the request to join the WG, a general PSA about it was put out in Marineford, encouraging local marine task forces to step up their operations in the area to make the transition smoother. Not only had the Shikairu Kingdom not been reported as wanting to join, it was a nation that in the past had routinely declined membership, preferring to stay in the hands of their mysterious and aloof monarch. The shift in rhetoric had been too big of an oddity to not investigate, but upon getting to the island, Garp had been disgusted at just who he was being asked to protect. Spotting another marine battleship moored in the small harbor, Zephyr read off the identification number and groaned in annoyance. "They called in John for this one? We want Sparks not to fly, but we have that status quo sycophant on call with us." There were 4 vice admirals that had been called in to assist this diplomatic venture: Garp, Zephyr, John Giant, and Sengoku. With 4 of the biggest names in the Marines and a small flotilla of battleships circling the island, it was obvious that this was no protection detail. This was a blockade. Bada 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 bada. Both men turned to see Bogart approaching them with a burbling transponder snail held in his arms, his face grim. Setting it down on the edge of the deck, he took a step back and waited. Garp and Zephyr exchanged a look, each wondering who should pick up before Garp finally lifted the brass receiver from its mounting. "This is Garp," he said, feigning a normal voice. Before their eyes, the 3 men watched as the psychic snail began to morph, a bushy black afro springing from its head and a mustache appearing at its top lip, mimicking the appearance of the one on the other end. "This is Sengoku." He tapped the brass fittings of the receiver to his forehead in frustration before speaking again. "What is it, Sengoku? Got some new tea for me to try because I can guarantee that it's a damn sight more entertaining than playing babysitter to an inbred hick." The afro-sporting snail blinked slowly, weathering the hot words. "Mind your tongue, Garp. Like it or not, we work for the world government and thus the celestial dragons. Have you seen Zephyr?" "I'm here, go ahead, Vice Admiral." The black fist of the Marines commented, seeing no point in hiding his presence. "Good, this means that I only have to make 2 calls instead of 3. John has already been informed." "Informed of what?" Garp asked, a knot of dread building in the pit of his stomach. Before Sengoku could reply, distant sounds began to echo out from the center of the island, screams of terror punctuated by sharp cracks of gunfire. Their observation hockey clicked on with the mental switch, and even at this distance they could practically see hundreds of men, women, and children cowering in fear with the mandrills as armor-clad knights stomped through the streets, driving their tall lances into legs and arms. Garp was ready to leap into the fray when the snail spoke again in Sengoku's voice. "None of you are to interfere with the actions of St. Jalmak. We are to maintain the blockade until either he is satisfied or the Count of the island returns." Glaring down at the snail, Garp let out a roar of righteous anger. "Fuck you, Sengoku. I did not sign up to the Marines to play toady to the dragons as they kill innocent people." Sengoku paused. It was clear that despite his business-like tone, that he too was having his misgivings about their current course of action. "It is regrettable, but St. Jalmak has promised that he will not explicitly kill any of the residents, merely wound. That's besides the point, and you know it, Sengoku." Garp riposted, the Marines running about the deck taking a step back in fear. Zephyr closed his eyes, his knuckles white. He knew there was injustice in the Marines. He just hoped he could rise high enough to make a change. "This is an order, Garp. Maintain the blockade, do that and no one has to die." "That's an order direct from the Gorosei," Sengoku proclaimed before the snail went dormant, the line going dead. Garp let out a wrathful cry, picking up the transponder snail and tossing it overboard. Meanwhile, in the heart of the island, Saint Jalmak of the Celestial Dragons watched the man in front of him cower in fear as if he was some kind of insect pinned beneath a looking glass. Most everything had that effect given the glass box he wore over his head. "Where's your king, commoner?" he asked, looking away from the crying form of the man's wife. The people of this country all wore black cloaks emblazoned with the sigil of a red bat's skull. It disgusted the world noble that these clods of mud had the gall to bear heraldry not of the world government. See, the aide stammered. unable to tear his eyes away from the broken visage of a man that Jalmak rode atop like a horse. Is that what was to become of his people? Sea Count Red is away from the island. I don't know when he will be back. This was such a tedious endeavor, reflected the saint, shooting the aide in the kneecap, ignoring him as he fell to the ground and calling bloody murder. What a despicable showing of tardiness from a so-called monarch. He should have been on hand to greet us when we arrived. Looking up at the spacesuit-clad aristocrat, the aide was able to choke out, but we were never told you were coming. Of course not. What business does an ant have knowing that their god will be visiting their dunghill? You should have been ready as a matter of principle. He checked his watch before recocking his ornate flintlock pistol, this time pointing it at another resident. Fine. For each hour I am forced to wait, I will shoot 10 of your people, starting with your wife. The gun cracked again, splintering a kneecap. He wouldn't kill any of them. After all, that was part of the coming game, and he would not spoil that. As screams of man and monkey alike filled the air, Jalmak had no idea the hell he had just called down on himself, thundering across the sea. One who lived above the clouds could never know that a storm was on its way, dropping anchor in a nondescript section of the ocean that was just as seemingly idyllic as the rest of paradise. The Queen Mama Chanter sat squat upon the surface as the 1,000-strong crew needed to man her ran about for their assigned duties, although that was not strictly true. As a homie animated by Big Mom's Soru Soru no Mi, the majority of the Chanter's functions were essentially automated, with one having to simply ask an assigned section of the ship to do a particular action. It was more accurate to call the Chanter a colony of homies, because beyond the individual sections of animated wood and steel that had been hammered together into a barquet, there were hundreds of other sentient items and beings made manifest by Big Mom's power. Some were simple articles of furniture that bore eyes and a mouth, cheerfully telling those that passed of their function. Others were more intelligent, shaped into simulacrums of life. It was only Linlin's personal homies that had complex thought. Hurry, hurry! We have to get the Christmas decorations up. Zeus warbled unsurely, floating over the workforce. His usual baseball cap had been tossed out in favor of a Santa hat with a smaller cloud at its end. Mama wants everything ready before the guests get here. Naruto walked through the mess, the crew complement giving him a wide berth out of respect and fear. The crew were setting up all manner of Christmas decorations along the deck, and hanging from the rigging, a pair of night chess soldiers struggling to lift a long table towards the stern. Seeing their plight, the blonde quickly formed a T-shaped hand sign, and a dozen clones popped into existence, trooping over to help the valiant custodians lift the table towards the rear superstructure. Thanks, Whiskers. Prometheus called from the crow's nest grudgingly. His opinion of the blonde hadn't gone up by much in the last few weeks, but he appreciated when Naruto chipped in about the crew. He spotted Linlin standing on the railings of the ship and hopped up to stand beside her, looking out towards the distant horizon. This is all a bit much, he said, scratching the back of his head in embarrassment. Linlin looked down at her lover with a toothy grin, relishing his embarrassment. It was one of the few victories she could get over him. It's far smaller than what we usually do this time of year. The Christmas celebration at Whole Cake Chateau has everyone in all of Toto Land invited. This is a far smaller affair for your benefit, Naruto, she explained. Pinching the bridge of his nose at Linlin's definition of smaller set to the sound of over 1,000 people building, decorating, and cooking like their lives depended on it, Naruto decided to instead satiate his curiosity. So who are these ally crews of yours? He asked. Only 2 are coming today due to the invitations going out on such short notice. Linlin's face gained a predatory glint. Usually I'd have been sure to prompt all invitees to attend. Ow! She felt a sharp pain in her side, Naruto having jabbed her in the side. None of that. You don't get a good reputation if you kill or torture anyone that doesn't come to your parties. Naruto scolded, wagging a finger at his girlfriend, a spark of electricity jumping from the fingertip. The Pinkett rolled her eyes at the rebuke, but found that her mood did not sour. It felt strangely good being told not to do something for once. The way Naruto talked to her was different from how Streusen or even Mother Caramel had once talked to her. Streusen could be snide and buttery all at once, while Mother Caramel had honeyed words that overrode any argument she might have had. Naruto, though? He simply talked to her, gave her a direction and outside perspective, but still let her come to her own decision. These two are chalk and cheese, polar opposites in their own way, but still good. One's a huge slab of beef with motley crew and a heart of gold, while the other is an aloof count that claims he has no crew at all. Linlin said, recalling her allies. Humming in curiosity, Naruto decided to probe the latter. Claims? What do you mean? He's always been fiercely independent, but that doesn't mean he hasn't acquired followers even after becoming the count of his nation down here in paradise. He calls them his aides and entourage, never his crew, despite the fact they fight for him and sail him from place to place. With those words did Naruto finally see a pair of ships crest over the distant horizon, slowly sailing over the calm waters towards the much bigger chanter. The first was a darkly colored frigate with a golden W as its figurehead. Its sails bore the Jolly Roger, consisting of Skull and Bones wearing a spiked helmet, and that same gold W's as a mustache. The second ship was much smaller, a red sloop with yellow and black checkered sails and heraldry of a red bat skull. Satisfied that her two allies were close at hand, Linlin hopped down onto the deck with a thump. "Come on, let's get seated and wait for them to be properly introduced." Sparing the twin ships one more look, Naruto shook his head before following behind Linlin, cringing at the number of salutes and bows he received due to Linlin's closeness. 10 minutes later, they were seated at a long table in the trifle-themed superstructure at the ship's stern, which turned out to be a dining hall of ridiculous size. It had been appointed for the occasion with candy canes and decorations streaming from the overhanging observation platforms. A tall and healthy pine tree had been decorated with the standard of a serene nun in place of the star. All in all, it was exceedingly cozy. Despite Linlin's claims that this was a small affair, the hall was packed. Every island in Toto Land had sent at least 2 dignitaries, and higher-ranking officers in the fleet had been afforded invitations as thank yous for a year's hard work. While the dignitaries and crew members were clustered around dozens of satellite tables, the main long table was reserved for the royal family and her as yet unarrived allies. Naruto sat beside his gargantuan lover, while the first 5 of her children were arranged around them, already snaking on child-friendly foods. Pulling at the collar of his coat, Naruto felt a little out of place being the center of so much pomp and circumstance, which was ironic given he had spent much of his early life wanting to be the center of attention. The lights in the hall dimmed and a hush fell over the tables, the burble of happy holiday conversation falling silent. A spotlight clicked on with a sharp pop and highlighted a king chess soldier, his usual blue cape and yellow tunic traded out in favor of a red and green ensemble. He withdrew a rolled bit of parchment from a satchel at his side and held it in front of himself. Clearing his throat to speak, the king piece began. "Introducing the first of Mama's honored guests for this wondrous Christmas celebration, I hereby present the captain of the world pirates, with a bounty of 500 million berry, world destroyer, Barandy World and his crew." The arched white doors to the hall swung open on crystalline hinges, revealing a large shadow in the door. A second spotlight clicked on, illuminating the newcomers, and Naruto watched on in surprise. A mountain of a man stepped forwards, a foot taller than Linlin but by far and away thicker set. His physique was rippling with muscle, with thick arms and an iron-hard body. He had a full beard and a comically large W-shaped mustache, a scar covering his left eye and a thick chain bandolier going across his bare chest. He also wore a pair of green pants and a horned helmet with one of the horns notably broken off. Despite his intimidating appearance, his face was set in a jovial grin, beady eyes glittering happily upon seeing Linlin. "Mama." World boomed, holding his arms wide as he entered the room. "It's been far too long. Baro Roro Roro," he laughed. His crew walked in behind him, an eclectic bunch to be sure, but they all looked just as happy as their captain to be there. A short, sickly-looking man leaning on a cane with a matching helmet to World. A pretty young woman with purple hair and a bun, a short pink kipao and a doctor's coat. They were joined by an eccentric man in suspenders with cube-shaped hair extensions and a muscled fishman with a pair of sunglasses and a novelty bow tie that spanned by itself. "World, so good of you to come. I know it was short notice, but I just had to have you here for Christmas," Linlin exclaimed, rising from her seat and embracing the broader man as her came to the table. "I'd love to introduce you to my new partner, Naruto," she said after breaking from the hug and gesturing to Naruto, who got up. "Nice to meet ya, big guy." Naruto greeted, totally unintimidated by the mass of muscle before him. World grinned, smacking Naruto on the back good-naturedly in greeting. His smile broadened even further when Naruto did not stumble at the hit that would have sent most men reeling. "Hello to you, Naruto, the so-called Typhon. You're much shorter than I expected, but you have a rod of iron up your spine. You'll need it to handle Linlin here." "Don't I know it?" Naruto chuckled, drawing another peal of laughter from the captain as he and his crew seated themselves around the table. World and the smaller man, revealed to be his elder brother Biojack, removed their helmets and quickly launched into pleasant small talk with Naruto and Linlin. They were the pure definition of a motley crew, but they had a charm to them. World was bombastic with a lust for life and sense of adventure, who wanted to hear all about the year-long chase that had culminated several weeks ago. Biojack was far more timid, but Naruto could sense a genuine happiness in the sickly man, expressing it through a soft smile. Garen, the cube-themed shipwright, had stars in his eyes, combing over the chanter while the ship Dr. Knighton cooed over the children. "Hey, Captain, it's Christmas, ain't it?" Sebastian the fishman asked, gesturing at the odd family unit that were their hosts. "So bring out the presents already." Slapping his face at forgetting something so basic, World began to rummage around in the pockets of his oversized captain's coat. "You're in luck. I found something perfect for your crew, though I don't know if your new hubby." "Irk!" Naruto spluttered, thumping his chest at his drink going down his windpipe. "Will want it. Suppose your crew could grab it if one of them has a like for this sort of thing." "Ah, here." Finding what he was looking for, World drew out a wrapped present that fit in his oversized hand and slid it down the table as gently as he could. He had meant to pass it to Linlin, but it came to a stop in front of Katakuri, who eyed it with intrigue. Katakuri looked between the box and Linlin before looking to Naruto, who nodded in encouragement. The young boy pulled the ribbon and tore the present open, revealing a simple cardboard box that Naruto leant over and opened. Looking into the box, Naruto raised an eyebrow. "A bit early for New Year's, isn't it, World?" Linlin raised an eyebrow before her eyes widened as Katakuri drew out a peculiar-looking white fruit covered in swirling patterns and a curly green stem. "That's not a Kagami mochi, you dumbass. That's a devil fruit." The lights dimmed again, snuffing the excitement as the king piece made ready to introduce the next guest. "Hailing from the Grand Line, I hereby present the Count of the Shikaru Kingdom, a pirate with a bounty of 848,000 Barry, Patrick Redfield, the Aloof." The doors opened again and another tall figure entered, causing Naruto to realize that next to Biojack, he was now officially the shortest person at the table. Redfield was tall and thin with an elfin face, pale skin, and curled eyebrows. He had rich red hair that he wore in a pair of braids that trailed down to his shoulders. The Count wore a magenta silk shirt and red slacks, a red ascot at his throat, and a large blue carnation at his left lapel. Over all of it, he wore a red mantle with a popped collar and yellow and black checkered lining. He held a Batwing-themed umbrella in one hand that he used as a cane, walking gracefully into the room. Redfield offered Linlin a theatrical bow before approaching the table, a seat being pulled out for him by a similarly attired aide. "Linlin, always a pleasure," he greeted before taking Naruto's measure. "And the man of the hour. I must say your first bounty was a surprise, to be sure. It's rare for someone to nearly get triple digits as a first showing and earn the attention of our dear mama." He spoke in a rich voice with eloquent intonation on each word. Something moved within his cloak, and Naruto was surprised when a small tanuki popped its head out of the Count's mantle to look over the assembled guests, causing the children to coo. "Nice tanuki, he's more polite than the last one I met," Naruto mentioned, thoughts of a homicidal sand raccoon playing across his mind. Smiling at the critter warmly, Redfield patted the tanuki fondly. "Aye, Pato is as special to me as Linlin's homies. But where are my manners? 'Tis Christmas, no?" An aide approached with a richly wrapped package that Redfield slid over to the blonde and pink duo. "A Merry Christmas to your burgeoning family. I hope I get an invite to the wedding." He snarked, condescension in his voice, but Naruto could sense it was surface level only, a put-on air of haughtiness to hide the fact that it was genuine. Naruto took the time to open this one, revealing a large transponder snail modeled in the style of the vampirically coated Count. "Huh, you know I've never actually owned one of these despite running around for a year." "That's your own fault for never staying on one island for too long," Linlin groused, earning her a side-eye from Naruto. "It's almost like someone was hunting me with the intent to either kill or enslave. And yet here we are at a Christmas party I won. I can quite easily feed you your own thigh-highs again if you want to spar, Linlin." "But then you'd complain that I broke another one of your swords," Naruto challenged, causing the crew to laugh at the banter. Redfield tapped his umbrella to the floor, a far more refined form of assent. "It's a direct line from Kuriagana to Tato Land, should you ever need to get a hold of me for whatever reason." It was a thoughtful yet practical gift for those in alliance, and all would have gone well for the rest of the Christmas celebration had something not happened. One tiny innocuous thing. Bada 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 bada. The snail began to ring. Naruto shared a look with Linlin, silence falling over the table while Redfield's brows knitted together in concern. Swallowing thickly, Naruto picked up the receiver and the transponder snail exploded into life. Its face morphed into one of pain terror as the screams of those fearing for their lives came over the receiver. "Oh God, help us! Save us, Count! Please, you must return at once." The snail bleated before the sound of a gunshot rang out. The snail jostled before taking on an apathetic look. "To whom do I speak now?" The voice was dripping with arrogance and apathetic spite. Naruto offered Redfield a look. The Count's demeanor was stony, gathering his thoughts. Handing the older man the receiver, Naruto watched as the aloof took a breath before responding. This is Count Patrick Redfield of the Shikairu Kingdom, and I am going to have to ask, what in the name of God's blue marble that we live upon are you doing to my home? The words were conversational but silenced by the murderous glint in Red's eye. Sniffing derisively, the snail replied, "How dare you, a commoner, use the name of God? I am a god, not you. I am Saint Jalmac of the Celestial Dragons, and here's the reality of the situation. I am currently in this dung heap you call a kingdom. You are not. Your presence is required immediately. For every hour you delay your arrival, 10 of your subjects will be maimed. Do not waste my time." The line went dead and silence filled the room. No one had anything to offer as the day of gracious giving had just been perverted to something darker. But then, it began, a presence that bore down on all those present, as if gravity was slowly but surely being dialed up. Within the glasses around the room, wine began to come to a boil, and those of weak constitutions simply passed out. It did not come from Redfield, for while he was angry for his people, he maintained aloof control worthy of his namesake. It did not come from World even as he balled his fists in outrage. Nor Linlin, her mood shifting Zui's far above to an angry black cloud. No, it was Naruto. An aura of golden chakra began to radiate out from the blonde like a corona of fire. The wood of the table blistering under its touch as the blonde got to his feet and began to speak. His voice a whisper that held the voice of a hurricane. Today is supposed to be forgiving. To look back on the year and bring those we care about close, show just how big your family is. Wine bottles around the room began to detonate one by one, a wind radiating from Naruto's body as his eyes narrowed to slits and bled red. But now someone that has given me a gift is being slighted, those under his protection persecuted for no fault of his own. That will not stand. This world is due a Christmas miracle, and all I ask is you join me in giving it by removing a stain upon it. Linlin, whirled and redealed, grinned with predatory glee. Let's go kill a celestial dragon. Unfurl the mainsail and raise the anchor. Move like you've got a purpose, you checkered cretins. If we aren't underway in the next 5 minutes, then it's no dinner for any of you. The orders were barked at amidships by a tertiary deck officer who looked just as harried as the rest of the Queen Mama Chanter's crew. While the majority of them stepped to their jobs with gusto, there were a few attired in their Sunday best who floundered at the call to battle stations, slipping on the deck that was polished a bit too brightly before running off to their muster stations to hand out weapons. Hundreds of counterweights, each one weighing north of half a ton, were unlashed to allow the colossal canvas of the main sails to billow in the sudden mistral that had picked up in the aftermath of Naruto's proclamation of murder. And despite their initial reticence at taking orders from the so-called newcomer, a bloody euphoria had soon settled over the chanter, the colossal galleon soon scything through the water, the winds and waves seeming to match and give their blessing to the course of action. Naruto was perched on one of the crosstrees of the main mast, overseeing the entire spectacle with narrow eyes and unfamiliar bloodlust swelling in his chest. It was a curious thing, the simple knowledge that you were setting out with the intent to kill, so much more than any little maxim that Kakashi had said to him and his teammates what seemed like a lifetime ago. It was oddly familiar though, not the steeling of self that had come when he had to kill Sasuke, but something further back, something. You felt the exact same way when you confronted Nagato, Kurama informed him from the back of his mind, watching the goings-on with a keen interest. Ah, right, Naruto replied in thought, recalling the sound of blood thundering in his ears as he tore the faux tree that he and Konan had been hiding in. When I found out where he was, I was sure that I was going to kill him. You growling in my ears to do it didn't help. Kurama rolled his shoulders and grumbled. Can you blame me? I had just nearly gotten out of this annoying 16-year-old when the ghost of a man I hated at the time stopped me. And then I saw Nagato staring at us with my old man's eyes claiming the world needed violence and pain. It was like a bad Father's Day reunion for both of us. And I didn't have the luxury of being able to sink my fist into his gut. Nodding and understanding, Naruto allowed himself to slip off the crosstree and fall towards the deck landing silently between a pair of crewmen who squealed in fright before running off, likely thinking he was about to punish them for slacking off. The blonde smirked at wry amusement. While the crew's mix of fear and reverence grated on him, it did have its moments and served to blunt his steadily rising ire. No, not blunt. Quite the opposite. It sharpened it to a laser focus on the so-called celestial dragons that they were on their way to kill. I never got why you didn't just off Nagato. Although leaving him alive in such a state would hardly have been mercy. Descending a flight of stairs, the Uzumaki went to the ship's edge and peeked over, spotting 2 world crew members, the square-themed Gyram and blind fishman Sebastian, quickly affixing metal plates to the front of the chanter. He initially thought they were creating some kind of ram, but something about its shape was wrong. Because, for whatever he did, it was born of stepping off the path Jiraiya walked before us. The evil he did, and it was evil, had good intent as much as weak, an excuse as that is, these dragons? They have no such excuse. Naruto thought, fingers twitching and eyes a pair of cool blue fires that would have chilled any that looked upon them. When you treat the suffering of others as nothing more than filling the time till you get like you want, like a kid burning ants with a magnifying glass, then you've succeeded in burning through most of my capacity for second chances. Kurama sniffed, stretching out within the mindscape, knowing that he may just be in for a chance to stretch his legs. That other you, the dark one, he's still in there, he mused, remembering the black and red-eyed doppelganger revealed by the waterfall of truth. It was Naruto's turn to sniff at that before he said, "Nah, I just don't shun my negative emotions anymore. Seeing and living in this world has shown me that there are times when it's okay to feel anger." And it seemed he wasn't the only one feeling anger. Redfield was the image of cold fury on the top of the front cake-shaped superstructure. His cloak billowed in the wind, and his elongated fangs poked from his top lip in a predatory rictus, but his eyes glowed with wrath that his aloof persona could not hide. While the Count of Shikairu Kingdom claimed that he stood alone, he was chomping at the bit to run those who would dare to slight those under his protection. The sound of sharp heels clicking upon the deck alerted Naruto to the arrival of Linlin, and he turned to see his statuesque paramour tucking a fresh flintlock pistol into her belt as she came to stand beside him. "Everything good up here?" she asked Naruto nonchalantly, his words having turned him into the Shanter's unofficial executive officer. Twitching at the brusque opening, Naruto faced forward alongside Linlin to see the crew all moving to their posts. "Well, I didn't know much about sailing, but the sails are all out, the anchor's raised, and the wind's with us. I guess that means we're good." "And the people bellow?" she asked in reply, cocking her bicorn-clad head to look down at her shorter partner. "My clones helped all the non-combat dignitaries to the panic rooms with the kids," Naruto said simply, the memories having filtered back to him shortly before Linlin's arrival. "But I think everyone's spoiling for a fight." She nodded at that, crossing her arms beneath her blouse-covered chest and causing something else at her belt to glint in the sun. Looking closer, Naruto was confused to see the cracked handle of a cutlass, its blade having snapped off almost the whole way, but still held to her side by a loop in her sword belt. "Did they run out of decent swords in the armory?" he asked jokingly. Linlin cuffed him upside the head while he chuckled, placing her left hand on the end of the red fabric-covered sword handle, the underside of her rings clicking against the pommel. "If they ever ran out of weapons, then I'd have them hung by their feet off the mast for an hour till they remembered tardiness. No, I'm just ticked off that whenever I fight with you, my swords get dinged or broken." "And your solution to this was using an already broken sword?" he questioned in confusion, causing Linlin to laugh. "My mama. God, no. I'm going to fix the issue before we head into battle and need some sentimental items to bring out the best results from my devil fruit." Long, thin fingers extended and ran through Naruto's spiky gold hair fondly, a pleased smile on Linlin's rosy cheeks. "I'm going to have to ask you for some more of your hair, though. Once we finish with that stupid World Noble jailback or whatever." Mirth filled Naruto, and he couldn't be bothered to correct the name. Then he squinted at the sword, his face positively vulpine as he looked closer at the broken sword. "Wait, is that the sword I broke the first time we fought?" The rest of what she had said registered with him. Whoa, why do you need my Barororo?" Came a boisterous laugh, and the pair turned to see World landing on the deck with a thump, his brother perched on his shoulder. "Ah, mama. You have some crew here. You would need it to man a ship this big." He blustered enthusiastically, scratching at his beard in thought. "I want to have a ship this big and fast one day. That would be a sight to see." "Yes, a sight indeed, World," said Biojack as he adjusted his horned helmet, feverishly checking a stopwatch in his hand. "Despite the sudden start, they are running as well as we can towards Kuriagana." He trailed off, intimidated by Linlin and Naruto's presence. Seeing that he was afraid to speak by himself, Naruto broached the subject. "Everything okay, Biojack?" Biojack swallowed thickly. "Oh no, of course not. But, well," World patted a trash can-sized hand to his brother's back tenderly, coaxing him to speak as Naruto and Linlin waited. Finally, he spoke. "Even with the ship running at peak efficiently and the tailwind keeps astern, our time frame for arrival is still at least 48 hours. And for every hour that passes," he trailed off, casting a glance to where Redfield stood at the front of the ship, hands clasped around his bat-themed umbrella. Naruto's smile thinned, keenly aware of the cost of time. For every hour that passed, St. Jalmac had threatened to shoot a number of Redfield subjects. While Naruto was confident he could make the distance, he didn't know where the island was, which left them reliant on sea travel and was slow even at the best of times. We'll find a way, Naruto said with determination, only to be entirely caught off guard when World began to laugh with gusto. Barorororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororororor that's the spirit, kid. No wonder Mama has you as a trusted ally. To be a pirate is to spit in the face of the impossible. As the large pirate had been talking, Linlin had made it to the starboard railing and peeked over to look at the small commotion that was building at the bow. Her eyes widened, and she shot World an annoyed glare. "Oi, World! What are those dumbasses of yours doing to the front of my ship?" Indeed, it now appeared that the cartoonish figurehead attached to the prow of the chanter now wore some form of protective steel helmet. "Oh, that?" World replied, scratching his nose nonchalantly. "Gareem didn't want the seafoam getting in the figurehead's mouth once I get us up to flank speed." Naruto eyed the sails, at full billow with a heavy wind, and while they were pushing a bow wave, the ship was so damn big that it barely rose a tenth of the way to the figurehead. But he could see the excitement in World's eye. "What are you up to, Baroro? Just you wait, everyone!" the allied man shouted, bringing a pause to the crew, who all looked at them with bated breath. World cracked his knuckles before raising both hands in the air. "Best hold on to something, as it's about to be a bumpy ride. Do as he says." Linlin ordered, a mix of annoyance and excitement in her eyes, knowing what World was about to do. She also placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder to ensure he wouldn't fall. The blonde, who had adhered himself to the deck using chakra, felt his cheeks warm at the gesture, even if it wasn't necessary. World gave one last grin before his hands flashed dark with armament, hockey, the blackened palms having a note of green to their sheen, before swinging them down against the deck. More, 100, fold speed," he yelled, a pulse of energy vibrating out over all of them. At first, nothing happened, and many of the crew, who had grabbed lengths of thick rope or held onto the rigging, blinked in confusion. Then they were moving fast, very fast, exceedingly fast. The mistral at their back was forgotten in the face of the wash of intense wind that washed over the front of the ship as it blasted forwards, churning the waters as it passed into a fine vapor as the many thousands of tons of wood thundered through the waves with unnatural speed. A light laugh tore out of him despite his shock as he clung on for dear life. "Wee-ee!" squealed the chanter's homey figurehead as almost the entire mighty ship lifted out of the water, only its keel remaining submerged to hydroplane along the water's surface, the speed stabilizing to a blistering 200 knots. Naruto squinted in the face of the oncoming gust of wind, taking a step forward to peek at the front, and noticed that Redfield was still standing proud at the prow. Linlin held her bicorn to her head, making sure it didn't fly off. World ate the more fruit, it lets him multiply the speed and size of anything he touches up to 100 times over. While Naruto wasn't the best at maths, he got the message. Their travel time had just gotten 100 times shorter with what World had done. "We're not going to have much time to prepare before we arrive now," he said, sobering Linlin's enthusiasm. He expected her to make a snide remark about how it meant they could just get to cruising the dragon quicker, but instead she slowly removed her bicorn hat and drew the broken cutlass, using the latter to skewer through the former. "Whiskers," she began, "all this is still kind of weird to me. Not the battle, but going to save a country rather than destroy it. Even if we're still about to kill a lot of people, I want to do it with you. Grinding people into the dirt because they attacked what we're building, not just because I got hungry." Naruto knew she wasn't referring to the hunger pangs. She meant the endless desire for more violence. "So I think the first step for that is going to be making a weapon that doesn't just snap when I run into battle with you, either by your side or to keep each other sharp." Lastly, she slipped her hand into her coat and gently withdrew the gold Viver card, gently pinning it to the edge of the blade where it stuck. She looked at World and jabbed the ramshackle object at him. "Oi, World. Where do you get off upstaging me at my own holiday party?" The big man had the decency to look sheepish, which made the young woman grin, her long pink hair billowing in the wind. "If you want a show, I'll give you a show." The hairs on the back of Naruto's neck began to stand on end as he felt a familiar unearthly tinge to the air, forcing him to take a step back. Spotting movement out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Zeus and Prometheus popping their heads up from the deck to watch, each having seemingly felt the presence building around Linlin. Kurama creaked an eye open in his mind. "Oh, what have we here? Tai?" Stomping a palm against her chest, a purple aura emerged from the Linlin like mauve fire, roiling off her in coils of pure psionic energy. She gritted her teeth, slowly pulled her hands away from her chest, and brought something with her, a ball of brilliant white light hued in purple. He recognized the sight of it. That telltale shape could only be one thing, a piece of her soul. "Come, oh piece of my soul, Come and be born anew, she intoned, lifting both arms above her before she drove the ball of pure spiritual energy into the eclectic collection of items. Become a weapon of war, become a weapon of peace, become my raiment, become my homie. As he looked on, the edges of the bicorn hat began to vibrate violently, and the shattered remnants of the cutlass grew red-hot. And then the Vivira card, glinting gold even amidst the squall, ignited a plume of pure golden fire at the heart of the tumult. Using the fire of what Naruto realized to be his chakra, Linlin thrust the object heavenward and let out a roar of exaltation, a pillar of purple and gold light exploding skyward with a keen wail of life. When the pillar cleared, having rendered more than one crew member temporarily blind, Linlin held a sword, one that was a marriage of a hat and a serrated blade proportionate to her size. A gold blade with a fanged face and wicked blue eyes. Come, Napoleon. The weather over Karaigana Island had grown progressively worse in the hours since St. Jalmak began his perverse method of marking the hours. He paid it little mind, content in the fact that the only thing of loss was that he could not reclaim the bullets he had used to send their putrid souls to the next life. They were, after all, peasants. Subhuman trash whose blood sullied the holy metals of lead and blessed powder of his pistol. This was the ambivalent work of a petty god that the rest of the world was forced to deal with. But the world did not stand idly by. The sky above the gloomy alpine retreat churned itself into the bleary eye of a beast that glared down balefully at them all. Nature itself scolded them for standing by and letting this happen when it was their charged duty to protect the people of this world. That was the way it was supposed to work. The Marines were the guardians and protectors of those beneath the umbrella of the world government. But what do we do when the world government itself commits this shit? Garp thought, his teeth clenched hard enough to grind down mountains, tapping one finger on his suit's white sleeve as his ship once again came into dock beside Sengoku's austere-looking battleship. Stand around with our thumbs up RSS and build a nice little picket fence to let the worms paint the town red. The broad-chested Marine had been in a foul mood when he had first arrived for this gig, and the past few hours had succeeded in dwindling what little patience he still had. Now here he was again, about to check in with his old comrade and brother-in-arms, and say with a straight face that nothing was wrong. The gangplank between both ships to admit his passage, not that he needed it. After all, he could probably jump from here to the island in a single bound. But for the sake of niceties, he stepped up onto the wide wooden board and crossed over to Sengoku's ship. His footsteps were joined by the creak and clack of two more sets of footfalls falling into step behind him, and Garp felt his mood improve a modicum that he was not alone in his dissatisfaction. Of the 4 vice-admirals that Fleet Admiral Kong had sent to this shitheel of a mission, he had either made the mistake or good decision in asking for Zephyr. The Black Fist followed Garp onto Sengoku's ship with Bogard bringing up the rear, their expressions much more guarded than Garp's clear scowl but still obviously disliking what their orders were being made accessory to. Unable to help due to the blasted rule from the Gorosei of maintaining the blockade at all costs. Or at least, that was the look that they were putting on for Sengoku's crew, who watched them all with bated breath. Garp suppressed the urge to let his scowl morph into a grimace as he recalled his somewhat out-of-the-box solution to the issue at hand. Unwilling to admit that it had been Bogard's quick thinking that had turned it into something somewhat feasible. While he couldn't directly stop Jalmak's malignance, he could at least stymie the steadily growing number of dead and wounded. His attention shifted to the upper gangways and crosstrees that crisscrossed the blue and green superstructure that most marine battleships sported, spotting figures sticking to the shadows in some pathetic attempt at being menacing. They weren't trying to hide, and even if they had, they wouldn't have been able to slip past his observation. Cypher Pole, he thought in annoyance, recognizing their tacky black suits, sunglasses, and fedoras even without the gold world government brooch they all wore at their left lapel. They were probably here to act as the eyes and ears of the government, but he was perplexed at the lack of any of their white-clothed colleagues. Aegis Zero isn't here, and they sure as shit aren't with Jalmak. Something stinks about all this. While not exactly the sharpest sword on the rack, Monkey D. Garp was a shade more shrewd than all, save a select few ever saw, and while he didn't know the particulars of the situation, he knew enough to say that something was up, and hopefully he'd be able to ask Sengoku about it soon enough. There was a tension in the air that was electric, having nothing to do with the storm building above their heads. It wasn't something that you should feel walking onto the ship of your so-called allies. He continued walking uninterrupted until he passed a line of Marines standing at parade rest, saluting him as he passed. With no warning, Garp whirled to face them head-on and stuck his fingers into his mouth, pulling his cheeks wide and sticking out his tongue at the Marines. "Blah la 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 la!" he yelled, rolling his eyes for comedic effect. "Ah!" The group of young Marines squealed in fright, stumbling backwards and dropping their weapons while others fell flat on their rears as the very tall and very imposing Vice Admiral continued to pull faces at them. From beside him, Zephyr snorted in amusement at the attempt to break the bleak atmosphere and shook his head. "Cut that out, Garp. If one of them craps themselves, then Sengoku will make you mop it up." "Seriously?" "Zephyr, it's called the poop deck for a reason," Garp reasoned, causing Bogart to tilt the wide brim of his hat to shield himself from the cringe he felt at the sincerity in his leader's voice. While he knew he was trying to lighten the mood, it was highly likely that Garp genuinely believed that, or that Bogart had personal experience of it. Neither was a particularly pleasant reality. A vein popped in the purple-haired man's temple. "That's not what it means. It's never been what it means. Or God forbid what it's for." "Oh yeah, then why is it called the poop deck?" Garp said, sound self-satisfied, that he obviously was right on this rightfully silly argument. No selling the energetic response. The younger Vice Admiral slipped his hands into his pockets. "It comes from la poupe, the word for the back of a ship in the Frost Kingdom in the East Blue," he explained, not missing a beat. "Huh." Grap blinked owlishly. Bogart's hat dipped further. Opening his mouth to continue, Zephyr's eye narrowed before shutting his mouth. Whatever line of thought he had been on being violently derailed into a screech of indignant confusion. "Wait, aren't you from East Blue?" "How is it that I know that and you don't?" Scratching his cheek in embarrassment, Garp mustered a shrug. "Sounds kinda boring, to be honest. I prefer using ship as punching bags, so they're usually scrap and splitters by the time I can see what part of the ship I'm pounding," he offered honestly. Bogart's lips curled upwards in amusement before thinning to a thin line. "Vice Admiral, sirs," he said, causing both inhumanly tall men to turn and look at him. "We'd best not keep your fellow Vice Admirals waiting any longer." Both men schooled their features hearing that, turning on their heels and silently marching with the XO, bringing up the rear once again. It was not long before they found both Sengoku and John Giant by the ship's central mast. They were not exactly difficult to miss. At 36 years old, Vice Admiral Sengoku was a man in the prime of his life and the picture-perfect model of what it meant to be a Marine. But as with any Marine of above a certain rank, he had a level of eccentricity to his appearance that set him apart from the rank-and-file Marines under his command. Like Garp and Zephyr, Sengoku fell within the realms of a superhuman and boasted an imposing height of 9'1", with a broad chest and heavily muscled arms that shone through the dark blue double-breasted suit he wore paired with a white button-down shirt and perfectly tied blue tie. His face was wide and serious with a thick black mustache and a prominent black afro. A pair of round-rimmed glasses was perched on his nose, glinting in the light. Finally, he sported the characteristic justice coat clipped to his shoulders as a cape. "You are late," he said sharply, his voice cold. "If I could beat you two here with my size, then you two should be ashamed." Vice John Giant added hotly, tapping his foot on the deck with enough force to make nearby lanterns quiver. As his name would imply, John Giant was a giant, and while that statement may have been redundant, seeing him in the flesh forced the affirmation of his size from all who looked at him. The first ever member of his species to join the Marines, though not the last, he was a massive figure that made even the three superhumans present seem like small rodents by comparison. He was sat on the next deck up with his legs hanging over the edge to rest beside where the trio now conversed. Tall and rippling with muscle, John Giant had a broad and sour-looking face that was deeply lined with frown lines and somewhat beady eyes. His hair was a curly brown that fell to the nape of his neck and two bushy sideburns either side of his face. An orange button-down shirt with gold buttons was worn about his cheek, while his lower body was adorned in a pair of blue buccaneer breeches tucked into knee-high black boots. An appropriately sized katana sheathed at his left hip. Different from the others, or most other Marines in general, John wore his justice coat as an actual coat, with his arms in the sleeves, and had it richly decorated in gold filigree and medals. Waving off their annoyance, Garp addressed them with the flippant disregard for their rank. "Yeah, well, we're here. We have nothing to report, and now we're gonna go. Have fun playing babysitter to an asshole with a fishbowl on his head." He jeered before turning on his heel. "How dare you refer to the celestial dragons with such disrespect?" John growled, jabbing a finger at the short black-haired man's back. "You forget yourself, Garp." "Oh, blow it out your ass, John." Garp shot back bluntly, looking over his shoulder at the colossal Vice Admiral and jerking his chin towards the island. "We're the same rank, so you have no right to tell me what to do. Least of all, give that subhuman sludge in a stand of condom anything more than a fart in his general direction." Monkey D. Garp was many things: blunt, brave, loyal to a fault, and a sworn believer in moral justice. But he had never, nor would he ever expressly kowtow to people who kept and proliferated slavery. He would never become an admiral and forfeit his freedom of choice to become a glorified lapdog for the worst of humanity. So while he may follow his words to the letter, he was very loose with what he viewed as the letter of the law. One of the perks of being a Marine was the notion of emergency powers, the ability to tell established law that it was suspended until such a time as normality was restored. A long-winded way of saying that he wouldn't even piss on a celestial dragon even if they were on fire. Silence fell over the battleship, an uneasy and tension-filled silence at the borderline sacrilege that had just passed from Garp's lips. No one said a word, and the microcosm of shuffles, uneasy looks, and thick swallows was deafened by the rising wind as the muggy sky transitioned to the beginnings of a storm. Garp's coat fluttered in the wind, its justice on proud display to the giant vice admiral, as if daring the much older vice admiral to test him. John's jaw locked tight and his hand came to rest on the handle of his katana, its clover-shaped hilt begging to be parted from the sheath. Before things could erupt into a true incident, Sengoku finally spoke. Enough. John, calm down. John whipped his head around to look at Sengoku. I'm the one that needs to calm down? He's goading you into a fight that Zephyr and I would have to intercede on, meaning that all 4 present vice admirals would be unable to intercede and all focus would be here. He turned his gaze on Garp, eyes turning to chips of glacial onyx, meaning no one would notice the men he dispatched to the island to help evacuate the citizenry of the Shukriya kingdom. A murmur of surprise permeated the air, and Garp's smirk dropped to a strained rictus. John's righteous anger bled away in favor of confusion. What? Did you really think I wouldn't notice that there were less life signatures on your ship with every pass? Sengoku asked Garp, totally ignoring John. He stepped forwards towards Garp, who walked to meet him, stopping when they were eye to eye. From within his pocket, Garp tensed his hand 3 times, not taking his focus away from Sengoku. He saw Bogard shift imperceptibly in his peripheral vision and felt relief sweep over him. When Garp and Bogard had collaborated on this plan, his XO had made sure to acquire a horned transponder snail from storage and hid it within the folds of his coat. That tiny tilt of the head, bereft of any emotion that could be picked up with observation hockey, every single transponder snail on the ship, be they recording, communication, or anything in between, had just gone dead, meaning he was free to speak his mind and no one would be able to prove it. God bless you, Bogard. What I think, Vice Admiral Sengoku, he punctuated each word with force, is that it is the duty of every Marine to help those who require help. And if a large population of clueless bystanders were to unintentionally walk to the boundaries of the island, well then it is my duty to take them into protective custody upon my ship until the blockade is over. Sengoku scowled, fixing his anger-filled eyes squarely on the other vice admiral standing before him. What you're doing could land you with a court-martial, Garp, or even treason if the Gorosei find out. What are you talking about? Garp replied, his smirk vicious, the scar on his face contouring into a grin of its own. I'm simply being flexible with how I enforce the blockade. If it's anyone's fault, it's yours for not being clear enough. Gritting his teeth, Sengoku felt his hands clenched into fists. You don't want this fight, Garp. Oh, I think I do. You could hear a pin drop in that stitch of time, where a clash of ideologies danced on the knife edge of becoming a brawl of fist. Regardless of which side you supported, all in that moment wished for a miracle to avert this catastrophe, a miracle that fate was all too eager to deliver. The sky rumbled with thunder in a tempestuous crash, and a presence suddenly manifested on the edge of their senses, a large and looming threat that bore down of them with a wrath that shattered the current argument. Garp and Sengoku whipped around in a flash, blitzing to the port sidebow of Sengoku's battleship, Zephyr quickly joining them to stand atop one of the domed cannon turrets while John got to his feet. As one, every single hockey-capable Marine on every battleship taking part in the blockade fixed their attention on the horizon. Something's coming, Sengoku said grimly before barking orders for the rest of the non-hockey users to make ready. Whatever it is coming fast. A large drop of sweat beaded at John's temple, his eyes slowly widening. This presence is unreal, he muttered, the image taking form in his mind's eye, forming something terrifying. Garp tamped down on his surprise and expanded the range of his observation until a dot appeared on the horizon, not yet clear, even through a telescope, but Garp knew that hockey. Crap, of all the times and all the people, why did it have to be her? Zephyr clenched his fist and let it flash black with hockey. Look not for war, Garp, but be ready when she comes. This is no war, Zephyr. Garp grimaced before his face split into a predatory grin, excitement and adrenaline pouring into his arms and legs. Attention, attention, all blockade crew to battle stations. This is a code red. A harried voice stammered over the PA system as one by one each ship began to emit its klaxon cry. Outbound scouts have confirmed the presence of a ship that matches the profile of the Queen Mama Shanter, Charlotte Big Mom, Linlin and Uzumaki Typhon. Naruto are on a direct collision course for Kurigana Island. This was not war. Two monsters had clawed their way from the abyss of night and now came upon them with wings of storm, with the wind as their feet and the beat of their hearts, the thunder. The tempest was about to break upon them, and all collectively noted that their ships, the pinnacle of size on the seas, suddenly felt like rafts in the path of a tsunami. The Chanter's deceleration was far more smooth than its initial devil fruit-induced burst of speed, the great bulk of the food-themed ship slipping back into the late gray waters with a boom of surf. She coasted for a few moments before tilting lightly in the wound, now floating approximately 1 nautical mile out from the gloomy island's forested shoreline. The crew got to their feet on shaky legs before gaining their bearings, the exhilaration and exhaustion at such a prolonged charge needing a moment to clear from their systems. More than one of the crewmen and women staggered to the railings and vomited over the side of the ship, emptying the contents of their stomachs with wet squelches. To their credit, the disorientation didn't last all that long, for they were a New World pirate crew, to whom the fantastical was as annoying as inclement weather. After all, they had much greater bastions of power and terror in their midst and at their heads. Naruto let out a low, appreciative whistle at the timing job. The issue with utilizing World's more fruit was that he needed to reapply 100-fold speed every 10 minutes or so to keep them on track, and there had been a small chance that the last of such applications would have sent the Chanter careening into Redfield's island as a shower of brightly colored splinters. Alas, the speed had abated in just the nick of time, and the bigger of the Burndy brothers was raucous in his laughter at the fact. Whatever mirth the blonde felt stilled into a zen-like calm as he made his way up onto the figurehead where Redfield maintained the vigil, aloof as ever. But whatever visible calm the Count of Kurigana put off did nothing to abate the palpable anger and bloodlust that rolled off him in waves, tangible to even those without an empathetic sense like Naruto. But the blonde shinobi turned pirate did possess such a sense, and it felt every stab of righteous anger in a clarity that could have been their own. But it was not something he could not overcome. Not something he had not already overcome. His wrath was his own, and on this day, in this place, it was about to be unleashed. Narrowing his blue eyes at the flotilla of marine battleships currently meandering around to ready position, Naruto had to note how imposing the force must be to most people. While the Chanter was darn near half a kilometer tall, the marine battleships were still bigger than almost any other commercial or pirate ships that he had seen since his arrival in this world. They were all so dreadfully similar though, almost impossible to tell apart. Save for one. Someone must really like dogs, Naruto said. Redfield did not dignify the words with a response, but did shift his focus to the dog-themed HQ-3's battleship, which unlike any of the other ships present save the Chanter, bore a figurehead of a hound dog happily chomping on a bone. Linlin joined her paramour on the figurehead, with World bringing up the rear. The pink-haired woman's new sentient pink bicorn hat sat jauntily on her head. I'd recognize that floating dog turd anywhere. That's Garp's ship. And where Garp is, Sengoku is usually never far behind. Garp, huh? Naruto mused, having heard the name once or twice before but never more than in passing. Silently, he began to expand his own enhanced senses, taking in the bountiful natural energy of the sea to usher him into sage mode. Though even without it fully active, yet he could sense a pressure on the air that told him a beast lay ahead. That's the name of a powerful marine, right? One of the strongest, as much as it pains me to say it. He's a pain in the ass and more tenacious than a used ship salesman. Packs a hell of a right hook too. Linlin grunted, remembering the few times she had crossed fists with the brawler vice admiral. Brash, hard-headed, surprisingly intelligent, and a heart of gold, despite the shit the world government makes him walk in. Honestly, I think that's why he wears a white suit, just to spite them. A beat passed before she smirked and bunked her hip against Naruto's shoulder. He's kinda like you, just dumber. The unsaid backhanded insult did not bother Naruto, but it did give Naruto pause in considering what would make someone similar to himself be an accomplice to this travesty. Orange pigment appeared over his eyes as they became gold with the toad-like bars of Sage Mode, his senses expanding in concert with the observation haki of his three allies to paint a picture that went beyond sight, sound, or any synesthesia between. There were 7 battleships to their immediate 4, each one carrying at least 1,000 souls aboard, while an 8th was attempting to make a circuit of the island to join up with the rest of the blockade. Klaxons bleared loudly as thousands of footfalls sprinted this way and that, grabbling swords and muskets and clumsily attempting to bring their cannons to bear on the Chanter. Compared with the legions of panicked enlisted men, Naruto zoomed in on a handful of much more powerful signatures, with their four most powerful members standing astrike one another on the deck of one ship in particular. "There's a giant with them," Naruto pointed out, noting the sheer difference from the normally happy titans. The mention of a giant made Linlin square her shoulders as she recalled a haze of memory from long ago. "Elbaf, there's a few of them in the Marines. They don't like me much, given my history with them." Joining in on the assessment, she quickly picked out what she recognized as the austere presence of Sengoku and Zephyr gathered in the same area. But of all the emotions they felt from their foes, it was not them, not even Garp's bestial excitement that they felt. Deep in the heart of the island, far distant and unaware of the calamity bearing down on them, the hundreds of Redfield subjects still suffered beneath the cruelty of Jalmak's cruel time wasting. Executed at the hand of the world noble, or his clan of sycophantic knights and other assorted servants. Their cries of pain and pleas for help lit a fire in all of their hearts, but none more potently than the Count himself. His fingers gripping the batwing handle of his umbrella with such force that his hands began to bleed. The first of the battleships had finally managed to bring their guns to bear on the Shanter and launched an initial salvo of high-explosive ordnance right at the quartet. The three large cannonballs sent whistling through the air in a parabolic arc. "Incoming!" A midshipman called to the grunts under his control, and several of the newer Big Mom crew braced for impact, while more advanced chess soldiers sprinted to the front of the ship in a suicidal attempt to throw themselves in front of their captain and her allies. Naruto began to weave hand signs to call up a water dragon and devour the cannonballs using the ample ocean water as fuel, but was blindsided when a swirl of purple and red blurred at his side. Taking hold of the shaft of his umbrella, Redfield twisted the handle with a sharp click, and they watched as its tit extended to a long handle, while a great edged blade in the shape of a bat's wing folded from the other end. Now wielding a stylized scythe, the Count instantly proved it to be more than just for show, sweeping it diagonally to send a vermilion-colored slash flying out, bisecting the cannonballs and causing them to explode harmlessly a few hundred feet off the bow. Resting the scythe on his shoulder, Redfield finally spoke in a glacial tone that would scare most men to death. "I want to kill these Marines. I want to gut and bone them and hang their entrails from stakes till the ravens have their fill," he said, eyes not leaving the distant treetops. "But that would waste too much time while my subjects suffer, and injustice I will not permit. So tell me, Typhon." Naruto perked up. "Will you hold to your promise to kill a celestial dragon?" "Do you even have to ask?" Naruto replied, his eyes serious. Accepting the answer, Redfield took a step backwards. "Then prove it. Help clear the path for our arrival. As your captain's ally and count of this kingdom, I ask you to remove this unwanted stain from my doorstep before we arrive." It was a very flowery way of saying that Redfield wanted to save his anger for Jalmak and his knights, rather than wasting it on the four vice admirals ready to fight them, even if caught on the back foot. Thinking it over for a second, Naruto gave a short nod before approaching the front of the figurehead, unsurprised when Linlin was beside him. "I can do this by myself, Yano," Naruto told his significant other, reaching up a hand to the tip of his bow staff and pulling it from its strap. Mama. Linlin chortled, grinning that bloodthirsty grin that the smaller of the two could call nothing else but primally attractive. "If you think I would miss the chance to ride into battle with you, then you're not beating the dumb blonde allegations, Whiskers." "Ha!" Naruto snorted, drawing the bow and taking a ready position. "If you think you can hang with me, thigh-highs, then you clearly don't remember all the times I pounded you into the dirt." Linlin smirked, resisting the urge to comment on his phrasing. Instead, she raised her hand above her head. "Ready to show them what you can do, Napoleon?" The cartoonish skull's blue eyes opened wide on the bicorn before setting into an air of happy determination. "You betcha, Mama." The newborn Napoleon yelled, jumping from Linlin's head and letting her long curtain of pink hair billow in the wind. The hat turned in midair, and both its handle and long-faced gold cutlass blade appeared from both ends, the owner quickly snatching it from the air and taking up a ready stance of her own. Naruto let his chakra thrum to the surface, gold and blue energies boiling to life from every pore and sending his clothes fluttering, a strong wind beginning to flow outwards from his body. With a moment's thought, he sent mass amounts of wind-natured and senjutsu-infused chakra into his bow staff, its sea stone construction, the perfect conduit and amplifier for the energies of nature. Every single sailor on the Shanter felt an inhuman chill prickle at their senses, the old warning of a storm in its early stages taking form and bubbling up from Naruto and his weapon. He was a typhoon, human form that any self-respecting sailor would bow to the majesty of, but Linlin would not be outdone. Tensing her whole body, the rich purple eldritch energies of the soul fruit permeated the air and infused her every cell, joined with her endless flow of haki. Her body was covered in an aura of haki so dark and thick that even those with no sensitivity would have been able to see a warp in the air around her. Naruto was a torrent of wind and will. Linlin was the fury in the fire of the soul, and black and gold lighting began to crackle between them. But it was not like any of their prior clashes. It was as if two choirs were working to draw their voices into a single, powerful concert. Naruto's voice was one deep and old, a power of nature, a will that had breached worlds to find a truth. Linlin's was sharp and new, full of power and seeking new understanding of itself. The powers did not want to fight. They wished to be as one, but did not know how. Gritting her teeth, Linlin shouted, "Sync up with me, Whiskers." She was still new to this. It was difficult even if her mind and body were willing. "Balance it out, Linlin. Let it be what you want it to be, your power and mine." Naruto offered a white hue falling over his bow as the natural energy began to grow into a self-sustaining loop. Far distant aboard the deck of Sengoku's flagship, the Buddha's eyes widened behind their glasses, scarcely believing what was unfolding before him. "Be ready," he called, his form beginning to glow gold. Linlin growled, trying to coral the power until finally her eyes snatched upon the disturbance between them itself. The black and gold lightning was starting to coil around one another into a helix, and with a subtle change in perspective. They were as one black lighting of the Conqueror, sheathed in the golden luster of the Typhon. Power flowed through Naruto, a gold and cobalt-colored tide of concentrated energy that flowed along the length of his sea prism stone bow and into the gathering maelstrom between him and Linlin. World had to shield his eyes as tendrils of cloud, thick with every weather phenomena imaginable, were drawn down from the heavens and used to fuel the helix of power that was an expression of two powers as one. Two minds as one. And in that moment, the pair knew the attack's name and found it fitting. It built and built until finally they both swung, unleashing the pent-up power across the sea with a wrathful cry. Storm sovereignty. And thus, with a swish of wind, the world came undone. Sound itself was rent as the proud calamity of power was unleashed towards the waiting ships, a lance of iridescent power that drilled forwards like the searching finger of a tornado, growing wider and wider as it picked up speed. The ocean beneath them boiled as the attack passed, a single heartbeat stretching out into an epic as each and every marine saw their lives flash before their eyes. It was then and only then did Garp leap into action, quite literally. Crouching low, he built superhuman power within his legs and took to the skies in a bound that reduced the section of the deck he was standing on to splinters. The entirety of Sengoku's ship dipping 10 meters deeper into the waterline, he flew forwards like an arrow loosed from a bow, a mosh cone forming around him before shattering as he left the sound barrier in the dust. "Zephyr!" "Sengoku," he called, his smile massive. "Leave it to me. On it." Both vice admirals answered. Zephyr propelled himself into the air with a similar burst of speed. His body blurred in and out of existence with sudden bursts of shave, poofs of condensed air booming from his kicking legs as he supplemented his passage with 2 of the 6 powers of Rokushiki, soon catching up with Garp. Sengoku, meanwhile, was suffused with golden light, growing larger and wider, his suit jacket falling away. When the light finally abated, he was a man transformed, his skin and clothes, a heavenly gold, and while still a few meters shorter than John Giant, who had drawn his sword and infused it with the black sheen of armament haki, was the impossibly large figure of a great daibutsu. The trio had recognized the threat of Storm's sovereignty long before the 2 pirates had loosed it into the wind and the moment Garp had moved. All knew that they would have to counter with the combination attack of their own. Sengoku raised a huge golden palm and pulled it backwards, a menace of purest golden light haloing the appendage as he gritted his teeth. Summit. Black hair flying around his face messily as he flew into the path of the roaring beast, Garp chambered a fist and let it bleed black. Of everyone in the Marines, there was perhaps no one as adept with haki as Monkey D. Garp. His hand was wrapped in a blue-white halo of his will made manifest, his solemn vow, his college. "We will stop this attack in its tracks," he declared mentally, blood at a boil at the sheer exhilaration of it all. Galaxy. He was not alone, for mirroring his action was none other than Zephyr, his entire left arm darker than a moonless night. While he was not a true master of armament as Garp was, he was a genius of the fist, using what he had in ways that none had ever considered. From within the confines of his black fist, shafts of yellow and orange light began to emerge. Smash, enlightenment, impact, buster. Sengoku's arm struck out like a viper, unleashing the gathered power in translucent golden shockwave that rang with the cry of a bell, catching up and passing Garp and Zephyr, who were sucked into its wake. Going that much faster, flying in the vacuum that it had created. Garp swung forwards and unleashed the gathered haki via emission, one of the most advanced disciplines of armament hockey. A deluge of dark blue hockey and enough compressed air pressure to level a city was unleashed in a bubble of pure destructive pressure that filled the concave shape of Sengoku's shockwave. Zephyr chambered his fist further, glowing with more shafts of light. He had learned some time ago that a mission was currently beyond his level of finesse with hockey, but it didn't mean that he hadn't worked to find a workaround. Most people simply armored the outside of their limbs with hardening, but the Black Fist learned that the division between outside and in could be used to great effect. Smashbuster worked by armoring his limb in hockey before flooding the inside of his arm with as much hockey as he could, pressurizing it until it could no longer be contained within the limb, so at any moment, usually on contact with an enemy, every single hit could receive a bomb of hockey. A poor man's omission perhaps, but it was effective. With his roar joining the others, Zephyr swung and his fist detonated a flood of orange and yellow hockey flowing out of him with the boom of a cannon, filling in behind the double layers of the others' attacks and serving as the propellant to drive one combination attack into another. Meeting in the middle, the two praxioms of diametrically opposed power collided with biblical reverberations that shook the teeth of everyone within a dozen miles. They drilled against each other for dominance, with neither giving an inch until finally, at some unsaid signal, only the heavens could fathom both attacks, detonated into a dome of rainbow, gold and black energy that was nearly a kilometer across. Sound briefly bled away from the world as if reality was so shocked by the meeting of the elements that it had to take a moment before cause and effect were permitted to resume. And in that time, a paradox of calm and chaos played out to both sides. The sky was the sea, and the sea was the sky. Both cloud bank and ocean dimpled into concave cavitations that were totally still, with fish clearly able to be seen swimming from one sphere to another. Weightlessness fell over the nearby ships while static crackled with such ferocity that every single light bulb on the marine ships shorted out simultaneously. Eventually, something had to give. A whump of infrasound heralded the end to the minor break. In reality, the merged attacks pulling in on themselves to a singular point of light before finally exploding, releasing all the pent-up noise and pressure in a singular, unfathomably loud and cataclysmic K. Raka-kaka-kum. For one unlucky marine battleship that had been too close to the initial clash, the shockwave that fell upon it from the cloudburst was as if it had been struck by the hammer of an angry war god. In a mere moment, every single surface on the ship, from the sheets to the iron hull plating, and even the mighty keel, was pulped to splinters that were sent flying across the bay as shrapnel flew from a grenade. Garp and Zephyr caught the shockwave in the chest and were sent reeling backwards, crashing back down onto the deck of Garp's ship that the churning waters had pushed into their path. Naruto was forced to stick his feet to the figurehead with chakra and had to look perplexed at the damage he had wrought. But soon enough, he looked to Linlin and saw her face was one of shock as well. But from her feelings, he sensed only pleasant surprise. Now you see what you can do when you master yourself, he thought, pleased by both her state and the hole that had been punched in the blockade, and wouldn't you look at that, a path cleared, as promised. What was that? St. Jalmac demanded, picking himself up from the floor with the assistance of his knights and other servants. Moments ago, the entire island had been rocked by an unholy shockwave that had shattered nearly every single pane of glass on the island. Unknown to him, battle had commenced between the forces of his blockade and the rightfully pissed-off forces of Naruto, Big Mom, and their allies. We don't know, sir. One of his servants, a knight clad in cataphractic silver armor with an ellipsoid-shaped helmet, replied. Amidst the pandemonium caused by the shockwave, a series of much smaller booms began to echo out from the edge of the island, ones that the knight was able to recognize as cannon fire. The island is under attack. Jalmac snarled, clenching his hand around his gilded pistol as his breath and spittle fogged up the inside of his cube-shaped plastic helmet. Who would even dare? When he did not get an immediate reply, he grabbed one of the knights by a pauldron and shoved him harshly, sending the loyal servant stumbling back. Find out, you worm! Why, yes, St. Jalmac, the knight answered, snapping off a sharp salute before running off to the many other servants that were manning the communications equipment, wiping shards of glass and dust from his usually immaculate protective clothing. St. Jalmac of the Celestial Dragons strode to one of the shattered windows and looked out over the heart of this dead-end backwater he had found himself in. After taking control of the island, he had taken up temporary residence in the castle of the kingdom's absent ruler, Count Patrick Redfield. It was a large Gothic affair that was the jewel of the island's characteristically creepy architecture, but to Jalmac it was little more than a tawdry shack when compared to the lofty heights of Pangaea Castle. Looking in the direction of where the shockwave had come from, the spacesuit-sporting dragon could see little more than the mist-heady forests that covered most of the island, blocking any view of the sea. But there was evidence of the proclaimed attack. Flashes of orange and yellow light plumed into being along that side of the horizon, poking through the trees as distant marine turrets and carronades tried desperately to hold back whatever it was that was approaching the island. The cataphract stumbled back into the room, his face hidden by his helmet, but had Jalmak been able to see it, it would have been grave. "It's pirates, my lord. The Big Mom pirates under Charlotte Linlin." That name rang oddly familiar to Jalmak for some reason, but it didn't stand out especially well. What is the point of learning the names of people who never have nor never will affect your life? He wondered, but knew the fact that this was a New World pirate crew did pose some concern. "Contact Sengoku and tell him to eradicate the pirates. Spare none. And if any do happen to survive, see them branded with the hoof by nightfall," Jalmak ordered. We cannot, sir," replied the cataphract, earning him a sour face and a demand to explain. "We don't know why. But there's something blocking our transponder snail signal to Sengoku's ship, and the rest of the ships are locked in combat with the Big Mom pirates and her allies." "Allies? Who else dares?" he said, cocking his pistol and fully intending on blowing the knight's brains from his skull if he found the answer wanting. According to the blockade, it is the world pirates, as well as Red the Aloof, Count of Kuragana. An evil smirk spread across Jalmak's bearded face. "There was one other. Enough of that," he shouted, cutting the knight off. "That cur who thinks himself royalty attacks a place where I have come, so he can enjoy seeing his people suffer for it. Send word to our forces across the island. Kill everyone and start with the children." Shock permeated Big Mom's crew after what they had just witnessed. The power displayed by their captain and her paramour was something that many of them had heard of, but even after all this time had been skeptical of the truth. Yet now it was beyond doubt Naruto was indeed someone strong enough to stand beside their queen. Trepidation and distrust began to quickly shift within their chests, metamorphosize into excitement and fervor. Weapons were drawn from sheaths and held aloft. Lances, swords, axes, rifles, and clubs. From the highest-ranked chess soldier to the lowliest swabi, all roared their approval for their queen and the person who, for the first time, had shown them he was worthy of the title of king. Ro. What a stupendous attack! World laughed his approval, thumping a meaty fist to his chest as his crew silently agreed. He turned to face the throng of people below him. A sea of faces that massed on the deck primarily formed of the Shanter's massive crew, but interspersed with his own men and women and the sparse littering of Redfield's servants in their magenta cloaks. Pirates of the New World. Your king and queen set an example. Are you gonna let them down? "No!" the pirates thundered, stamping their feet and discharging their firearms into the air. From their place at the figurehead, Naruto and Linlin looked in the direction of the huge pirate as he worked the crowd. A meaty finger was jabbed at Redfield. "Our friend has had his land attacked, and these marine slimes want to keep him from taking his home back. We won't let that stand." "Why? Yeah, screw the Navy. Let's kick their teeth in." "He's quite good at that," Naruto observed as the ship began to move again, bringing its broadside cannons to bear on the remaining battleships, the mighty guns belching superheated iron and high explosive shot. The blonde eyed the gap in the flotilla. "I'm going to have to get going soon enough." Linlin nodded, her orange eyes trained on one of the ships where a glow of gold and a large figure could be seen. Sengoku and John Giant were firmly in her sights, so she gave Naruto a playful smack on the back. "Go have your fun, Whiskers, and make sure the worm dies in pain." She may be changing, but Linlin was still a bloodthirsty woman. Naruto gave the simplest of mental pokes and felt Kurama respond, his body shrouded in the golden chakra of the mightiest bijou. He remained on the figurehead for a moment more, nodding to all those looking his way, then blasted into the air, streaking forwards at great speeds with a trail of flaming gold in his wake. Linlin watched him go before bringing her fingers to her mouth and whistling, calling Zeus and Prometheus, who emerged from the crosstrees, to stay by her side. She snapped her fingers and Zeus expanded, his coloration darkening to a thundercloud and allowing Linlin to step up onto him before beginning their own flight towards the marine ships. Redfield and World remained aboard the ship, watching the two monsters make their way towards their given quarries. Wanting to join in on the fun, World made to jump over the edge and down onto one of the Tarte ships that were deploying en masse. "A moment of your time, Mr. World." World paused, looking up at Redfield, who looked at him searchingly. "Huh?" Redfield twirled his scythe in one hand while coming to stand in front of the burly pirate, looking up into his face. "As sure as I am that the Typhon will slay the dragon, I would quite like to get in there and kill those who are hurting my subjects." I would not ask this in the presence of others, and ask that you never repeat what I am about to say to you. But, he pointed the scythe at the flying Naruto, throw me. World cocked his head to one side, looking at the Count as if he had grown a second head, before nodding and holding out one of his exceptionally well-muscled arms. Redfield's long, thin legs bent at the knees and hopped into the air, turning in midair and landing atop the other man's arm in a light crouch. Stamping one leg forwards, the younger Burndy brother tensed his leg and amassed his strength, the deck creaking in protest beneath him. Ready? A cool, determined nod was his reply. Right then. More, World intoned, the invisible influence taking hold over Redfield as he became the projectile. 100-fold toss. He threw Redfield with all of his strength and sent the Red Count streaking across the sky as a magenta and checkered dart, falling catching up with Naruto as both landed on the coastline and set off into the forest making for the center of the island. Pain smarted through Garp's body as he pulled himself to his feet, copious detritus falling from his thoroughly rumpled suit before he cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders to loosen the stiffness that had built up in them from his rough landing. The pressure wave from that monstrous airburst earlier had sent both him and Zephyr crashing into his ship, and by the time he had gotten back up, the Big Mom contingent had already begun their ingress into the theater of battle. The Chanter may have been outnumbered, but she was hardly outgunned, her massive broadside cannons unleashing salvos and mortar stonks into the marine battleships that maneuvered to keep out of the lines of fire. That Typhon, spoke Zephyr as he got to his feet, looking worse for wear than the older man, has a hell of a way of introducing himself. Garp shook his head ruefully. Only proper way to say hello is a punch, so I'd say he's greeted us and ready to talk the only way I know how. He punched fist to palm before searching for any sign of the bounty head. Spotting the streak of gold-making vanishing into the forest with a speck of magenta, Garp set his mind on following them because if his haki was telling him anything, then it was the Uzumaki, despite having the lowest bounty. That was of the greatest threat, and would provide the funnest scrap. He began to jog along the length of the ship, picking up speed as he broke into a run and found Zephyr at his side again. He shot the purple-haired Vice Admiral a glower. The hell are you doing following me? Zephyr frowned, keeping pace despite being visibly winded. You aren't gonna fight that monster alone, are you? You'll need me. Probably, Garp conceded, but turned to look towards Sengoku's distant ship. But I'd wager those two are going to need you more, he said, causing Zephyr to direct his observation to the strong life forces of Sengoku and John Giant. Charlotte Linlin rode atop her homies in the skies above the bay, looking like a god of old loosing forks of powerful purple lightning that crackled against the iron hulls of the battleships, superheating them and electrifying any poor sap that happened to be nearby. Her intent was plain to see, drawn towards the two other vice admirals like a moth drawn to a flame. Her statuesque form leapt from the sentient thundercloud and soared towards the ship like an eagle at the zenith of its dive. As she fell, she held out a hand that the flaming son of Prometheus flew into and squeezed, kneading the plasma construct into a fiery broadsword that served as partner to the grinning gold cutlass that was Napoleon. No further, witch, John Giant boomed, swinging his hockey-infused katana up to meet Linlin. The Pinkett did not move to avoid the slash but instead flipped in midair, adding the coil of centrifugal energy to her passage and bringing down both gold and flaming swords onto John's katana. A shower of sparks and gold-blue energy exploded out from the point of contact, shaking the nearby waters, and Zephyr had to shield his eyes, but could not cover his ears. Mama, ha 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 ha. Back them up, Zephyr. I can handle myself, Garp ordered. You know you can't give me orders, right? Zephyr pointed out, noting Garp's own earlier words to John. The smile he received in response could be called shit-eating, carrying with it the unsaid words that the difference was that these orders made sense. He nodded. I'm on it, just give the Typhon a punch from me, he called before leaping off the side of the ship and using the several ships between them and the angry country destroyer to leapfrog his way there. Zephyr, my friend, you'll make a better admiral than I ever could, the last vice admiral remarked aloud before jumping in the direction of the island, hoping to cut off Naruto before he could do any more damage. Two figures sprinted through the forest with their feet barely touching the ground, blurs of movement that were like leaves caught in a strong gust of wind. Naruto had dropped from his chakra cloak to maintain at least some level of stealth and also in the hope of reducing collateral damage. Redfield, meanwhile, was keeping pace admirably after his sudden world-induced arrival had scared the crap out of the blonde. Used to rolling with the punches of unusual situations, Naruto had simply kept up the pace and continued to run towards where he sensed life signatures. The Shikiro Kingdom was mostly forested areas that were populated by the native mandrills, sentient monkeys that could copy skills they had observed, and the humans that served there as Redfield's subjects. I'm sensing the most negative emotions in the center of the island, but there's a few pockets of others scattered around the island, Naruto said as they continued their sustained sprint. Redfield took the information in, nodded, then said, most of the citizens live in the central city, but there are a number of smaller hamlets around the island. The mandrills act as go-betweens. Realizing the fact that this was a situation that required his particular set of skills, the last Uzumaki formed a familiar cross-shaped hand seal, and 24 clones popped into existence and began to run alongside him. He expected Redfield to make some kind of exclamation of surprise, but was met only with an amused half-smile. The older man swept out his scythe and cleaved a nearby tree branch, sending it falling into their path. Pato! At the call of his master and friend, the little brown tanuki emerged from the folds of Redfield's clothes and jumped onto the branch, quickly stripping it of its leaves and stacking them neatly in a pile that it passed back to Redfield. Then, much to Naruto's own surprise, the little raccoon dog was enveloped in a white puff of smoke and replaced with a smart wooden fountain pen. Transformation jutsu? Naruto wondered as Redfield feverishly began to write onto the stack of leaves. No, I sense no chakra, so it's probably another devil fruit power, Kurama said, analyzing the feelings he was receiving from Redfield and his off-companion. Swinging his scythe again, the stack of marked leaves was sent spiraling into the wind before each of them was enveloped in a familiar plume of white smoke that cleared to reveal dozens of doppelgangers of the aloof count. Naruto was utterly perplexed but settled for a chuffed affirmation. You are full of surprises, Red. I aim to amaze and will take no consolation prizes. At that point, the two agreed to dispatch their mutual clones to fan out over the island, while the two originals continued towards the center of the island. The two spent several more minutes running in relative silence until Naruto felt his danger sense blare a warning. A white shape bolted from the thick forest and tackled Naruto with such speed that he had already been smashed through 6 ancient pine trees by the time he had been able to crane his neck around to see just what the hell had its arms around him. A shock of close-cropped black hair and a scared forehead greeted him, and Naruto knew this had to be Monkey D. Garp. Naruto threw an elbow backwards and smashed it into Garp's face, having little more effect than making the Vice Admiral grin a tad wider. He repeated the maneuver a number of times before realizing that Garp had him in an awkward position and changing tact, forming a clone that appeared in midair above him. When one formed a shadow clone, they possessed the mental option to either spawn the clone static and unmoving, or maintain the same amount of momentum that their owner had, much like this one. Knowing its purpose the moment of its creation, the clone extended its arms to its boss, who grabbed it by the hand and swung it down between his legs. The downward and lateral kinetic energy was instantaneously transformed into a vector of reverse inertia, drilling both heels into Garp's crotch. Huffed. Garp gasped, eyes bugging from their sockets as white-hot pain shot up his spine from the below-the-belt blow, his grip loosening just enough for Naruto to wriggle free. Now out of the arms, Naruto and the clone continued their collaboration, grabbing Garp's wrists and performing a front flip while the clone kept its feet buried in Garp's crotch, leaving its legs up. With Naruto dragging down and his clone pushing up, they levered the Vice Admiral between them and tossed him at speed away from themselves, crashing through a copse of trees and sending him rolling into a clearing. Rolling several more times, Garp mastered his pain and dug his fingers into the ground and reoriented, dragging small lines in the ground as he gradually came to a stop when Naruto appeared in the clearing he had been knocked into. Naruto didn't take his eyes off Garp even as Redfield joined him, pointing his purple bat scythe at Garp as he got to his feet. Hey jackass, shoulder-checking someone from behind ain't exactly very nice, Naruto told the tall Vice Admiral as he finally got back up. Neither's kicking them in the balls. Garp winced, eyeing both of them. Who's your friend? A vampire cosplayer? Eyes narrowing dangerously, Redfield slammed the bottom of his staff to the floor of the clearing, cracking it. I am Count Patrick Redfield, Liege Lord and Count of the Shikairu Kingdom, which you people are in the process of ruining. Now get out of my way, Vice Admiral, or I will cut you stem to stern. Garp's smile wilted at that, his shoulders slumping slightly as he searched their faces for truth. The Count, he said slowly, brows knitting together in thought. None of them moved for a time, a stray wind of the storm blowing through the clearing and fluttering all their clothes. It began to rain then, drop after drop of slow, thick raindrops that pelted the trio. A single large raindrop struck Garp about the scar on his face, rolling down it with a cool slowness that ushered the Vice Admiral into his conclusion. He took a half step back and turned his body to the side, allowing unrestricted view of the path behind him. Go! Redfield made a surprised noise, and Naruto narrowed his eyes in suspicion. You're letting us go. What are you fucking stupid? Garp shot back, squinting at the, to him at least, short blonde. You're a known pirate and I'm a marine. I'm going to kick the crap out of you and make you beg for your mama. Him, on the other hand, he gestured flippantly to Redfield, is the leader of your island returning to your people. I'm maintaining the blockade in my own way. And if the gutless worm in the castle can't take it when an angry vampire cosplayer with a farming implement comes to him, then that's his problem. I'm just doing my job. Exchanging an unsaid conversation, the two allies met each other's eyes before Redfield set off again, jogging past Garp and into the forest beyond, bound for the center of the island. The Marine remained true to his word, his eyes never leaving Naruto until he was sure that Redfield was gone and not planning an attack of convenience. You're a lot shorter than I expected, he finally said, his face once more becoming full of battle-fueled mirth. That comment sent Naruto's eye twitching in annoyance, never quite being able to forget that he had been the shortest boy of his graduating class. It's not my fault most of the people I seem to be bumping into are vertically undisputed, Naruto griped, pointing an accusatory finger at the 9 feet of Vice Admiral standing before him. Well then maybe you shouldn't have taken the name of a storm giant then. I had no say in that. The bickering went back and forth until a lull fell over them, the sounds of the storm intensifying with booms of cannon fire mixing with the rumble of thunder. Kurama perked up from within Naruto and paid Garp close attention, both men falling into ready stances, bringing up their fists and squaring their shoulders. Careful with this one, Naruto. He feels like a tough one. Aren't they always? Naruto said, but despite his levity he found his heart thumping in his ears. That pressure before a good fight welling up from deep inside, and despite his better judgment he found himself smiling. Linlin says you're kinda like me. Guess that makes you pretty cool, Vice Admiral. Did she now? Well, you look like a pipsqueak, but I'm sure you can dance. Garp snorted, his muscles tensing. And my name is Garp. Typhon. What should I call you? Name's Naruto. Remember it. Both men vanished, reappearing in the middle of the field with their fists drawn back and dark with earth chakra and armament haki. Garp sent a brutal haymaker down at Naruto, while the blonde leapt up with an uppercut that rent the air. Naruto's hardened fist collided with Garp's jaw, and Garp's hand thundered into Naruto's forehead, shockwaves detonating from each. Both were suspended in chronostasis for a moment before being launched away from one another, each skidding to a stop. Garp licked his lips, a thin line of blood rolling from the edge of his mouth that he wiped aside. Naruto hissed at the bruise that would mark his forehead tomorrow. Both smiled and launched themselves into the fray again. I'll beat you down, Naruto! Bring it on, Garp! Running across the deck, Linlin brought Napoleon onto Sengoku's armored palm, levering her greater height against him until he formed a golden shockwave that sent her away from him. The Buddha had been forced to transition to his human form once again against Big Mom due to its ungainly size being a hindrance against an opponent as mobile as Linlin. While his ability to produce shockwaves was reduced compared to his Daibutsu and hybrid forms, he could still conjure them when he needed, supplementing his strength and endurance. As she flew away from him, Linlin displayed profound agility and acrobatics, pirouetting in the air and swinging her gold cutlass with one hand, Ikoku sovereignty. She launched the purple crescent moon of energized air pressure at the Vice Admiral while kneading Prometheus into a new shape with her left hand. The flaming homie transformed into a spear with a grinning arrow-shaped spear, tossing it in pursuit of the Buddha, Surya. Sengoku stepped in towards the attack and sent a straight punch at the crescent, grinding against it for a moment before sending it into Prometheus, who was returned to his globe of flame that continued to harry the Vice Admiral. Still in flight, Linlin strengthened her legs and made to drop-kick John Giant when she was intercepted by Zephyr, who launched a smashbuster into her feet. The explosion of haki causing her boots to smoke and causing her to be blown into the air above the ship. Mama, Zeus called, seeing his creator being pinballed. He flew into her path and broke her flight, providing the perfect platform for her to kick off and launch herself back into the fight. To her surprise, Napoleon's serrated mouth bit down on one of Zeus's stray electrical discharges, his entire length becoming shrouded in lightning. It seemed that whatever life force had been in Naruto's Vivera card had imbued the homie with some of the blonde's intuitive element manipulation. Taking the blade in both hands, she lifted Napoleon high as she rained down upon Zephyr, sweeping him down in a brutal electrified helmbreaker slash. Seeing the threat and unable to dodge, Zephyr armored up his forearms and protected himself with a crossguard, tanking the blow with a metallic chime. Horrible vibrations resonated up his arms as his body was numbed with the violet-colored lightning ravaged him before he was sent into the deck of the ship, crashing through several floors and deep into the hold. Linlin landed with a thud and lifted Napoleon to inspect him fondly. "Napoleon, you little scamp, look at you pulling off combinations so easily," she cooed, absent-mindedly kicking the head off of a lieutenant who had been dumb enough to try and rush her. She flicked her boot to rid it of the blood and cranial fluid. "Did you learn that from your papa?" The sword's blue eyes closed in an eye smile as it preened, its jagged gold teeth chattering animatedly. "You bet, mama. Papa can mix the elements into his bow, so why can't I?" She whipped the sword down, catching the necks of 3 CP7 agents in its mouth and letting the sword take a deep, meaty chomp. As their heads rolled onto the deck, hats still in place, Linlin was sure to flick the blood off and pat the sword's guard. "That's a good sword, and let's keep at it and see what you can really do." "Big Mom!" a rage-filled voice screamed, a massive shape swapping down on her visible in her haki. She sidestepped John Giant's massive katana that dug into the deck and hopped on the blunt side of the blade. She ran forwards and leapt, slamming Napoleon's pommel into his nose with enough force to break it with a wet crunch. She sneered at the giant. "Piss off, you overgrown brown nose. I'm having fun." Reaching up to his face, John took hold of his nose and snapped it back into the correct position with a wet crunch, grimacing as he did so. "How can you be so calm as you raise an island?" Cooing over a sword that eats men whole, Linlin flashed a happy smile, chuckling sardonically. "Raising it? We're here to save it from the worm with a fishbowl head. You're the ones trying to let that happen, and we're here to stop you. As for my sword, well," she rolled the sword in one hand, "I was raised to think that all children should be nurtured no matter where they came from." The giant vice admiral tightened the grip on his sword. "You are a monster, a country destroyer. Big Mom," John shouted, channeling haki into his sword and the metallic length turning black. "Mother Caramel should have strangled you at birth." Linlin's smile dropped. What did you just say to me?" John Giant bristled, puffing his chest up and strengthening his body to its utmost limit, ready to unleash everything he had in a single blow. "Mother Caramel raised me as well, sent me to the Marines. Made me a bastion of justice. But you? You laid waste to Elbaf and made Mother Caramel disappear, stole her devil fruit. I bet you killed her yourself." Linlin's long pink hair shadowed her eyes. Seeing the lapse in judgment, John pounced, bringing his sword in a mighty overhead cleave, hoping to split the woman's stem to stern. "Die, monster." Napoleon flashed in an arc of purple and gold, arresting the movement with a sonic boom. And when Charlotte Linlin looked up into the face of John Giant, her eyes were widened out with abject wrath. Her moment of mania was derailed, however, when a voice cut through the air, a familiar voice that had suddenly lost its bloody joy, replaced with an empathetic note. "No, Mama, do not give in to wrath. He doesn't deserve it." Linlin's pupils returned and she looked around her to wonder where the voice had come from before looking up at the golden blade of Napoleon, its blue eye locking on her. "Napoleon?" Pushing up with the sword, she sent John stumbling backwards into the mast and held the sword up before her. The mania and joyful slaughter that had been in Napoleon just a moment before was gone, replaced with a knowing and empathetic look that permeated the metal. She felt the sword's emotions in her soul more than she could see it in the expressive metal. "You're my mama. I won't let you fall into an anger not your own," the sword said earnestly. Linlin looked at it for a long time before seeing her own face in the golden reflection. Her face turned fond. Leave it to the whiskered brat to make sure she had an arbitrating conscience in her hand at all times. Taking the sword in both hands, she ran into battle with a focused cry. She would make the giant pay for his words, but she would do so in a state where she could remember it. All across the island, men, women, and children cowered in fear. It was a terrible day in every sense of the word. Accosted by a deranged world noble while their beloved count was away, held hostage by the Marines, and now the knights had made it clear that everyone was to suffer a summary execution. The knights and squires numbered approximately 400 in total, all well-trained and broken of any morality that would give them compunctions for killing the young, sick, or elderly. Within a blacksmith's forge on the edge of the main settlement, a group of 3 residents cowered in fear at the corner of the smithy. An elderly grandfather and simian mandrill put themselves between the man's granddaughter and the 2 knights that stood near the doorway, pikes drawn and advancing on the trio. The old man had armed himself with a blocky forging hammer, while the mandrill, who served as the blacksmith's assistant, had a poker and a wrought iron bar. "Hand over the girl, old man, and we'll make this quick," the knights ordered, thrusting their pikes and nicking the chest of the mandrill, who was able to swat one of them away. The large primate let out a cry of pain and dropped his poker, the little girl running to its side. "Miss Charcoal," the little girl bleated for the apparently female mandrill. Mandrills were an interesting primate. Fiendishly intelligent but limited to copying the skills of those they witnessed, they had long since learned to live alongside the residents of the kingdom and helping everyone with their problems. From carpentry to blacksmithing. If the skill was physical, then the mandrill could learn it, and so long as they were treated well, they would continue to peacefully help. One of the knights retched, spitting from the slit in his helmet. "You show concern for such subhuman trash? No wonder St. Gelmac insists we kill the children first." The grandfather gritted his teeth, his green eyes twin pools of balefire that could have melted the knights to slag had he the power. "You, chrome-plated bastards, what did we ever do to you?" The knights exchanged looks. "Nothing. St. Jalmac says you are repugnant, thus you are repugnant. St. Jalmac says you must die, so you must die. St. Jalmac says the children must die first, so the parents may learn to hate their leader who could not be here to meet him. Sirk." The second knight gurgled, a tide of blood suddenly bubbling at the back of his throat. He felt cold and numb and wondered why, looking down to see what was wrong. He was morbidly interested in the large blood-slick blade poking through his cuirass at the abdomen, the metal a deep purple and styled into a bat's wing. The blade was suddenly wrenched upwards, the silver plate offering as much resistance as paper as the knight's entire upper body was bifurcated from navel to cranium. WHA. The first knight didn't get a chance to even scream. The bladed tip of a scythe shaft was sent through the slit in his visor and into his eye before bursting from the back of his skull. The body twitched a few times as the nervous system struggled to gather that it was dead, then went limp and slid off the bloody point. The blacksmithing trio looked wearily at what remained of the knights before a tall, imposing figure stepped from the shadows. "Will you three be able to get to safety on your own?" The little girl's eyes lit up. "Count Redfield." Redfield's face was its usual glacially amused self, but he looked over the three people to make sure they were okay. Getting over his shock, the grandfather helped Miss Charcoal to stand, taking off his smithing apron to use as a tourniquet. We'll be fine, Count. Now that you're here, God bless you, sir." "Thank you." The old man had tears in his eyes. The Count offered them a curt nod before making for the door, flashes of lighting silhouetting him in the frame. "What are you going to do, sir?" the little girl asked. Redfield said nothing and did not directly answer the little girl, perhaps wishing to spare her from the reality. Instead, he directed his words to the blacksmith. "Please come to my castle to sharpen Draculina," he said, referring to his scythe, "once this storm blows over. I fear she is about to grow dull from threshing too much iron." Without any further ado, he stepped out into the storm and set to his grisly work. All across the island, scores of silver knights found copies of the lanky Count falling upon them to butcher them into offal and giblets, their armor and training offering no protection from the wicked blade of Red the Aloof. A cohort of the knights chasing after a fleeing family deep in the woods stumbled upon 20 of their comrades impaled on iron spikes, still living enough to moan but not enough to warn them of the red and checkered menace falling down on them from above. A cavalry detachment galloped through the forest, trying to beat a retreat from the Big Mom forces led by World, now landing on the beach only for their leader to rid face first into Draculina hanging from the end of a chain that Pato had conjured with a leaf. The impaled knight was lifted into the tree canopy and one by one every single knight fell to the same fate. A sly mist fell over the main settlement, combined with the gloom of the storm made visibility near impossible. And one by one, house by house, family by family, every knight was scourged from Kurigana Island, never to return. Not a single drop of blood ever tarnished Red's suit or mantle, and he never accepted the thanks of his subjects. But deep down, he felt good. Through the center of town, a single figure could be seen walking, their golden blonde hair cutting through the mist. This Naruto was one of the initial clones that he had spawned before Garp had tackled him into a fight, and a few popped clones had kept him abreast of the situation. Redfield was cleaning house and was content to let Naruto, or at least his clone, do as he had promised. Stepping up the hill out of the mist, he laid eyes upon the castle where St. Jalmac waited. With steely eyes, Naruto approached the thick wooden doors and sent a torrent of searing wind at it, reducing it to splinters along with the last detachment of knights guarding the door. The cataphract was halfway up the stairs, a fist-sized shard of wood buried in his jugular. Ascending the stairs, Naruto looked down at the knight and felt his emotions, seeing no regret in what he had done. So Naruto simply placed the hand upon his chest and discharged a minute amount of lighting-style chakra into his chest, stopping his heart and ending him peacefully. Reaching the throne room, he pushed the door open and laid his eyes on St. Jalmac, lauded member of the Celestial Dragons. He was not impressed. "Come to grovel for forgiveness?" Jalmac jeered, not looking at Naruto, who simply appeared as a shadow in the corner of the room. "I shan't give it. Tell me, Count, have you any children or relatives? Your death alone will not satiate this debt of boredom, so I ask that you tell me so that your sins may be passed to them and they be tortured after I have finished with you." Naruto did not respond but nearly stepped into the room, a flash of lightning revealing his face. Jalmak's self-satisfied look faltered before recognition lit on his face. You're the one! The reason for this infernal side trip. Jalmak squealed, pointing a gloved finger at Naruto as he advanced on the world noble. You spoiled our fun. Naruto stopped, eyes turning dangerous. What? Jalmak backpedaled, hands searching for his fallen pistol. God Valley was to be our playground, but you took away our chance to play. So I had to come here instead. It clicked in Naruto's mind and brought him up short before, with no warning, he stormed forwards and smashed his bow down on Jalmak's leg, his protective suit doing nothing to prevent the splintering of his kneecaps. Explain. Naruto demanded. Jalmak winced, propping himself against the chair. Huff, huff, fuff, every few years, we celestial dragons have a game. The native hunting competition. We hunt you lesser life forms like sport, but we don't defecate where we eat. Jalmak sneered. Disgust reared itself in Naruto like a viper, and he stamped on Jalmak's already broken knee. You fucking... Naruto did not permit the backsass, jabbing the tip of the bow into Jalmak's chest with enough force to wind him. Explain. Jalmak gasped again, in pain and discomfort, his superiority wilting in the face of the first true pain he had ever felt in his life. We play where it is justified, on lands we say have slighted us, for we are the gods of this world, he raved, hands flopping to the side of the throne. But sometimes the slight is not enough for the Gorosei, so we must engineer a slight. God Valley was not allied to the world government, so a tribute ship was sent there to demand its tribute. The situation began to unfold in Naruto's mind. It was the ultimate final incarnation of the shakedown racket. Demand money for the sake of the protection of the world government. Then, when they say no, use it as grounds to invade and play their perverted game. But he had stopped that. Prevent the tribute ship from ever reaching the unallied nation. But a question remained. What did they do to slight you in the first place? Jalmak, even amidst the pain, looked at him as if he were the world's greatest idiot. Because they dared to call their land the Valley of the Gods, why else? Something broke in Naruto at those words. His restraint had shattered into a fine powder as he ruminated on the reality that all this misery, blood and pain, was because a bunch of snooty assholes didn't like the name of an island. Jalmak struck, lifting his pistol hidden in the throne and pointing it at Naruto's face. He pulled the trigger, discharging a gout of smoke and flame. Ha ha ha, you witless savage, you blasphemer. He fired again and again, emptying his flintlock into Naruto's face, covering his upper body in smoke. We are the celestial dragons, rulers of the world, gods. By the grace of the elder stars, we rule from the heavens over the four blues in the grand line, and you are nothing. His gun ran dry and he clicked it impotently several times. Stupid savage doesn't even know how to fall over, Naruto's fist plowed into the plastic box over Jalmak's head and seized him around the mouth. The smoke slowly cleared, and the world noble began to squirm and scream at what he saw. His bullets had done nothing more than bring up a few mild welts on Naruto's forehead. But that did not frighten him. No, it was the blonde's eyes. No longer were they blue but an angry scarlet with black slit pupils, his teeth extending into fangs and his whiskers darkening upon his face. Using his other hand, Naruto dug a clawed nail into the plastic box and tore it from the dragon's head, forcing him to breathe the real world's air. The anger was apoplectic. Naruto had met pure evil before, met people who did atrocities based on good intent, but you were planning to murder thousands because you didn't like a goddamn name. He howled in the noble's face. Jalmak was struggling to breath. The sheer killing intent that Naruto was putting off was driving his heart into arrhythmia, and in that state he answered truthfully. Wouldn't you do the same thing? He asked in a muffled voice. Naruto dropped Jalmak and was forced to take a step back, physically repulsed by the man. He felt diseased. A cancer of cognition, the likes of which should be never allowed to speak again. But speak he did. Naruto's bestial appearance and actions had scared some level of sense into Jalmak, though not the good kind. If you spare my life, I'll make it worth your while, he tried to bargain, a foul smell begging to emerge from his spacesuit indicative of what he had likely done. Please, I'm a god. I can do whatever it takes. Just please don't kill me. Naruto's eyes grew shadowed and he began to walk towards Jalmak. Please, I can give you an island, a kingdom, money, power, women, men, children, whatever your vice. Naruto grabbed Jalmak by the throat and picked him up as if he weighed nothing. Holding him up and off the floor, he began to walk him over to the balcony. Yet still, he just kept talking. Please, I can make you a warlord, a member of my household guard. The Marines can never touch you, he begged, Naruto's fingers now drawing blood from his neck. Arrange a marriage into a lesser noble household? Make you a god's knight. Not in? Then with but a thought, he was enshrined in golden light. Garp was panting, blood streaming from a cut under his eye. He derisively spat a tooth from his mouth that Naruto had managed to dislodge with a combination of a knee to the chin and a donkey punch. Oof, gonna need some milk for this one. He winced before blurring towards Naruto again. Tell you what, kid, you'd have made a hell of a marine. His fist was caught by one of the several golden chakra arms emerging from the blonde's back. The other began to rain blow after blow on Garp's chest and abdomen. The Vice Admiral was a tricky opponent. Even his passive strength was comparable to a shinobi with at least 6 of the gates open, and it only scaled up from there. In addition to that, he was fast, durable, and had 3 full feet on him in height. But Naruto was used to sparring with Linlin at this point and knew how to overcome the difference while staying a regular size. He had pushed Naruto to enter the first stage of Kurama's chakra cloak and utilized chakra arms to overcome the difference. Naruto held Garp's arms, still using 2 of the arms before the remaining 4 and his 2 physical arms to hammer everything within reach. Soft tissue, bone, joints, nerve clusters. He was a whirling dervish hitting Garp from all angles and particularly working the chest with steam style enhanced strength. But the man just wouldn't go down. He gave as good as he got, rupturing several of his internal organs and cracking his tibia clean through from a particularly brutal grapple. And despite this, Naruto couldn't bring himself to dislike Garp. There was no ill intent behind his attacks, no malice. Any annoyance or anger was the kind found in a really good fight, one Naruto had not been able to have for a while. Naruto Uzumaki liked Monkey D. Garp. Don't think I could ever work for your bosses, Naruto said with a grunt, driving a massive Rasengan into Garp that drilled him into the ground only for Garp's emission, Haki to clap him into the sky as an exchange. If it's any, ah shit, broke another rib. He complained, holding his side before making ready to go another round. I can't stand him either. Bosses, they universally suck. So true. Now EAT my fist of love you golden dildo. Phrasing. Naruto rolled his eyes. Rasengan, flah. A plume of distant golden chakra at the heart of the island brought them both to a standstill. Zephyr dodged a fork of lighting with Shave and was forced to play hotfoot with the deck of the ship. Linlin's damn new sword had the canny knack of being able to manipulate the elements, and the psychopathic queen had called up a wave of water to soak the deck and was now using Zeus to electrify the water. Scanning the field, he saw John had been crucified to the ship's mast, alive but unable to move. His discarded katana was buried into the ship. Mama. You know all these years we fought, Sengoku, Big Mom called, drawing Prometheus into her hair and wreathing herself in flame atop Zeus. You always pissed me off. But I'm starting to see the fun side of a good fight after some couples counseling. Maybe you and Garp can work out whatever issues you have going on. Shut it and fight, Linlin, Sengoku growled, batting aside a lightning bolt. Grabbing John's dropped katana, he hefted it over his shoulder and launched it at Big Mom, propelling it with a shockwave. It soared at her with impossible speed, seeming strange that something so big could move so fast. Linlin merely smirked and flicked Napoleon. The great sword split in 2 like a blowtorch through butter. Without Haki to armor it, the weapon may as well have been a blunt butter knife. Sengoku cursed to himself and once more glowed gold, ready to enter his hybrid form. Zephyr pulled a pair of sunglasses from his breast pocket only to curse when he found that they had been broken in the combat. Somehow, Sengoku was growing brighter even after taking his hybrid form. No, that wasn't right. The light wasn't coming from the afro-haired Vice Admiral at all. One by one, all battles and clashes of pirate and marine began to cycle down to nothingness as they stopped, turned, and looked in the direction of the island from which a pillar of golden power was taking form. Linlin looked at the light and initially felt a thrill and twist of arousal at the power she recognized as Naruto's. But then the feelings hit her. Anger. Fathomless and endless anger. Whiskers? She asked in concern. The golden power grew and grew, forming a massive pillar over the castle that made all step out and look. The storm above, swirling and intensifying. A profane choir announcing the arrival of the moment this had all been building to. It began to contract then, forming into a golden giant with 6 arms and 3 faces, the maws of foxes all set in angry snarls. It was a totally unnecessary showing of power, but it served to help Naruto get a rein on his anger, because in one of the giant's palms, no bigger than a grain of rice, was Saint Jalmak. The celestial dragon looked around himself, the sight of the great beast that Naruto had become, finally leading up to the title the government had forced upon him. Typhon the storm giant. Please, 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 he repeated again and again. From within the energetic heart of Kurama's battle avatar, Naruto looked down at Jalmak and began to speak, his voice like a hurricane carrying out to the sea. You said that it is your right to rule and commit atrocities, for you are celestial dragons. Yet there you stand, unable to escape my palm even after so much pointless blood. Please, please, don't kill me, the slaves. It's all their fault. Jalmak babbled, ruling over the four seas by the grace of the elder stars from your little heaven. The battle avatar's arms began to arrange themselves around, with the one holding Jalmak in the middle. And then you asked me if I would do the same thing. He took a deep breath and began to speak. No, I shan't. I will make something, not break it. This island, its ruler and people are under the protection of the big family pirates, and will remain that way as more people need a place to live away from the likes of you. Please, please. We do as we please. Naruto closed his eyes. So be it. But if you test us and bring violence to our door, persecute monsters whose only crime is that they aren't you, then this is what I will do. The last hand was raised high into the air for all to see. Let the seas boil. Let the elder stars fall. Though it takes the last drop of my blood, I will see these oceans free of your filth, celestial dragons. He let Jalmak drop and closed all 6 of Kurama's hands into fists. And if I cannot, then let the heavens be yourn. RNAW, please? All 6 fists slammed home with a thunderclap, and St. Jalmak was reduced to nothing but a puff of red mist. Silence filled the bay. No one spoke. The storm had come to a lull after that final meaty splat carried on the wind for all to hear. A celestial dragon murdered right in front of them. There were protocols to follow, an admiral to be summoned, and yet, nothing. No one dared move. Linlin lowered herself to the deck of Sengoku's destroyed ship, seeing the reflection of Naruto's titanic battle avatar reflected in his glasses. The rage had passed now back into serenity, and in a rare moment of restraint, Linlin sheathed her sword. She held Sengoku's look silently for a full minute until the 6-armed Kurama dissolved. What are you going to do, Sengoku? Cry to Kong for an admiral? Keep fighting after seeing that? She asked without a hint of sarcasm or snark, curious what the vice admiral, an ardent follower of absolute justice, would do when faced with this. He considered her words for a few moments before turning to, or leaving. Get the word out that the operation has been a total failure and to retreat. A cry of shock went up from the Marines. We can't just leave. The fight is left undone. St. Jalmak, Enoch. Sengoku roared, silencing the naysayers. We were sent to this island to maintain a blockade around St. Jalmak while he conducted his business on this island. The blockade is broken and St. Jalmak is no longer here. If we remain here and fight these pirates, then we are violating our mandate of non-interference with the affairs of foreign nations. That is the business of Count Patrick Redfield and no one else. Are we clear? Yes, sir. They all answered. Sengoku looked at Linlin. Can I trust you to honor our safe passage? She raised a single pink eyebrow. Is this a parley? It's a business agreement. I know you think of yourself as a savvy businesswoman. Flatterer, she chortled before turning serious. Your offer? The 6 damaged Navy battleships and the World Noble ship. They are damaged but salvageable by a skilled shipwright. What remains of the world government force here will embark on Garp's HQ-3 and Zephyr's G5. Zephyr gave a grunt of affirmation, though part of him clearly still wanted to fight. Humming to herself as she mulled it over, Linlin came to her decision. Deal. You have an hour and a half to pack your things and leave. And as rare as it is that I get to say this to a member of the world government, she grinned, get out of my territory. Sengoku offered a single businesslike bow before turning and leaving, his men falling into step. The pirates were much more raucous in victory, whooping and hollering. And Linlin, she knew this was the start of something big. So you're telling me that milk fixes teeth? Just straight up, Naruto asked, sitting on one side of a rock as Garp guzzled down a carton of milk that the fedora-wearing Bogard had bought upon finding them. Their battle had petered off after the violent death of Jalmak. Garp wiped his top lip and gave a toothy grin, the missing teeth reforming before Naruto's eyes. Sure does. Weird. Mine just grow back. Weird? I'm the weird one? Bah-ha-ha-ha. Garp chuckled before seeing Bogard tap his watch. He got to his feet and strengthened his tie. Welp, I can't say I appreciate you killing the worm in that way, but I won't weep for his passing. Naruto frowned thoughtfully. People needed to see they bleed as red as the rest of us. Garp nodded, then turned serious and gave Naruto a sideways look. This won't be the end of it, you know that, right? While I feel that the Gorosei sent Jalmak out here to die, your little display is going to make a big name for yourself, not all of it good. Hell, Every time I hear your name, I'll be there to test a new move on you. I've already got a whole mountain range lined up to get back at you for cup checking me. Let them come. Naruto rose and offered Garp a wave farewell, and bring rice crackers or something. The broad vice admiral grinned and left the clearing. I'll take it under advisement. See you later, ya pissant pirate. As he walked in the direction of his ship, Garp knew that Naruto Uzumaki was a monster, but not all monsters were worth slaying. White was a common color to see on top of the red line, despite what the name of the continent-sized plateau that circled the planet's name would imply. The hardy and unyielding red rock that gave it its titular color may have been what most of the world saw looking up at it, but from the peak, it was a world of white. Two banks of clouds followed the locus of the natural megastructure for nearly its entire span. A lower set that looked like a sea of fluffy white from over the cliff's edge, and a higher set that dotted the blue sky like cotton balls plucked from the dreams of children. But not all color was distributed equally. The majority of this whiteness was concentrated to a single point on the entire red line. A large city of biblical scope filled the span as a dot of color between the red and white. It was not apparent from a distance the sheer scale of the city. At a distance it looked like a pretty and well-organized metropolis broken up into districts. When one drew closer, did it become clear that each of these districts was formed from dozens of castles, each with their own verdant green lands and rivers. There were dozens, no, over 100 of these castles, built nearly a millennium before for the so-called gods of the world. This was the Holy Land of Mary Geoise, home to the world nobles, the so-dubbed Celestial Dragons. The descendants of the 20, or, in point of fact, 19 kings and queens who had joined together to form the world government lived within the hallowed city walls with an unlimited and unchecked amount of privilege. What such an endless, sickening amount of power meant for them, other than a sickening amount of inbreeding, was that almost no dragon had any concept of scale. Because when even your smallest outhouse was bigger than some city blocks, you couldn't even conceive that some people knew squalor. However, there was one measure of scale that even the most disgusting world noble had to look up at no matter how many slaves they owned. At the heart of the Holy Land was a structure that made even the sprawling metropolis look small. It was a castle that was nearly a dozen kilometers across and nearly as high, its square-shaped, topped by great jade-green turrets that circled a central spire that pierced into the clouds above. Pangea Castle, capital building of Mari Gyosei and seat of the empty throne, arguably the capstone of the entire world government. For 800 years, this golden green edifice had stood as the absolute definition of power in the world. A solitary golden rock in a world defined by water, watching and looking down from on high as the matters of the world were presided over by those that blood and achievement had bestowed the rights to rule the world. Deep within the bowels of the colossal castle, a meeting was taking place in the so-called Room of Authority. Despite its grand name, the room itself was not overly decorated beyond a number of esoteric, occult-looking circles that were painted into the walls that ringed the room. In the room's heart were a few plush couches and seats that were arranged around a large coffee table. 5 men occupied the seats, united in their aged visages and stern faces as they looked down at something in the center of the coffee table. 4 of the 5 men wore simple black suits while the 5th had chosen to wear a white yukata. None of the cadre spoke at first, waiting for one of the others to break the silence that had fallen between them as their prior conversation had hit a lull. The yukata-wearing gentleman sighed, finally choosing to speak. "What a grand fiasco to happen in so few days," said Ethan Baron V. Nusturo in a grave voice. He was a bald man in his twilight years with sallow skin, a pair of round glasses and a great height that all his fellows mirrored. He idly turned a sheath odachi in his grip, thumbing the first inch of it out before returning it with a metallic snap. His comment was met with knitted eyebrows across the board. "These are strange times we live in. Not since the Iron Giant's rampage has there been news that has shaken the red line to the foundations of Pangea Castle," replied Topman Warcury, the port wine stain on his forehead seeming to shimmer as his brow furrowed. Warcury was balding with scant white hair but a perfectly maintained mustache that poked out from his top lip. He shot another of their number, a venomous look. "Can we expect you to claim it as another project, Saturn?" J. Garcia Saturn leant forwards in his chair, tightening his hands around the gnarled length of wood that served as his walking stick. He possessed narrow eyes, a long pointed nose, and a full white beard. A dark and broad scar kissed his left temple and his nape-length white hair was kept in short dreadlocks under a simple black hat. "Do not deflect your antipathy to me, St. Warcury. It was you who suggested we let Jalmac off the leash and yet act surprised when a mongrel dog picked a fight it couldn't win." Warcury narrowed his eyes, an air of restrained annoyance coming from him. Marcus Mars cleared his throat to try and break up any potential bickering between both elderly nobles. Enough of this. We all have our domains of expertise and interest. What matters right now is discussing what we do going forward. Mars had a curtain of long white hair that trailed down his back and an equally long mustache and beard that totally obscured his lower face. He stood up unlike the others, revealing the totality of his height to be 9 feet. The last and visibly youngest member of their group nodded. Quite. This meeting has stretched on long enough without centuries-old grumblings prolonging it, groused Shepherd Jupiter. He had pale blonde hair and a goatee and neglected wearing a tie. Together they were the Gorosei, the 5 Elder Stars. The 5 highest-ranking members and thus leaders of the Celestial Dragons, and as far as the world knew, the highest authority in the entire world. The truth of the matter was far more dubious, and if the truth ever got out, then the death toll would be catastrophic. But for now at least, the Gorosei were essentially what the world thought of them. Every day they would meet to discuss the goings-on in the world and review laws that member states of the world government would abide to, in addition to dark dealings that never left the room of authority. Right now, all 5 pairs of eyes were locked firmly on the item at the table's heart, the bounty poster of one Uzumaki Typhon Naruto, pirate, affiliate to the country destroyer, Big Mom, and most recently, murderer of Saint Jalmak. The murder of a celestial dragon, even if he was one of the less impressive specimens, Warcury said in a sibilant tone, cannot go unpunished. I've half a mind to fire the current admirals for failing to mobilize in time. Nesjuru snorted softly. That would do no good and win us no favors with Kong. The time it would take to find replacements and keep the balance of power between us and the pirates is something we cannot tolerate. His glasses flashed Naruto's face reflected in them, especially with such a heretical declaration ringing in the ears of paradise. The massacre at Kurigana Island had spread like wildfire across the Grand Line in the past few days. The words of the so-called Typhon reaching from Sabawati to the Twin Capes, even as Cypherpole tried to bring the hammer down and censor the passage of information. It was an unprecedented situation that rang sour in the ears of anyone who held fealty and loyalty to the world government. Clashes against the Marines, even involving multiple vice admirals, was not an unknown event on the Grand Line. But it was usually something contained to the New World, where the Navy's reach could not be projected as far, and only the most intrepid pirate called home. But a relatively unknown pirate, aided by 3 of the New World's bigger and more infamous names storming into paradise, defeating 4 vice admirals, and leading the summary execution of a celestial dragon? That was big news. Let the heavens burn. Jupiter quoted, surprisingly catchy for a pirate. You would think such a thing was the product of a focus group from the propaganda department. Propaganda it is not, Saturn said as he sat up straighter, stroking his beard. It is an open declaration of war. Heresy against the world's rulers, compounded by the establishment of territory on our side of the red line. This Uzumaki Naruto has let a genie out of the bottle and I doubt it will go back in any time soon. Mars slipped his hands into his pockets, looking almost wistfully out of the window. Our efforts to slander him by filing off Jalmak's inclinations has galvanized a legend rather than vilified a fool. All 5 glowered at that fact because in truth, the fault of this entire debacle lay between them and Naruto, even if the blonde had been an unwitting catalyst. Last year when Naruto had sunk the world government tribute ship bound for God Valley, it had been part of a long-standing plan to set God Valley up to be the next venue for the next native hunting competition. Naruto's act of sinking the ship before then meant that they had to shift their focus to somewhere else and curtail the planned game for at least another few years while they looked for somewhere else. For the Gorosei, that had been a matter about as important as when their next bowel movement would come, an inconvenience that could be overcome. But many of the lesser celestial dragons had raged and foamed at the mouth at the prospect that a lowly commoner had delayed their sadistic blood game for an inclement amount of time was akin to being force-fed feces. Demands of recompense or immediate location of a new venue had rained into the room of authority with none as vocal as Saint Jalmak. Wanting the bearded saint to leave them alone to do their actual work, Warcury had come up with a solution. He would charge Jalmak with going out and seeking a new place to serve as venue to the game, an unaffiliated nation to butcher slaves at their amusement. They had even browbeaten Kong into providing an official marine escort. They had collectively agreed that the likely outcome was that Jalmak would spend a few months sailing kill a few hundred people, that Cypherpole would cover up, then get bored and come back home. Probably stopping off at Sabaudi to replace expired slaves before returning to Marigyose. It had all the faux pomp and circumstance to convince the celestial dragons that something of note was being done when in truth the Gorosei just wanted them to leave them in peace. What they had not expected was for Jalmak to attack a kingdom controlled by an ally to Big Mom. They couldn't have predicted that her ally, the very same Typhon who had started the entire debacle, would lead a raid to liberate the island and then violently execute Jalmak. It was, in crass terms, a shit show. One the Gorosei was responsible for, though none would ever know that. Perhaps these big family pirates could be as big a threat to the bounds of power as that bridge in rocks. Neshjuro suggested, withdrawing his odachi and beginning to meticulously look it over. A crass name for such a conglomerate will cease to be amusing if they attract more allies. Big Mom, Typhon, Red the Aloof, and the Destroyer of the World are bad enough. What would you suggest? Jupiter said, curiosity in his words. And, should we consult Lord Emu? Silence fell over the room of authority, all five sharing a silent look. Mars was the one who answered him. No, this is not something worthy of their holy attention. For now we raise Uzumaki's bounty to reflect the danger he represents to the balance. But we do not antagonize him. We can leave that to the other big fish in the New World when he and his apparent paramour return to Totoland. We portray ourselves as the gods we are, and let them show themselves as the monsters we know them to be. And when monsters tread in the domain of gods, Warcury began, his lips hosting the ghost of a smile, the gods' loyal servants shall put them to the sword. The Gorosei said as one, looking into the whiskered visage of Uzumaki Typhon, Naruto rendered on parchment. We have won. A roar of approval rose from the crowd, washing over Naruto from where he stood, center stage at the heart of Whole Cake Chateau's main ballroom. He raised his fist above his head and led a chant of exuberance from the assembled men and women, who whooped and hollered with delight. It had been about a week since the debacle at Kuriagana, and while the scrap with the Marines and subsequent slaughter of the worm Jalmak, and while that had been enjoyable in a bloodthirsty way, Naruto and Linlin had agreed that it wasn't fair on the people who had initially joined them on the Queen Mama Shantar for holiday celebrations. Bidding their farewells to Redfield, who had elevated to remain on his island to oversee the rebuilding efforts. The big family had returned to the New World, and once safely back within Totoland, they had called a much more jovial party in the cake-themed capital. Initially, Naruto had thought that he wouldn't enjoy the party and had planned to say hello to the strangers and then go to bed. But there was something about the party that had infected him with a joviality that he could not help but overcome him. The ballroom was packed with hundreds of tables, both long and short, festooned with such a collection of food and drink that left the guests with sparkling eyes and watering mouths. Initially, the victory party had been just for the island governors and the brave crew members who had aided them in the fight against the room. But as the blonde had gotten into the swing of things, he had found himself looking out the window and seeing thousands more faces left out in the streets. A cursory investigation by his clones had found that the crowd was formed of the citizenry of Whole Cake Island as well as two other sources. The majority of the extra people were the civilian populations of each island who had taken their own ships and pleasure craft to follow their governors, wanting to take part in the festivities even if they couldn't be part of their queen's close confidants. The second, though, they had touched Naruto's heart in a way that he had not expected. They were refugees, of races and peoples persecuted under the repugnant rule of the world government, having slowly been arriving by ship in the days since his proclamation. Some of them were perilously thin or misshapen, but they had come, eyes glowing at the fantasy kingdom that Linlin, and now he, had built. So it was that early into the afternoon, Naruto had approached his statuesque lover and asked her to do something for him. Open the doors, Linlin, let everyone into the party. Her large, beautiful orange eyes had looked into him then, curious. Why? Naruto replied with a slow and easy grin that made her heart skip a beat. If Toto Land is for everyone, then let everyone in to eat, not just those picked. His words had struck a chord with Linlin, her eyes glittering and face splitting into a genuinely ecstatic and childish grin. She had given the order for table to be brought in, and the doors opened despite Strulson's complaints. The peoples of Tato and beyond had rushed in and joined in one beautifully chaotic concert of voices. Music and food of 100 nations and cultures melded against one another into a single, monstrously beautiful noise. Do not look down upon what you are. Never let people persecute you for what you are. You are people. And we have won over those damn worms. Naruto shouted into the crowd, earning 1,000 words in response on endless smiling faces. For Totoland, our perfect nation, where none are harmed for what they are. We are who we are. Typhon, 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 Typhon. They chanted and cheered, clanking tankards and gorging themselves on meats and sweets no one had ever heard of before. He descended amongst them, shaking hands with and giving hugs to people he had never met before, letting their elation fill him like a drug, a highness he couldn't get enough of. How long had it been since he had had such an unparalleled victory that was not underscored by some tint of melancholy? In the distance, he could see the titanic form of World and his crew who had joined in on the festivities. The jolly giant was tossing children into the air and catching them as they yipped and shouted in exhilaration. Despite himself, Naruto found himself liking the craven and bombastic captain with whom he was allied, but his eyes slipped past World in search of someone else, threading his way through the throng of people with a liquid grace. He stepped over tontatas who were having tea parties on the floor and limboed under the linked arms of a long-armed tribe. Members danced before jumping high into the air, swinging off the main chandelier. He twisted in the air before landing on one of the long tables in front of who he had been looking for. "There you are." Linlin looked back at him fondly. Katakuri was in her lap burbling happily while the other four of her children sat atop Zeus and Prometheus. "Thank you for not landing in my cake, Whiskers," she said, leaning forwards to kiss him on the cheek. "Do you mind telling me why you're standing on my table?" Naruto sprang to his feet, spinning on one foot, and gave a theatrical bow, hand outstretched like he had seen Jiraiya do many times, a kabuki introduction. "Well, there's this wonderful bit of music going, and I can't help but ask you to dance." He turned his palm upwards, making a come-hither gesture. It took a few seconds before what he said to register what Naruto had said before her face glowed with mirth. She ruffled Katakuri's hair before passing him to a waiting maid and took Naruto's hand. He pulled her up onto the long table, earning a roar of approval from the watching crowd. Linlin flicked the bottom of Napoleon, knocking the bicorn to a jaunty angle while looking down at her much shorter paramour. "You know it's going to look silly, right, Whiskers?" Naruto grinned up at her, holding her hands and beginning to jig to the beat. "Let them laugh, because we're doing it with them, thigh-highs." "Mama mama mama mama." Linlin laughed before they began to dance atop along the table. It was a simple thing that was born of their difference in height, a spinning jumping tango to the beat of 1,000 different strains of music, but it was earnest and perfect. The people of Tote clapped along and cheered as the queen and her chosen consort span and jumped up and down along the long table, a pirate's medley through and through. Through it all, Naruto and Linlin only had eyes for one another, sapphire and amber lime twin gems set into the finest crown. Warmth grew in their cheeks in other places, and before they knew it, Naruto found himself being pushed through a bedroom door and tossed onto a large bed. By the time he had gotten his bearings, he felt a pair of full lips smash into his, and he returned with equal vigor. The pair kissed wetly and loudly, lips meshing and tongues dancing against one another as they held one another, exploring each other's backs, and the blonde feeling the firm softness of his lover's breasts against his chest. They finally broke for air, and Linlin leaned back to pull off her blouse, her eyes glowing with desire. "Wait," Naruto interrupted, his face turning momentarily concerned. "What if someone comes to find us?" Linlin pouted but did not stop throwing her blouse away and crawling up the bed towards him. "It's okay, I put a hat on the door handle." Naruto was about to argue more when the next kiss stole his breath, speaking his words between passionate back and forth. "Fair enough." He managed to get out. Outside the door to the queen's apartments, a few servants worriedly crept towards the door. They had some inconvenient news to tell their leader about Katakuri, that a negligent moment had meant he had eaten something he really shouldn't have. They stopped when reaching the door as they were met by the swiveling blue eyes of Napoleon who had been left on the door handle. "Piss off, Mama and Papa are making babies." The hat spat at them, sending the servants running back to the party. Their news wasn't the end of the world anywhere, and at least the queen and her king consort were enjoying themselves in their own way. After all, wasn't that the point of a party? 6 months later, 6 months later. A light shimmer of mist rose from the morning sea. The crystal-clear waters lapped lightly in the tide, but their sound was muted by the presence of the rising vapors. The heart of summer was a beautiful thing to observe when the Grand Line schizophrenia weather was in the mood to play ball, even if there didn't seem to be anyone around to enjoy it. That changed when the distant horizon was broken by a lone dot that grew larger as whatever it was drew closer through the mist. The one something split into 6 distinct shapes of ships, cutting through the seas with a favorable wind. Naruto stood at the prow of the lead ship, looking out through the mist as they made their way. The passing wind jostled his hair, tickling his face. He took hold of a length of the spiky golden locks and held it before his eyes, twisting it as he observed its length. He scowled, running a hand through the greater thicket of brilliant golden spikes that remained soft despite their look. "I need a haircut," he said to himself. In the 2 years it had been since he had been stranded in this strange waterlogged world, his hair had grown from its prior short crop of spikes to a shaggy lion's mane that framed his face in chin-length bangs. "I'm starting to look like Dad." In past times, Naruto would have been positively elated to bear a striking resemblance to the fourth Hokage, but that had been before he found out that the shortest-serving Kage had been his father. While he loved his father and what he achieved, circumstances notwithstanding, Naruto had considered more than once to trim the excess locks back to a more manageable degree. Having long hair was hard, he mused, especially when you routinely found it being blown into your face. He had also considered the potential of growing it out into a ponytail in honor of Jiraiya, but frankly that sounded like something that Linlin would make fun of, or get yanked on in a fight. Bar the elongated locks, Naruto looked much the same as he had half a year prior. He still wore the off-red captain's coat, but it had been tailored to fit a little better with the leopard print elements switched out for tasteful sunset orange. That was not the only thing that had been subject to a bit of light modification these past few months. The 6 ships that made up this small flotilla were the same 6 ships that Sengoku had bartered to their crew in exchange for the safe passage of the Marines from Kuriagana in the wake of Jalmak's death. What he hadn't expected was for his girlfriend to give him the ships to do with what he wanted. Pirates live by loot, Whiskers. I can't have my man kicking the world government to the curb and not have some booty to go with the bragging rights. Big Mom had said to Naruto when the matter of what to do with the ships had been brought up in the days following the celebrations. Tutto Land wasn't exactly lacking for ships and fleets with the Queen Mama Chanter as the flagship, but after some thinking, Naruto had warmed up to the idea. A personal squadron of large, powerful ships to do with what he pleased, able to swarm and lay down hellfire from a distance while the rest of the big family fleet did its own thing. The 5 Navy battleships may have been large, but they were easy enough to retrofit once in dry dock, stripping away the shades of green paint and swapping the utilitarian interiors for something a little more comfortable for the 1,000-plus crew for each. The ship that Naruto currently stood upon was a different story. It was no real surprise that he had picked the World Noble ship as his personal vessel, given that it was both the fastest of the flotilla but also the best crafted. Rechristening it as the Tempest's Gate, Naruto, his clones, and a dozen shipwrights had taken a long time to remodel the exterior and interior to his liking and needs. All remnants of the Celestial Dragon's presence and sixth sense had been stripped away, with the ship now sporting sunset orange trim and dark varnished wood. The Gates had its figurehead remodeled into the snarling maw of a fox, one that Kurama had smugly modeled for. Above it all was a pair of twin Jolly Rogers hanging above one another on the main mast. The lower one bore the lipstick skull of the big family pirates, which was slightly altered, while above it was Naruto's personal flag, a grinning fox's skull set in front of an artistic representation of a spiraling storm. The flotilla found itself once again in paradise, but it was making its way back towards the Sabo de Archipelago, intending to travel back to the New World. They had visited the first half of the Grand Line every few months to make sure that the Marines had not reneged on their agreement to leave Kuriagana in peace. It was a simple job that Naruto could have done without the ships, but he had learned these last 2 years the importance of keeping up appearances, and right now he was more focused on his hair, which somehow flicked into his eyes with a passing breeze. "Damn it," he growled, pulling the bangs aside and wondering how his father had ever been able to wear his hair like this. An aged female voice let out a scoff at the pathetic griping. "Stop fiddling with your damn hair, you blonde whippersnapper. The follicles will go on strike, and you'll be balder than a mermaid's snatch if you keep that up." Naruto gritted his teeth at the barb and turned to address the one who had spoken. "Shut it, Granny Glasses. Your hair's longer than mine anyways, but for some reason, it never gets in your face." "Granny Glasses?" "Brat. I'll have you know I'm only 95 years old and there aren't any rugrats nipping at my ankles." The woman shot back hotly, lifting her sunglasses to reveal another pair of prescription lenses. While the annoyance and aggravation was genuine, it had no real heat to it. That's what all doctors say. Granny Tsunade was the same," Naruto riposted, pulling down an eyelid and sticking his tongue out at the woman. The woman gritted her teeth and proceeded to throw a full bottle of Jerez at the Typhon's head. "Stick that up your ass, you fox-faced son of a bitch." Naruto caught the bottle deftly, maintaining his grin at the woman and beginning to laugh. Steam practically shot out of the other woman's ears before her facade of annoyance cracked, and she joined in. She was a tall and aged woman with long white hair and a wrinkled face, but otherwise maintained an athletic figure despite her advanced age. She wore a half-length t-shirt that left her midriff exposed, along with a purple leather jacket and bell-bottom jeans, each bearing a flame pattern at their hems. Coming down from his giggles, Naruto tossed the green bottle back to the purple-wearing woman, and an easy atmosphere dawned between them. "I'm just messing with you, Kureha." Dr. Kureha, self-proclaimed best doctor on the planet, nodded at that. "If I'd been really pissed at you, brat, I would have spiked your food with laxatives." He grimaced at such a prospect while pulling a length of blue cloth from his pocket. He tied it around his forehead to prevent the curtain of hair from afflicting his eyes again. I used to wear goggles on my forehead when I was a kid, you know? He told the older woman, making conversation. Why'd you stop? Nothing like a good pair of glasses to block out bad weather if you're a filthy pirate. Kureha mused curiously, leaning over the guardrail to stare out at the misty sea in front of the ship. Giving a non-committal gesture, Naruto finished tying off his headband and joined the aged doctor in her staring. Dunno, really. I guess it was just too much effort when I was also wearing a forehead protector. Where else would I put them if I couldn't rest them on my forehead? He asked rhetorically, not expecting an answer. Around your neck? Kureha pointed out, snickering to herself when Naruto gave a goldfish's gormless gape. By the sun god, you're thicker than a brick and half as sharp. That one. 9 billion bounty obviously doesn't reflect what's going on in that silky smooth brain of yours. 1,900 berry. That was the bounty that Naruto had been allotted in the aftermath of Jailmack's death, for the sacrilegious act of murdering a defenseless world noble and their entire staff. The Uzumaki snorted at the doctor's comment, finding all the stock that people put into bounty prices to be grossly off the mark. Wise people on the sea use bounties as a pissing contest. People are dumb, and there's no cure for willing ignorance. Kureha said calmly before turning back towards the interior of the ship. But you can at least allay someone's loneliness easily enough. Come on, Linlin's likely to snap someone's neck if you're gone too long. Features softening at the witch-like doctor's words, Naruto fell into step with her and walked the length of the ship towards the rear superstructure. They passed dozens of crewmen and women on the way, all of whom gave Naruto motions of respect as he passed. Nods of acknowledgement here and waves there. It didn't have the grandioseness of what was afforded to Big Mom, but it was sincere and, most importantly to Naruto, lacking in fear. His place amidst them was no longer something tolerated due to fear of Big Mom's or his potential wrath. He was their commander, and while it was not Hokage's, it had a nice ring to it. Entering the rear command structure, they navigated through the interior staircases and eventually opened the door to the captain's quarters, where they found Linlin sitting in a chair in front of the fire, a blanket covering her form. I found your blonde boy toy by the figurehead, Kureha said to Big Mom, rounding the much bigger woman and snatching a canteen of sweet tea out of her hands, unfearing of the repercussions. What have I said about too much sweet food in your condition? Linlin blew a strand of pink hair out of her face, easing herself back into the chair. That moderation is key, she drawled. After they had secured their big victory, Linlin had confided in Naruto that she held two large fears and regrets. The first was that she wanted to understand why her body was the way it was. To do that, Naruto had sought out the best doctor he could find, eventually finding Kureha in the Kingdom of Drum near the start of the Grand Line. While the 95-year-old Harridan had originally been flippant and dismissive of Naruto's presence, she had grown curious when Naruto had explained why he wanted her expertise. Big Mom, her body was not normal. Not by any stretch of the imagination. It was orders of magnitude stronger, more resilient, and even taller than most of the so-called superhumans. And the lapses in control she had linked to her need for food was something that Dr. Kureha had been willing to leave her cold home to take a look into. Only after Naruto had agreed that this did not make her part of the crew, just a participating traveling companion. Naruto reached out a hand and stroked Linlin's shoulder affectionately, feeling a warmth in his chest when she leaned into his touch. The navigator says it will be a week before we reach Sabaudi. After that, we have an eternal pose to Elbaf. Big Mom's smile thinned imperceptibly at mention of her childhood home. We can do it some other time. After all, No. Naruto cut across her, holding her gaze. You told me that one of your only regrets in life was how the giants viewed you for what happened when you were a child. If you want to make amends, then we best get there as soon as possible. You said as much when we set out. Linlin wilted at the direct words, sinking into her chair. She could be so childish even now. Blue eyes softened and Naruto leaned down, resting his cheek against hers, whispering comforting words into her ear. The simple gesture seemed to allay Linlin's worries, even as Kureha grumbled about lovey-dovey Drek. Naruto knew the true reason why her prior elation at the prospect of returning to Elbaf had dulled the last few months. It was the same reason while Kureha was still here. He held out a hand and Linlin took it, pulling her to her feet. The blanket fell away and once again, as had been for the last several months, Naruto eyed the telling bump developing in his lover's belly. Big Mom was set to be a mother again, and according to Kureha, it looked like triplets. Unbidden, he found himself looking past the budding bump where his progeny grew to the large windows at the back of the captain's cabin where young Katakuri played with his siblings cutely. The mist outside the ship appeared to be growing thicker, developing into true fog. A crackle of static came over the PA system, the voice of the helmsman speaking to address the crew. All hands, we have just entered the Florian Triangle. Keep your eyes to the fog, because here there be monsters. The moment Naruto's flotilla had passed into the Florian Triangle, the speed of progress had ground to a halt. While brigantine or merchant shipping would find their way through the triangle in a relatively short time over a few days, the 6 battleship-class vessels were forced to slow down for 2 reasons. One practical and the other logistical. The first reason was that ships of their size required a pretty decent and consistent draft to get up to speed, and there just wasn't that much within the fog wall. There was enough to blow across your face, but when you needed to move a ship that weighed hundreds if not thousands of tons, you needed to accept that in absence of sufficient wind or tide, you weren't going to get much speed. The second was a classic of the Grand Line, freak meteorological weirdness. They were a flotilla of 6, each handled by a trained helmsman and navigator, and guided by a log post guiding them towards Fishman Island, and by proxy, the Sabodi archipelago. And while logs were generally reliable tools, that didn't mean they didn't sometimes fluctuate. Usually that was an issue only localized to the New World, with its exceptionally bizarre magnetic fluctuations. It didn't mean sometimes that certain areas of paradise couldn't give you the finger. The Florian Triangle might as well have a sign hanging over it with the words, "Paradise's foggy asshole," written larger than the gates of justice, because in their time passing through it there had been some incidents. Naruto and the Tempest's Gate led the formation of 5 other ships in a wedge shape, the gold fox figurehead cutting lethargically through the gloom. Naruto himself could be seen walking up and down the deck with a lantern in hand, occasionally setting it down and taking a lit piece of wood from it to relight the large, bright oil lamps that hung from guardrails rigging and the mast. That's the 3rd time today, he thought with exasperation, blowing out his lit stick. After the first few hours sailing through the Florian Triangle, the group of ships had begun to experience some oddities. While the ships were initially in a loose formation, helmsmen and navigators kept experiencing lapses in awareness where a shifting bank of fog would pass in front of a ship, and by the time it had passed, they had gotten almost half a league of separation from the rest of the group. Naruto was not a sailor by experience, but he knew enough to defer to people with experience. Taking the navigators' and helmsmen's experience, they had slowed to half sail and lit the lamps on every ship to be able to better spot them in case of rolling fog walls. A length of rope also ran between each ship as a guide. It meant that while they were safe, passage through the triangle was slow to a crawl. The billion-plus berry bounty looked out again at the nearest ship to starboard, its long tack lines swaying slowly between them. The battleship looked much better in its new color scheme of blue rather than the semi-camouflage green the Marines were so fond of. And just as he watched, he was once again amazed as a curtain of fog rolled past and briefly hid the mighty battleship from view. The many lamps lit along its lateral lines, glowing ominously in the moisture-laden air before the ship eventually faded back into view. Brrr, Naruto shivered, the sight proving very chilling, more so than the weather ever could. Friggin' creepy. Huh? Linlin said from her place in the center of the midship. What's got you so spooked, Whiskers? Big Mom was sat in a large, appropriately sized plush armchair that had been brought out onto the deck. The blonde shivered again, lifting the lantern in his hand a little higher. It looks like a bunch of ghost ships. Linlin looked at the eerie sight of so many ships almost silently pursuing them, tethered as they were. That was another thing. The fog was very inconsistent with how it carried sound and light. Checking her watch, she saw that it was the middle of the day, which surprised her, given the perpetual twilight of this strange foggy world, I guess. But it's nothing any experienced sailor should be worried about. Freak weather is just a natural part of being on the Grand Line. One minute you'll have a baking summer, the next a frigid blizzard. Naruto shook his head. No, the weather may be creepy, but that's not what's setting me on edge. A singular pink eyebrow arched in curiosity. Naruto shuffled uncomfortably before crossing the distance between them and whispering into Big Mom's ear. Orange eyes bugged out with mirth. Mama 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 mama. Instantly, Naruto shook the lantern at her in dismay. You said you wouldn't laugh. Piff, mama 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 mama. No, mama mama. Linlin tried to get out between peals of giggles. No, I didn't. God, Naruto, that's adorable mama. The blonde's face was now brick red in indignation as all he could do was stand there and take the unintentional ridicule of his pregnant lover. Why, one might ask? Because Naruto Uzumaki was afraid of ghosts. He pinched the bridge of his nose and let Linlin tire herself out, trying to block out the amused looks from the gate's crew members. Given the size of her lungs, this would probably go on for some time. It wasn't that Naruto was afraid of spirits per se, or even the undead. He had encountered and fought both during the Fourth Shinobi World War, and his usual response had been a Rasengan variant. No, Naruto was disquieted by ghosts. Their aesthetic and the fact that they could slip past your senses or be bound to a place. That is to say, the aesthetic of ghosts and the bad vibes associated gave Naruto the heebie-jeebies. Mama 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 mama. Okay, we get it. You find it funny, sheesh. Naruto finally snapped, bringing Linlin's amusement to a gentle end. Making fun of me? I bet you've got random fears you wouldn't like me laughing at. Linlin touched a hand to the forming baby bump and patted it comfortingly. Yup. But considering I'm counting for 4 sets of ears right now, I don't think that you'll be able to pull that prank in private for quite some time. That comment was met with a disapproving noise as Correa descended the steps onto the midship to stand with them. I wouldn't needle him too long, Linlin. As funny as it is to watch him squirm, I don't want to have to whip up a cure to high blood pressure when I'm already swamped with running the tests on you. Naruto watched the byplay between the elderly doctor and Linlin as his annoyance at the mocking began to pull back. You're no fun, Dr. Correa. Linlin pouted. She let the blanket slip off of her and rose to her feet, stretching out her likely aching body. Her outfit had changed to a pink summer dress that was easier to move in compared to her usual attire, a concession of her pregnancy. But you can't honestly tell me that Naruto's body is odder than mine. You're both weird. Correa barked out a laugh as she continued to walk down the deck. I could write textbooks on both of you and the things that could be discovered from protracted study. Lucky for you, I don't think I'll be around with you long enough for the years that would take. Naruto watched Correa walk along the deck as she continued to speak, her sunglasses firmly in place despite the darkness of the triangle. His eyes subtly looked ahead and his lips twitched up in amusement. Of course, I guess I could take a consulting fee, but then things would start to stray into more specific biology rather than medical science. A bit too specific, but there's a young up-and-comer called Vegap. Umph. Correa walked headfirst into the mast. Now it was Naruto's turn to laugh. Puff, ha 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 ha, you blind bat granny, he guffared, wrapping his arms around his stomach to contain the peals of laughter. As had been established, the amount of light in the triangle was dim at best due to the fog, and the amount of moisture in the air had a habit of dimming the lamps over time. It was why Naruto had been relighting them periodically throughout the day, and it just so happened that the one lit at the base of the mast had gone out. Combine that with the darkness, fog, odd sound artifacting, and Correa's insistence on wearing sunglasses all the time, and you had slapstick comedy gold. The good doctor rose back to her full height and rubbed the red mark that had bloomed on her forehead. She didn't say anything to the laughing Naruto or the smirking Linlin, just staring at them both through her slightly askew sunglasses. She pushed them up her nose to reveal her prescription set and the pair of beady eyes behind them. She gave each pirate a one-fingered salute before calmly continuing to walk down the gate's length. Linlin joined in with the giggling before helping Naruto stand up straight as his humor returned to normal. Okay, enough of that. Right, Naruto said in reply, shaking his head as he lit the lamp on the mast so the same accident wouldn't happen again. Where are the other big crew, he asked. Big Mom hummed chidingly. Your ship. You should know where your crewmen are given. You're the one giving them orders. Cut me some slack. The military leadership thing's much harder when I'm not flying by the seat of my pants. I worked that out a while back, Whiskers. Linlin observed ruefully as Naruto closed the now relit lamp. But they're probably below deck playing cards or something. It may be paradise, but a lot of sailors just don't like the Florian Triangle. It's had ships vanish for centuries. Naruto mused on that for a while. The idea of ships just vanishing into the fog to never be seen again was certainly an eerie one. He looked out again over the fog-filled sea and listened to the sound of the rolling waves, the muffled movement of the ships, the creaking of wood, and his ears pricked up. Do you hear that? He asked, eyes now scanning the swirling horizon. Hear what? Big Mom replied only for Naruto to shush her. The shinobi turned pirate cupped a hand to his ear and listened. Yes, he could definitely hear something picking out over the squall. It was a faint and slightly high-pitched sound, almost as if someone was humming. Huh? Big Mom face faulted but walked beside Naruto when he ran to the starboard side and leaned his head out over the side. Her expression began to turn intrigued as she began to catch something on the wind too. Yes, someone was humming in the mist, but the sound seemed to come from everywhere. Falling still, Naruto gathered senjutsu and let his eyes shift to Saffron with bar-shaped pupils as he entered Sage mode. What the hell? He uttered. Linlin clicked on her observation hotkey, but was perplexed when she too was hit with the same otherness on her senses that Naruto could feel, like someone's alive but at the same time not there. Napoleon opened a bleary eye atop her head, wondering if there he would be needed in case of a threat. Linlin looked to atop the rear command structure. 30 degrees to starboard, she ordered. 30 degrees starboard. Aye, mama. The nameless helmsman called, turning the gate's wheel slowly while a midshipman flashed signals to the following ships to avoid a pileup. The Tempest's gate slowly turned in the water towards the source of the strange feeling, and the humming began to grow louder and more echoey. Well, that's just plain creepy. Naruto groused, steeling himself. Despite the potential danger, there was a spark of intrigue within him, that call to adventure that had been building ever since his new path as a pirate had begun. And as the seconds drew out, a shape slowly emerged through the fog. It was a large ship, roughly the same size as the Tempest Gate, but it was nowhere near the freshly overhauled Totoland vessel in terms of condition. Huge chunks of the ship bore viscous gashes, and holes covered the surface of the hull, and the cross-truss that held the now tattered sails were broken like twigs in a heavestorm. Naruto instantly zoned in on what appeared to be hundreds of slightly moldy-looking arrows digging into the hull. He looked up at the billowing and tattered sail. "Recognize the Jolly Roger?" he asked. The sigil in question was a very simple design of a skull and bones, with the only distinguishing feature being that the skull was the squared and horned visage of a bull. His paramour shook her head. "No. It's probably just a rookie crew that got jumped in the triangle. You did say that ships vanish here a lot. What creeps me out is that we found one," Naruto said as the gate drew alongside the similar-sized ship. He looked over the edge again as the anchors dropped, noticing that the ghost ship's rudder seemed to sway freely in the ocean. "Rudder's dead." "Oof, that's a rough way to go. No rudder and no sails means you're stuck in the triangle's internal current and winds." Linlin grimaced. "Yeah," Naruto drawled, "which begs the question. If the ship's totaled and neither of us can sense anything alive on there," Naruto's eyes faded back to blue as he looked at Linlin, "then who's humming?" They both shared a look before leaping across onto the deck of the ship. It wasn't a pretty sight. The entire surface of the ghostly ship was in a state of disrepair, looking like it had been at the mercy of the elements for a few years at least. And yet, as Naruto and Linlin looked over the foggy deck, there was no sign of any life. "Yo-ho?" Naruto recoiled as if he'd been burned. Linlin had never seen such an abject reaction of complete and utter fear before. "What was that?" "Yo-ho-ho!" An inhuman figure loomed large in the fog, laughing merrily. "Nice to meet you." "Gee, goo!" Naruto leapt up into the air and was caught promptly by Linlin. She looked down at him in mock annoyance while he jabbed a finger at the shape emerging from the fog, who soon revealed himself to be an interesting individual. "Ah, where are my manners? A gentleman should always introduce himself to guests upon his ship, no? And may I take the time to compliment your own ships? They are a truly wonderful sight for these old eyes." A pair of black empty voids stared back at them from a bone-white skull. "But then I don't have any eyes." "School! Joke!" Both Naruto and Linlin stared, stupefied at what they were seeing. It was a 9-foot-tall skeleton attired in a frayed black suit with an orange lining and blue cravat around its neck, spine, that went against the fully exposed ribcage. His jovial-looking skull sported a huge bouncy-looking black afro, upon which a top hat rested at a jaunty angle. Hanging over one of his bony wrists was a purple cane that rattled gooishly where it hooked against naked bone. Naruto just looked at the interloper for a while before finally speaking. "You didn't introduce yourself." There was a sharp inhalation from the skeleton, who raised a hand to cover his mouth in shock and apparent dismay. "Oh goodness, I lost my decorum there, didn't I? Well, I will remedy that right away," he said while removing his top hat and offering a sincere bow at the waist. "My name is Brook, acting captain of the Rumbar Pirates. It's a pleasure to meet you. Would you care for some tea? I just put a fresh pot on." "Ha!" Naruto and Linlin both yelled in equal parts confusion, but suddenly blooming joy. Because for the first time since entering this god-awful place, the pair had discovered something fun. Shaking himself out of Linlin's hold, Naruto dropped to the deck and looked up into the skeleton's face. "Well, I'm Naruto, and this is my girlfriend Linlin. Most call her Big Mom." Brook nodded with a smile, creeping Naruto out that a skull could be so expressive. "Well then, it is a pleasure to meet you both. But first I must ask your lady friend a most important question. May I see her?" "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Naruto waved his hands. "How about you come over to our ship to talk?" The skeleton pondered as he drummed the hard points of his fingertips against his chin. "That is a wonderful offer, and I do realize my ship isn't in the best shape to receive guests. I don't suppose I could convince you to give me a tug? The rudder is quite boned." "Yes, we noticed," Naruto said with a well-meaning huff, still somewhat weirded out by the skeleton, but feeling the echoes of goodness in him. He extended a hand to him in offer. Brook gave a musical titter of amusement. "Permission to come aboard?" Naruto took hold of the skeleton's hand. "Granted." Half the world away and deep within Whole Cake Chateau, Strulson was moving quickly. He maintained a brisk passage, his little cloak flaring out behind him as he walked but tried not to run in order to avoid any suspicion. It was a totally unnecessary, of course, as he was seen as one of Linlin's inner circle. But paranoia had fueled the cook and first member of the crew for a long time now, and the longer that Naruto's presence had remained, the less that paranoia reduced. He poked his head out from behind a doorway before making a dash for a door and bursting into what turned out to be an empty pantry, closing and locking the door behind him. Phew, he exhaled. He wiped a handkerchief against his sweaty forehead before stealing further into the room. When he was sure he was comfortably deep enough, he pulled out a wrapped bundle from behind his back and quickly unwrapped it, revealing a transponder snail that he placed on a stool. From his pocket, Strulson withdrew another of the gastropods, but this one was white with a different shaped shell. Setting it next to the first snail, he drew a cord from the white snail and plugged it into the main one. Once he was sure everything was set up, he took a steadying breath before picking up the receiver and beginning to dial. Bada 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 bada. The snail began to cycle as he attempted to connect. I know they drink heavily there, but I want to get this done sooner rather than later, Strulson thought. He knew that if what he was about to do ever came to light, then he was dead. But there was an opportunity here to remove a thorn in his side, and he had to take it. He had spent far too long crafting Linlin into a tool of autocratic might for that power to fall into the hands of another. Bada 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 bada, caca shack. The snail went rigid as it connected, its face quickly morphing to reflect the face of the one on the other end, the brows becoming much more defined. Who the hell is calling in drinking hour? I'm half cut and we don't have time for this stuff, so make it quick, spoke a deep but surprisingly youthful voice. Strulson pulled a confused face. You're not Rocks. Whoa. Hell no, I'm not that psycho. I'm Kaido, the cabin boy. Now say your piece, or I'm hanging up. Wang Ji's doing a keg stand on some weakling's crushed skull. Strulson bit his lip before swallowing his pride and speaking what he had called to say. I have a good tip about some really good treasure ships that will be arriving at Sabaudi soon. Might be worth your time. The snail began to laugh drunkenly in concert with Kaido on the other end. In the background of the call, the sound of drunken bar fighting could be heard. Sabaudi? What the hell could we possibly want to go back into paradise for? Forget you ever called us, or I'll smash your skull in. It's carrying the Typhon. Strulson was met with a pause, his heart thundering a mile a minute as the apparent cabin boy on the other end debated his worth. The guy who splashed off the celestial dragon, that Typhon? He took a soothing breath, keeping his nerve. Yes, riding on the same treasure ship he stole from him with 5 battleships in back. The cabin boy seemed to mull it over before once again the snail burst into hysterical laughter. Roar, 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 roar. Oi, Shiki, Gloriosa, want to do something fun back in paradise? The line went dead and Strulson let out a sigh of relief as he put the receiver back down. All too soon, an evil smile appeared on his face. You might be a creature from my nightmares, Uzumaki, but when it comes to collections of monsters, Zebek's horde has you beat by a mile, said the cook, with nobody but himself to hear. A day passed. 24 hours since Naruto first encountered the gentlemanly and extremely eccentric Brook, and things had returned to relative normality within the Florian Triangle. The Storm Squadron remained in its V formation, but now, the Tempest's Gate towed Brook's dilapidated and derelict ship directly behind it with several links of thick rope looped around the stern of Naruto's ship. The blonde had initially worried that rigging up the towing job and his ship running tug duty would be a pain in the ass given just how broken down Brook's ship appeared to be. That worry was quickly laid to rest by the squads of experienced sailors under his command, proving their salt as maritime ocean-goers that Naruto hoped to one day reach. Quickly gathering the needed materials they had pulled in what remained of the bull-marked ship's canvas sails and lit lamps along its sides to pick it out better in the fog. Most noticeably, they had given the ship a once-over to make sure that the diagnosis that Brook had given them of the ship's woes was accurate. The damage is quite something. Thankfully, nothing below the waterline, but as you can see, the sails and rigging were slashed to pieces, and most annoying of all, being that the rudder chain is totally gone. I'm no helmsman. That honor went to Maori Tosuki, but it's hard to steer a ship when there's no bones between the wheel and back, something I know a whole lot about, yo ho 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 ho. Brook's macabre but upbeat diagnosis had sped things up exponentially, and after only a relatively short time, the flotilla of ships was underway once again. And yet, something about the lonesome derelict had lingered in Naruto's mind even as they had all turned in for the night. Unable to find sleep, he had crept out of bed, an achievement given how clingy the pregnant Linlin was, and walked along the think rope lines to poke around Brook's ship. It was no mere pun to say that the ghost ship had been ghostly quiet as Naruto had walked its decks and halls, getting lost at least once, but he slowly built up a feel for the ship. It was derelict, yes, but there was a strange tidiness to it, as if someone had spent a long time diligently trying to keep what little remained of the derelict in something approaching order. Brook, no doubt, but the state of the innards reminded Naruto strangely of home. Make no mistake, Naruto's old apartment had not been the pinnacle of class, but it hadn't been a borderline condemned shack as some people seemed to think when he had seldom visitors. What mattered, though, was that Naruto knew the look and smell of a place that showed the wear and tear of time, no matter how hard you tried to make it look nice. And Brook's ship had the metaphorical stink in spades, which begged the question, just how long was he lost in the triangle? A chill had gone up Naruto's spine at that moment, as the clock struck midnight, the echo of melancholic loneliness coming from the slowly rotting deck under his feet. The ship had known great sorrow and great joy, and he returned to his bed that night wondering just what the strange living skeleton had been through. And as luck would have it, he would not have to wait long to find out. After slinking back to bed in his and Linlin's cabin on the gate, Naruto had enjoyed a few hours of pleasant sleep in his paramour's embrace before morning arrived. How did Naruto know that given the perpetual half-light of the triangle? Simple. Naruto rubbed small circles into Linlin's back comfortingly as she got back to her feet and backed away from the toilet. She sent an embarrassed but thankful look back. Morning sickness was never pretty and nobody wanted to see it, let alone experience it. For Linlin, it went before simple embarrassment. It was something that cracked the image of seeming invincibility that the majority of her subjects held for her. And it was for this reason that Naruto was one of the few people she would allow to attend to her, or even see her, when the sickness came. Feeling any better? He asked clemently after handing the pink-haired, orange-eyed queen a handkerchief. Linlin took the fine silk and wiped the remains of her morning unpleasantness from her lips, shuddering slightly as the aftershocks of the ordeal finally left her body. Much. You'd think that it would get easier after the third time, but she trailed off, a hand resting on her stomach where her baby bump showed through the flamenco dress she had chosen to wear today. You've never had a normal go of it, have you, thigh-highs? The rhetorical question earned him a cuff around the back of the head that he ducked under with a chuckle, pleased to see that Linlin's scowl had softened. Breakfast, I think. I'm starving. You and me both, Whiskers. And unlike you, I have to eat for more than just one. A jesting barb formed behind Naruto's lips, something about how he could very easily bet 1,000 hungry mouths with a single cross-shaped hand sign. But he let it lie, instead taking his much taller lover's hand and leading her from their cabin towards the private mess hall. The silent look of gratitude from her as she propped Napoleon atop her head was worth his moment of mirthful restraint 1,000 times over. Soon enough, they were sequestered away inside the richly appointed officers' mess with a table full of delectable breakfast treats, and as luck would have it, they were not dining alone. Naruto looked over the edge of his teacup at the tall and thin side of Brook on the other side of the table. The living skeleton had popped his head in shortly after they had sat down, drawn by the aroma of well-made food that was given at any meal Linlin was taking part in. The nasal hole in the gaunt skull seemed to sniff the air and move with an animatedness that made Naruto question if he was under a genjutsu. By the time the gentlemanly corpse had eaten 3 plates of food and 2 glasses of orange juice without them splattering unceremoniously onto his bare ribcage, all thoughts of sense with the skeleton had vanished. Just gonna chalk it up to another weird thing with this world, he thought to himself as he sipped at a cup of sweet tea, the buzz of sugar perking him up, but the curiosity remained. Hey, Brook, he asked in a conversational tone. Mind if I ask you something? Brook blew a coil of steam from the top of his own cup of sweet tea, bringing it to his mouth to sip. Of course. What guest would I be if I couldn't entertain with words or music? Ask away. You're a skeleton, so? Naruto gestured across the table to the animated Brook, trying to find an eloquent way of phrasing his words before giving up with a huff. How the hell are you walking, talking, and eating? The much taller pirate inclined his head, his large afro seeming to enhance the subtle movement. The bony grin that Brook wore seemed to dim, his thin shoulders slumped a little. Ah, in all the excitement I forgot myself. Yes, I am quite dead. Immediately, a wave of regret washed over Naruto, knowing that he had likely brought up something that Brook would rather ignore. He opened his mouth to apologize, but Brook instantly brightened back up and threw his arms wide. But I survived. I ate the revive fruit, you see. It allowed me to find my way back from the afterlife so long as I still had a body to inhabit. A devil fruit, that explained it. Naruto massaged his temples with rueful exasperation. Honestly, the sheer range of seemingly random miraculous abilities that these fruits could impart boggled the mind. I mean seriously, going from being able to turn into the Buddha and coming back from the dead to being able to Stuhlson being able to make food out of anything he cuts. It's like something out of a kid's dream, he reflected internally. The longer Naruto remained in this world, the more his thoughts had turned to the oddities of devil fruits, both of the why of their existence and how best to deal with them in a friendly or unfriendly manner if he came across a user. He would be lying if he said the thought of eating one hadn't crossed his mind more than once. Naruto shook his head mentally, once again arriving at the same answer he had come to every time the prospect presented itself. I'm not going to give up my ability to swim in a world that's 90% ocean. That's just suicide with extra steps. His eyes drifted up to Napoleon, propped up on Linlin's head of rose-colored hair at a jaunty angle, meeting its blue eyes as it watched the conversation. A weapon infused with a devil fruit, however, that could be fun. As it turned out, thoughts of devil fruits was not mutually exclusive to Naruto in that moment. The revive fruit? That's the degraded version of my soul fruit. Linlin said, her interest for the funny skeleton growing another notch. What a coincidence. The sea certainly is a wondrous place for two such powers to be drawn together by fate. Brook chirped, taking a sip from his tea again. He gestured to various homies around the mess hall. Though it seems you have a much better grasp of your fruit than I. As far as I know, my fruit just brings me back from the dead should I die. That and keep my body in the state it was when I first got back to it. In my experience, crazy stuff tends to attract other crazy stuff. Then again, I'm a magnet for this kind of stuff, Naruto admitted to his chagrin, drumming his fingers against his chin. He raised an eyebrow looking at Brook. Wait, if your body's the state it was when you found it? Linlin's eyes widened, catching on to what Naruto was getting at. Then how long did it take you to find it? Linlin's question sent Brook into a peal of his characteristic laughter. Yo ho 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 ah, it's embarrassing. After passing away, not a fun experience I'll tell you, it didn't change the fact that my ship was stuck in the center of the Florian Triangle. I had to find it again, which took a long time. Naruto's features took on a searching look, and Brook soon acquiesced to the unsaid question. A year? At which point I was just skin and bones, and oddly bereft of skin. Yo ho ho! Ho! The shinobi commander's brows furrowed at that. He could feel there was some pain behind that laughter, but that Brook was doing his level best to remain upbeat. He did respect that. Loneliness was not fun. I'm amazed your skeleton managed to bleach white in the absence of direct sunlight for over a year. Maybe a side effect of whatever killed you, said the fourth person who until now had been silent. Blue eyes shifted slowly to the left and came to rest on the sitting profile of Dr. Kureha, sat to Brook's left. Her breakfast utterly forgotten in favor of the magnifying glass held in one hand that she was using to inspect Brook's arms through the holes in his suit jacket. She had turned up unannounced to eat with them under the auspice of checking on Linlin and making sure that she didn't eat or drink too much given her condition. But her attention had been captured by Brook the moment he walked in to join them. Her lined and aged face practically glowed with interest as she set about bombarding Brook with a fusillade of questions interspersed with periods of silent but intense tests being run on the undead pirate as he ate. Naruto idly wondered what Sakura or Tsunade would have done in Kureha's place, but both were certain to have rolled their eyes at trying to check for a pulse on a skeleton. Brook preened under the attention. Of course I drank plenty of milk when I was alive, so I was bound to have a gleaming skeleton in death. Brook groused genially, his hands rising to slip bony fingers between the frizzed curls of his large afro. It also gave me such wonderful air roots. I remember someone telling me hair grows after death? Naruto asked rhetorically, remembering the drunken ramblings of a long-distant old man he and Jiraiya had bumped into on the training trip. Kureha shook her head. That's not how that works. It's an old wives' tale. Why you still have an afro is beyond me, but I do really want to find out. How about it, Skelly boy? Give a young girl a good time. Yo ho ho ho. How forwards of you, Miss Kureha, and my crew said I was a flirt. I can tell you my death was by a poisoned arrow, but anything beyond that comes at a price. Brook replied with a tilt of the head. What kind? Kureha raised an eyebrow. Brook stilled, briefly a macabre statue. His head slowly swiveled to look at Kureha, the wide black voids of his eyes boring into her face. Are you sure? Kureha flashed a predatory grin. I'm the best doctor on all of Drum Kingdom. If I let this chance slip by, I might as well hang up the doctor's coat for good. You don't wear a doctor's coat, though, Naruto chipped in a deadpan voice. Shut it, Foxface. I'm working here. Kureha snapped, her focus squarely on Brook. Naruto smirked at getting a rise out of the traveling companion. Well, if you truly are willing to pay the price, Brook said forebodingly, drawing himself up to his full height. The shadows of the room seemed to pull inwards around him, the bare bone of his face momentarily turning frightening. Then, madam, could you perhaps show me your panties? As one, Naruto, Linlin, and even Napoleon's mouths dropped open as they gaped at the animated cadaver, taken off guard from the seriousness with which he had just asked something so silly. Naruto's eyes practically popped out of their sockets when instead of getting angry or smacking the tall skeleton, Kureha simply got to her feet and began to reach for the zip at the front of her jeans. "Nope," Naruto yelled, banging a fist down on the hardwood table, causing all the crockery to shudder. Kureha scowled at Naruto, but pulled her hands away from her crotch and instead rested them on her hips. "What?" she demanded gruffly. Naruto pointed at the old woman accusingly. "I do not want pervy shit going on at the breakfast table." "You didn't say that at breakfast last week," Linlin whispered, making Naruto's cheeks briefly dust pink despite his look of consternation at Kureha. She threw her hands up non-committally, as if this was no big issue. "What's the big deal? I want to know why Brook is the way he is, and I'm a consenting adult. I didn't take you for a Puritan. I don't want to stare at your wrinkly ass for breakfast. If you want to play the voyeur show, then do it on your own time later," Naruto accused, causing Linlin to snort with laughter. "If that's the condition to see them, then I don't mind giving my result now." "I think of it as an IOU, Miss Kureha," Brook said diplomatically, a note of pleading in his voice. Had he been on that ship so long that another type of bone was that starved for attention? A beat passed before Kureha nodded and returned to her seat, and Brook sat down to begin his story. And what a story it turned out to be. "Before I begin, I must again thank you for your towing of my ship and give you a proper introduction. My name is Brook. I was once the lead violinist and pianist of the Rumbar Pirates before serving as their acting captain until our passing." Brook began. He slipped his nimble fingers into his suit jacket and withdrew an aged but still legible bounty poster that he set down on the table. Naruto was able to tell it was Brook from the afro alone, but it was strange to see the happy face of the man now gone yet still here. A jovial-looking man in his late 30s, with a face set in a wide and happy battle cry, his eyes covered by a pair of dark purple round sunglasses with a yellow beaded string that kept them attached to his ears. Wanted, dead or alive humming swordsman. Brook B. 33,000. Rumbar Pirates. Linlin scratched her chin, trying to conjure a memory. "I think I heard of you once. Small-time crew from West Blue originally." "The very same, and with the scene set, allow me to tell you what brought me here, and with hope, what I hope to return to. It all began with a little whale named Laboon." Naruto sat and listened to Brook tell his story, politely letting the older man explain everything. How he and his crew had picked up a lost and orphaned baby island whale that had followed them through hell or high water. How they had taught the adolescent marine mammal to love music as much as they did. He gushed about his former captain Yorkie and the joy he brought to each and every day of their lives on the sea, from triumphant highs to crushing lows. All three of them had quietly interjected questions here and there when lulls in the conversation came about. Something Brook appeared to appreciate given how long he must have been keeping this story in with nobody but himself to hear it. And then came the sadness. Laboon followed us up and down both sides of Reverse Mountain to the Twin Capes. We were all so surprised to see him that we cried, but we had to leave him there with the lighthouse keeper. Laboon was just too young to travel the Grand Line. We couldn't bear the thought of him being picked off by a Sea King, so we made him stay there with a promise. Once we had seen the whole world, we would come back for him to see him at the Twin Capes. Naruto frowned sympathetically, and before he knew it, he had reached out a hand and touched one of Brook's bare-boned fingers, an unsaid communion of understanding. What it was like to leave someone behind. Brook looked at Naruto before silently nodding in thanks, the moment of kindness giving him the strength to push on to the darker parts of his story. It was an all too familiar story for the Grand Line, even if the first half was known as paradise in comparison to the New World. The Rumbar Pirates had traveled through a seemingly normal island only for half of the crew, including their captain, to come down with a deadly, incurable, and highly infectious disease. Faced with no other choice, and not wanting to let their dream die, Yorkie had taken the infected half of the crew and took their chances trying to cross the calm belt into one of the blues where they could find a doctor never to be seen from again. And in the months and years that followed with Brook at the helm, the Rumbar Pirates had eventually found themselves in the Florian Triangle. And with it, their end. We never saw them. They were just a shape in the fog. They bombarded the ship with broadsides for an hour, launched grape and chain shots to disable the ship, and riddled us with poison arrows. They didn't even stick around to take any treasure we may have had on board, just left us to die to the poison. Brook related, a pregnant silence falling over the table. Taking a deep breath, Naruto asked, "And were you carrying any?" he asked, disquieted by the thought of such a horrid attack being perpetrated for no reason. Brook smiled wanly. "Only a final song in our hearts that I hope one day Laboon will hear. It's been around 5 years since that final day, and until I can face Laboon again, I will keep walking towards it no matter what." Naruto felt the fondness he had for the skeleton grow bolder at those words, galvanized with respect. You've been through a lot. As someone who does his best to never go back on his word, you've got my seal of approval. His words made Brook fan himself dramatically. Oh, you do so flatter, yo-ho-ho-ho. But I will be content with just the toe to Sabaody. I'm sure there are shipwrights I can ask to help fix up my ship. Or pay for something a little more appropriate for a one-man crew to get back to the Twin Capes. I doubt Laboon will be pleased that we didn't complete the journey, but at the very least, why not sail with us? The afro-haired skeleton stopped speaking, brought up short but Naruto's sudden offer. What? You've been sailing around in circles for 5 years with nothing but a derelict ship and your own memories as company, hoping to tell a friend that you made it around the world. Naruto's eyes were impassioned with a fire of determined zeal. Why would I not offer to help someone try to reach for a dream they thought out of reach? We're the big family pirates. We will take in any who life has dealt a shit hand. Just because you're a skeleton and might creep me out at times doesn't mean I don't think you deserve a chance to see your dream fulfilled. That's what the freedom of being a pirate's all about, right? His proclamation was met with a small, almost ceremonial clap from a smirking Linlin. Hear, hear, whiskers. And here I was thinking that you weren't cut out for public speaking, she said before turning to Brook, her smile widening to a toothy grin. And coming from me, you're too damn interesting to just let slip away onto the sea. Damn straight, Kureha chipped in, resting her chin in the palm of her hand. This blonde bastard's boat seems to be a collection house for a menagerie of interesting individuals. I'd be a fool not to endorse it. Taken aback by the offers from good-meaning but almost total strangers, Brook could only look between each of them in turn, his jaw working open and closed with no sound leaving his mouth. Are you truly sure? He asked in a small, vulnerable voice. The weight of years alone on his mind. Naruto extended a hand. It's a promise. Empty sockets eyed the offered hand. Brook slowly, gingerly raised his own hand to reach for it. Slight rattled filled the space between them, the bare bone digits shaking and rattling against one another before finally linking with Naruto's warm hand in a firm handshake. Naruto tried to pull away only to find Brook still holding him in the handshake. He looked up into the face of the skeleton only for his superuis to soften with sympathy. Somehow, by mechanic, Naruto would not even pretend to understand. Moisture was starting to gather at the corners of Brook's empty sockets. Been a while, huh? Yo-ho-ho-ho, Brook chuckled, wiping the moisture away. I had forgotten what the charity of others was like. It's overwhelming. Naruto nodded. It's always given to those who need it if I'm there. Sometime later, Naruto found himself walking out onto the deck to stare out over the waters, his mind a whir of thoughts and emotions. There was so much about this world he didn't understand and probably never would understand. But that was certainly worth it for the intoxicating new constants in his life of family and adventure. That which he found or made. Barry, for your thoughts? Naruto turned to see Brook striding up onto the deck to join him. The skeleton now carried a medium-sized tan case in one hand, while his purpled cane rested across the crook of his arm. He shook his head. Nah, just taking in the air. Sometimes I just need some air and the wind in my hair. Oh, I can relate. The perks of having such strong roots is being able to enjoy the wind through my curls. Brook chirped emphatically and almost camply, making Naruto's mood instantly turn up. I just wanted to say again how thankful I am for your offer. I'm still the acting captain of the Rumbar Pirates and shan't be joining your crew, but traveling companion is too cold a term. A sideways look met Brook. How about friend? I can go with friend, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Brook laughed, seeming so much more real than how he usually laughed, years of solitude melting away from something as blessedly simple as having a friend to talk to once again. His laughter petered off naturally before he hefted his case onto the guardrail, in which case, my friend, allow me to repay you for such a wonderful breakfast with the tools of my trade. Guy popped the twin brass latches on either side of the case and opened it, revealing a perfectly maintained violin. Pulling the instrument from its plush prison, he rested it into the crook of his neck and touched its long bow to the strings. Slowly, the deck began to fill with the upbeat jaunt of string music, a song that almost every sailor on the sea knew, a song of joy, a song of resignation, a song that was the declaration that life had an end, and that end was what made it worth living, a shanty of tragedy and triumph. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Bink's brew. Sea wind blows to where who knows. The waves will be our guide, or across the ocean's tide. Rays of sunshine far and wide. Birds they sing of cheerful things. In circles passing by. Something moved in Naruto's peripheral vision, and he saw several of the sailors had come out onto the deck to watch, listening intently to the singing skeleton. They looked at him unsurely, thinking he might bark at them to get back to work, but instead he waved them over. Bid farewell to Weaver's Town, say so long to ports renowned, sing a song, it won't be long. Before we're casting off, cross the gold and silver seas, the salty spray puts us at ease, day and night, to our delight, the voyage never ends. A beat struck up between Naruto and the crew, a simple tapping of the foot or clapping, but the odd acoustics of the triangle's fog echoed it back at them instantly, creating a chorus of sound and vibration that filled Brook's voice with a grand quality. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out, Binks brew pirates, we eternally are challenging the sea. With the waves to rest our heads, ship beneath us as our beds, way up high upon the mast, our Jolly Roger flies. Somewhere in the endless sky, stormy winds are blowing by, waves are dancing, evening comes. It's time to sound the drums. But steady men and never fear, tomorrow's skies are always clear. So pound your feet and clap your hands, till sunny days return. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. More and more crew members emerged to watch and take part, and so too across the flotilla did the echo of voices roll in, joined in that old shanty with Brook's voice as the lead. And much as Naruto didn't much like to sing, for the final verse he joined in with gusto. Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Binks brew. Wave goodbye, but don't you cry, our memories remain. Our days are but a passing dream, everlasting though they seem. 'Neath the moon we'll meet again, the wind's our lullaby. Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship out Binks brew, sing a song and play along. For all the oceans wide, after all is said and done, you'll end up a skeleton, so spread your tail from dawn till dusk upon these foamy seas. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Ahead of the gate, a particularly thick wall of fog rolled up on them, blanketing the deck until nobody could see their hand in front of their face. Before, with no warning, they were all bathed in sunlight once again. Covering his eyes from the sudden glare, Naruto pulled his hand away once his eyes adjusted and saw the yawning blue horizon where sky met sea for the first time in a number of days. Sunlight beat down on them all as one by one, the storm squadron pierced the storm wall into the beautiful midday sun. And on the distant horizon, so small it could be mistaken for a mirage, was a band of red with a single dot of green at its heart. Sabodi Archipelago, where the typhoon would make landfall. And no matter how happy he was, the chances of it turning into an ill omen were always high, especially when other factors were waiting in the wings. An Oni, a drunk, the Snake Princess and the Golden Lion, and hidden somewhere amongst the mighty boughs of the Yarukiman mangroves, a man with a strange name and a straw hat. Docking at Sabaody proved surprisingly easy given the 6 battleship-sized ships that made up the Tadoland delegation. Then again, it wasn't like the massive collection of aquatic trees were lacking for space. Naruto had always taken the massive trees surrounding Konoha for granted, but compared to the hyperflora on display here, they looked tiny by comparison. There was some variation in their heights and widths, yet each of the 79 giant mangrove trees, striped in mint green and teal, were easily in the realm of 750 meters tall, capped with the iridescent soapy hemisphere that covered the upper thicket of branches. Peering over the edge of the gate as it drew alongside Grove 53, he could see the hundreds of tree roots that made up the grounds of Sabaody rising up from the depths of the ocean, vanishing into the nautical blur far below. "Damn, those are some big-ass roots," he said with an appreciative whistle. "You say that every time we pass through here, Whiskers." Linlin commented from the deck chair she'd been sitting in as they were cleared to dock by the harbor control. "If you like plants so much, maybe you should start a garden back on Whole Cake." "Oh-ho?" Now there was an idea. Naruto practically beamed at the suggestion. "I'd love to. Taking care of my plants was one of my few pleasures back ho." He cut off his own words before correcting to, "back where I originally came from." A rose-colored eyebrow went up at the correction, but Big Mom didn't pry into that matter in the open. She knew that while Naruto was content in this world, there was a melancholic soreness at thoughts of his original world. "We could take a cutting of one of the mangroves," she suggested, hoping to prevent any dip in his mood. Looking up at the massive trunk as they passed under its shadow, Naruto spotted an ancillary branch that came away from the main trunk and up into the upper foliage. He stroked his chin in thought as he looked at it for a few moments before shaking his head. "I don't think so. Even a cutting is too big." While the branch looked small, it was simply a trick of perspective, and was in truth over 100 meters long and a dozen wide. "I don't think I could make a storage seal for something that big, and I don't want to drag it behind the gate." Fair, I doubt it would make for plain sailing with several hundred tons of ultra-buoyant ballast strapped to the back of us. Linlin rose from her chair, adjusting Napoleon to a jaunty angle. Might be worth looking into next time, however. I can smell a business opportunity there. Business talk so early in the day? You are surprisingly mercantile-minded for a pirate, young Miss Charlotte, yo-ho-ho-ho. Naruto looked over his shoulder to see Brook leaving the rear superstructure to join them, his cane hanging from one bony arm and a cup of tea in hand. Nice of you to join us. Ditto, my spiky-haired friend. But some of us can't take a morning without a wonderful cup of tea. My compliments to your quartermaster for the stock and the wellerman that provided it. Brook sipped from the cup, savoring the flavor, and looked up at the thick canopies high above. Seeing them up close, the tops of the mangroves kind of remind me of my hair. The blonde commander looked from between the cryptid crewmate and hyperflora follicles far above. Huh, yeah, I can kind of see it. The place I grew up had a ton of really big trees, but nothing this big. He wasn't going to bring up the Shinju because that would be too much to explain too quickly. What about you, Brook? Any odd features where you come from? Here and there, but nothing I'm comfortable with sharing. Ruins my air of mystery. Brook said, holding up his hands and wiggling his bony fingers. Naruto snorted in amusement, which Brook returned with a chuckle. Mystery you trade for a glimpse of some panties? Guilty to an extent, yo-ho-ho-ho. Linlin facepalmed slowly. I'm surrounded by idiots and fools, and for some reason it makes me smile. Isn't that the goal of all peace mains? Brook asked rhetorically, though Naruto was curious about the new term. He was going to ask, but the bobbing shape of a tug sidling up beside them to take possession of Brook's ship caught his focus. He waved broadly to the helmsman of the tug, but frowned when he saw a look of fear on the man's face. Attempting to stand taller at his post, as if Naruto would turn him to dust with his gaze if he somehow failed some supernatural test. But unknown to Naruto, similar reactions had been popping off all over the archipelago, the moment their collection of ships had crested the horizon. The big family pirates Jolly Roger had quickly emerged as a chaotic and worrisome omen for anyone who saw it, and while the storm of Naruto's epithet was seen as a far more dire omen, seeing so many big family flags bearing down on them had caused the denizens to take steps to mitigate the chances of any unwanted incidents, as it turned out. The violent murder of a celestial dragon was a great way to send the willies up anyone who profited from the Gru hues, where the white light of the law met the black hearts of the world nobles. Because while most of the 170 nations that were grouped under the world government did not partake in the slave trade, many of them did, and the wares of sentient chattel had a nasty habit of ending up on the archipelago. When Naruto had first visited Sabaody, he had picked up a book to read and pass the time while Linlin went shopping for some clothes. Geography is Everything by T. King Cii, an extremely thick tome written to give a snapshot on many of the world's well-known locations. In the exposé on Sabaody, the author had not held back on explaining just how and why Sabaody was perfectly placed to make money off the illicit activities that most of the world pretended never to see. Sabaody sits at an interstice of ideal factors that make it the perfect place for criminal enterprise, especially the thriving slave trade. Travelers, be they pirate or civilian, have to pass through it to reach the New World and vice versa for voyagers returning to paradise. It is therefore a perfect port island, one that does not disturb the log pose which can be used to track the passage of a ship. Its nearness to the Holy Land of Marigyose also means that there is a constant supply of capital and interest to purchase slaves. Slavery as a concept turned Naruto's stomach, and this fact had bled into the waters with such virulence that eventually it was scented by the hawks at the every sensationalist rag on either side of the Grand Line knew that if you put a collar on someone's neck, then you were begging for Naruto to break yours. So seeing the personal ship and squadron of the bane of slavery, murderer of their biggest patrons and all-around calamity bearing down on them, made the people of Sabaody reevaluate their values, at least until they were gone. They faced no resistance to any of their admittance into the ports and harbors to store their ships, with the first port of call being to check in with the shipwright crew to get Brook's shit fixed up. The former acting captain of the Rumbar Pirates had initially suggested that it might just be easier to scrap the ship. After all, the only thing he needed to take from it was the large chest containing the remains of his crewmates. Naruto had shook his head, because there was something about the ship that just stood out to him, a feeling like she still wanted to sail even damaged as she was. But as luck would have it, the portmasters were so scared shitless by Naruto and Linlin's presence that they offered to do the job for free, much to the shipwright's apparent chagrin. Next had been approaching a coders guild to get the entire squadron plus Brook's ship coded for the trip back to the New World that they had been forced to pay for, which honestly Naruto preferred. I love free stuff as much as the next man, but I really don't like it when people do stuff because they're scared of us. Both the shipwrights and coders' work would take several days to finish, given the size of the ships and repairs that needed to be done. Naruto would rather they take all the time they needed, rather than do a shoddy job in their haste to see the back of them, even if it meant they had a few days ahead of them to wait out the process. Stood upon the ever-moist moss that constituted the grass on the floor formed from the roots was a circle of 4 people, the inadvertent traveling companions of Naruto, Linlin, Kureha, and Brook. After a brief huddle of conversation, they turned to face the amassed horde of their 6 ships' crews. "Right!" Naruto called, his voice carrying over the area clearly. "The ships aren't going to be moving for a few days while the work is done, which means you've all earned some shore leave." A cheer rose up from the crowd, as well as those who watched from up on deck, waving down from the crosstrees and rigging. "Try to get back to the ships to sleep, and don't get into too much trouble. I will smack you upside the head if I catch you doing something dumb." Linlin picked up the line of threat, elaborating, "Just stick clear of Groves 129, and if you really have to go there, then keep it to boozing and roughhousing. As much as Whiskers and I love a good scrap, I'm not exactly in the mode or state to be throwing Marine Vice Admirals into the drink." "Yes, boss mama," rang out in chorus before they all began to walk away, dispersing into the shadows of the great trees bound for some much-needed RE. When the glut of crew and menials dwindled to a retreating trickle, the 4 companions faced each other once again. "So, game plan?" Naruto chirped. Kureha was the first to respond. "I've got to restock my goods and maybe take a few plant samples. The atmosphere here has some interesting effects on plants grown here," she said, a large bubble emerging from the moss between them. It wavered through the air before the Augine doctor poked it with the frames of her sunglasses, causing it to pop with a loud bang. "Whoosh!" Brook yelped, startled by the sudden noise akin to a gunshot, jumping out of the skull joke did not need to be put to words. He clutched hand-top his bare ribcage. "That scared me." "Seriously?" Naruto asked, incredulous, but almost instantly he could feel the beginnings of future pranks taking form at the back of his mind. Perhaps Seiken's bubbles would make for a very fun twist here on Sabawati. A large ringed hand closed around his shoulder, and Naruto looked up into the rich orange eyes of his lover. She looked at him knowingly, having seen the look of nascent mischief born in his eyes. She knew, and wondered just what he was cooking up. "Well, I'm sure I will get used to the bubbly soundscape soon enough. I think I'll distract myself with sampling the local restaurants and shops wherever they may be," Brook explained after recovering his composure. "Wherever they might be. Groves 4049? The next island over, though don't get fleeced for bears. That place is a tourist trap," Linlin said, pointing a finger to the distant but visible mangroves that were marked with 40s. Brook nodded in thanks, a hand rising to his top hat and pulling it free from his afro. "My thanks, and should that happen, then I am quite content to busk to earn my meal," he said with a theatrical bow before turning to walk away. "Sure you'll be okay after so long?" Naruto asked the friendly skeleton. Brook paused, his purple cane rocking on his arm. "Should the locals prove unwelcoming, I have a much less eloquent but much simpler method." He slipped the tip of a bony thumb into a gap beneath the crook of his cane, a click rending the air as a seam appeared there, widening to reveal a glint of steel hidden within. "Stick 'em with the pointy end." I like that skeleton." Linlin grinned. Naruto laughed. "Yeah, me too." Little did the big family group know, on the other side of the archipelago another group had arrived, and brought with them the beginnings of a certain incident that had the potential to explode. Docked in the heart of Grove 27's port was a single brigantine, its sails pulled in and anchor dropped. Even now, T's flag still flapped forebodingly in the warm breeze. Dour letters and a flaming red skull, together forming a word that was the terror of the New World. A tall woman with salmon-colored hair leaned against the brig's capswain, wearing a blue and gold sarong and kimono top that left her midriff fully exposed. A long white cape with gold epaulets hung from her shoulders, and interestingly, a pale spotted snake was strapped around her waist, wearing a slightly rumpled fedora. She was a woman of exceeding beauty, but right now her full lips were marred by a scowl. "Drinking already, John? We just got here," said the woman in a rich voice that felt like fine rolled like a fine wine. "Ha ha ha, oh come on, Gloriosa, it's 5 p.m. somewhere on Blue Star," replied a silver-haired pirate sat on the barrel opposite her. He was an equally tall gentleman with long silvery hair and 5 o'clock shadow. He wore a green captain's coat over a cream tunic and breeches. He tipped a bottle of cherry back and drank heartily from it. His face soured when the bottle was snatched out of his hand and pressed to the lips of another. "Oi, Shiki!" Shiki slurped from the bottle before spitting its contents back into the green bottle with a smirk. If ya still want to drink this early, you can deal with my backwash. Gee ha ha ha. Shiki was a tanned man with long and thick golden blonde hair that trailed down his back with two bangs hanging over his front to frame his face. He wore a dark green kimono top, orange hakama pants, and a yellow and orange striped hayuri. A pair of straight swords were sheathed at his waist, one at each hip. Ugh! John roiled in disgust. I don't want to taste your spit. You chain smoke those damn Dressrosa cigars. Your breath probably tastes like death, he said, tossing the bottle. However, it was caught in a large, muscled hand. A newcomer had joined the three, and he made no complaint as he tipped the bottle up and drank its entire contents. Waroro, I'm not wasting booze with a smoky aftertaste, he said. He was a tall and broad young man, superhumanly so, with flowing black hair, a small mustache, and most notably a pair of large white horns poking from his temples. He wore a simple, partially open white shirt and black trousers tucked into matching boots, a large spiked kanabo in one hand. Shiki snorted while John looked annoyed. Gloriosa was the one to finally speak. Sometimes I wonder who's the worst drunk, Kaido. You or John? Kaido shouldered his kanabo with a smirk. I drink for fun, Gloriosa. I'm not so lost as this alcoholic sack of crap. He jutted his chin in John's direction, and it was only Gloriosa's hand that stopped the other pirate from throwing himself at Kaido from the insult. But you're right. We're all wound up from the trip, so let's blow off some steam before whacking the Typhon. And on that matter, they split to taste Sabaodi's unique charms. Because the Rock's pirates could not stand one another, but that didn't change the fact that each was a character with their own wants and needs that the archipelago would fill. An unseen timer began to tick, counting down to the inevitable storm of monsters in battle. The days on Sabaody proved a breath of fresh air after the unnerving ordeal of traveling through the Florian Triangle. Everyone made the most of soaking up the sun. Naruto mostly stuck with Linlin, and the shinobi pirate was struck by the odd compulsion to provide protection for his pregnant lover. He knew that the clinginess was unneeded and any worry unfounded because Linlin could handle herself in a fight, but there was something inside him that guided his actions and feelings. That he had to be there to ensure the safety and happiness of his loved one and unborn children. Was this how his father had been with his mother in the 10 months of her pregnancy? Part of him hoped so because then he wouldn't feel so awkward about being overly protective. That being said, they were not together all the time as Kureha and Brook had taken the time to explore and experience all of the archipelago had to offer. For the sake of not being hypocrites, they had kept to Groves 3079 and found enjoyment and intrigue all over the place. Naruto and Linlin had dined at a wonderful restaurant on Grove 46, which had served seafood platters brought up from Fishman Island. Lobsters the size of Naruto's torso had been offered and paid for with their succulent meats, pairing great with a glass of white wine. The blonde had developed a taste for beer these last few years, but wine had its allure when paired with the right food. Separate from them, Kureha had press-ganged some of the crew into helping her make a run on ingredients to fill her doctor's stores, while she purchased some new medical tools and aged medical journals. She had found a medical journal written by an up-and-coming scientist from Karakuri Island by the name of Vegapunk that she had been engrossed in every time they saw her. Her crone-like nose rarely poked over the pages until Naruto poked her with his bow staff once, and Brook amused himself with the simple pleasure of walking around the groves and sampling any food he could get his hands on. Though somewhat sadly, his appearance had a habit of scaring those who saw him, something that caused the eccentric skeleton to bawl his non-existent eyes out. But this dark cloud had a silver lining when a young girl had instead laughed at his gangly appearance and he had replied by playing a song for her on the violin. It wasn't long before the story of the mysterious skeleton musician had spread across the groves, and many children, and later their parents, showed up in droves to see him play. For Brook, who had been so starved of company for so long, it was all the encouragement he needed to play his heart out. They all laughed, they all cried. Each pass of his bow upon the strings of his violin eked out emotions of great vibrancy and nuance, and once again, humming Brook felt alive. Each night was capped with a return to their ships and a good night's rest. But despite being able to fall asleep in a comfortable bed, nestled up against his loved one and feeling the kicks of his unborn children within them, Naruto could not find sleep. There was a presence in the air, a melancholic tension that he recognized and always brought him to stand on the deck of the Tempest's gate and look across at the dry dock where Brook's ship was being repaired. The shipwrights had worked with blistering speed, and already much of the Rumbar Pirates' ship had gained back some of its life. Tackboards and filers had been attached to the missing bits of the hull, and a full new canvas had been attached to the masts. but the feeling in the air persevered. It took a moment for Naruto to put his finger on it before he realized it was the same feeling as when he had boarded Brook's ship to explore it alone. Only now it was happier and, not stronger, so much as more concentrated. He sat there, legs slung over the railing as he watched the empty ship in the moonlight, utterly dead save for the shifting sails, until finally it happened. Thok, 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 thok. A strange sound echoed out from the distant ship, carrying over the water between the groves. Looking closely, Naruto could see no movement on the deck, nor could he feel anything until he allowed himself to become still, drawing in the ample natural energy until his eyes shifted to yellow with bar-shaped black pupils. The deck of Brook's ship seemed to shimmer as his perception expanded, overlaying new information onto his vision. Thok, 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 thok. It was a slow and repetitive sound, like an old metronome that conveyed a warmth that stirred in Naruto's chest. A shimmer in the air permeated his vision, a rent in the firmament atop the returning ship, and finally Naruto saw it. Naruto stared at a new figure that stood on the deck of Brook's ship, shrouded in darkness and perhaps not truly there at all. It was a tall and thin silhouette made from a dark green mist, clad in a dark tattered cloak with the hood turned up. In its hand, skeletal and gaunt, was a large wooden mallet that it used to hammer nails into the mast. Thok, 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 thok. Looking at it closer, the silhouette wasn't fully there, its body translucent as it diligently and slowly worked on the ship. After a few more minutes of work, it paused and turned its hooded head to look out at the sea, meeting Naruto's gaze. For reasons that Naruto could not quite parse, he knew he shouldn't be seeing this. He had peeked in on something that was not for him, yet the specter did not run nor vanish, simply holding Naruto's gaze with the hollow of its hood. Slowly it raised its arm and waved to him, its tattered mak fluttering in the breeze. The blonde inclined his head to the spirit once and then let the senjutsu flow out of him again, letting the specter return to being unseen. He would have to ask Brook about it, but Naruto was sure of one thing as he tucked himself into bed that night, his satisfied face slipping into rest. That creature, though he could not see its face, he knew deep down that it was smiling, for the first time in a long time. The third day came and brought with it a cloud that seemed to stretch across the sky, darkening the dawn. Naruto had been relaxing in his captain's cabin on the gate when a knock came at his door, and he was surprised to see a group of his crewmen. The moment he saw the dark looks on their faces, he knew that there was something wrong, and when they told him what they had found, his face turned dark as well. The men had disobeyed his suggestion and decided to trek to the first 29 groves to have some fun gambling. What they had found brought Naruto's blood to a boil. He had hopped from building top to building top with a galvanized intent in his heart and mind, homing in on it to keep him from doing anything too erratic. Eventually, he found his way to Grove 1 and landed atop a thin tower, overseeing the sight before him. Below him and across the street was a large green building the size of a small castle. It was a mishmash of differing style with a roughly round shape dominated by an orange-tiled dome upon which was perched a huge gabled roof with thick yellow thatch. A large sign hung over the entrance reading Public Employment Security Office. Naruto knew what it was really called, the Slave Auction House. The moment the big family pirates were spotted, all trade in slaves had been paused until they were gone to avoid any incidents. But that had not stopped people who had brought their captured and unsold slaves to Sabayoti, lining up for when the doors to the human shop, as some called it, reopened. Hundreds of slaves of all species had been forced to sit outside the auction house in a hastily erected holding area that was fenced in by crude iron and wood stakes linked by barbed wire and patrolled by a collection of thugs and men in black suits. Cipher Pole. Naruto thought darkly, much more interested in the slaves themselves. The conditions were awful. All were bound in one way or another in varying severity but left to fester in their own filth, caked in mud, sweat, and looking severely dehydrated and hungry. His wandering eye eventually settled on a small family unit of 3, their presence given a wide berth by the other slaves. Possibly due to being special, but more likely due to the sheer bulk of the man of the 3. He was a giant of a man with a broad chest and close-cropped black hair with deeply tanned skin. He wore the tattered remnants of a priest's cassock, and his face was covered in cuts and bruises. But still, he maintained a smile for the child that cried at his feet. "There's no need to cry, Kuma," the priest told his son, maintaining a smile. The child's mother, a short blonde woman with rosy cheeks, rubbed circles into young Kuma's back, soothing him as he cried. The child couldn't have been any older, think 4, but took heavily after his father in terms of size. But Daddy, why did they take us from home? We never did anything wrong," Kuma said, sniffing to hold back the tears. The priest grimaced painfully but put up a brave front. Sometimes, bad things happen to good people. I feel it's a test from him, The priest pointed a finger to the sky. They aren't fun, but they're there to show your light. That you're still good deep down no matter what happens. That you can still laugh and dance like he did so long ago. Are? Really? The boy asked, looking up at his father, who nodded emphatically. Really? The priest replied to his son before strengthening with a grunt. He held out his hands and began to thump them against his chest in a joyful beat. You know the beat. The sound of the drums. Dan, dan, da, 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 da. Dan, dan, da, 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 da. He began to dance, an upbeat and happy jig that made use of his whole body to the beat of his voice and thump of the drums he made of his chest. As the dance swelled, other slaves began to take note and watch, enthralled by the simple act of joyful freedom that was dance. Bang! Ing! The priest gasped as a bullet slammed into his leg, spilling blood across the floor and causing him to fall to one knee. Clap! The priest's wife called in alarm, running to her husband's side as his face twisted in pain. Rivulets of sanguine liquid poured from the hole in his thigh. A tall member of Cypher Pole emerged from the edge of the encampment with a smoking gun held in his hand. The other slaves shrank away from his presence. What little will seeing clap dance had created bleeding away. He stomped towards the family unit, and when the mother tried to throw herself between them, he simply smacked her across the face with his pistol. Mama, Kuma cried, going to his mother's side. The Cypher Pole agent glared down at all three of them. He was in his early 20s with long wavy black hair that rolled down the back of his suit and set off his square jaw. You filthy buccaneers. Do you have to make this holdup any more annoying for us? He screamed. First we have to drag you all the way from Sorbet. Then we have to dock here for risk of storm and can't leave until the typhon has passed. And now you try to incite a rebellion? I, Fayad Clap, gritted his teeth through the pain, trying to stand. I never meant that. I just wanted to make my son smile. You're a slave. You have no reason to smile, the black-haired agent said, cocking his gun and leveling it at Clap's already wounded leg. It seems you need a reminder. Papa. A long, dark shape flew down from on high and slammed into the agent's chest with great force, sending him flying backwards, spinning end over end. He crashed through the barbed wire fence and continued to skip across the ground until colliding with the stone steps to the suction house with enough energy to leave a crater. Everyone, be they slave, government agent, or criminal, looked around in alarm, looking for the source of the attack. The dust began to clear from the steps, and the wounded and panted government agent groaned, and at his side was a long black bow staff. He tried to reach out to push the staff away, but it seemed to roll away of its own accord. He tried again, but the staff rose into the air and rocketed back across the space. Everyone followed it as it moved, spinning in its flight before finally being caught by one displeased-looking Naruto, still standing atop the tower. A cold wind fluttered through the square, running up the spines of anyone who recognized the blonde for who he was. He stepped forwards off the edge of the tower and kicked, propelling himself through the air in a graceful arc, arms and legs swinging as he went. Time seemed to slow as he passed in front of the sun, reduced to a silhouette for those that looked up at him. Kuma's eyes widened as the silhouette was reflected in them before the blonde touched down gently beside them. Kuma's mother put her arms around her child in fear, but Naruto paid them no mind, instead approaching Clap. Naruto looked down at the bleeding leg and into the priest's awestruck eyes. Can I help? He asked in a gentle voice. Clap tried to form words that did not come before he swallowed thickly. Please. Naruto smiled with a nod and pressed the hand to the bullet wound, manipulating magnet style. Clap squinted in pain, feeling the bullet move deep in his flesh before it was quickly plucked from the flesh by the invisible magnetism. No sooner had Naruto taken hold of the bullet did he begin to heal the wound, covering his hand in green healing chakra of the mystic palm technique. The buccaneer let out a sigh of relief as the cool, soothing sensation of the medical ninjutsu washed over him, blunting the aches and pains he already had, as well as taking the edge off this new pain. Before their eyes, the bleeding slowed to a crawl before the flesh began to knit back together. His work done, Naruto squeezed the big man's shoulder before getting to his feet and walking in the direction he had launched the Cypher Pole agent. The slaves parted to let him pass, looking at him in awe, fear, and hope. They were from every race, color, and creed, from humans to fishmen, minks and snakenecks, even a Jotan. But Naruto paid most attention to the children that peeked out from behind their parents' and siblings' legs to stare at him. He saw two young children, one with pink hair and the other with frizzy blue, and he made sure to smile at them, to let them know that everything was going to be okay. Getting past them and approaching the groaning agent who was now crawling on all fours, Naruto let the smile drop from his face. The agent tried to reach for his fallen pistol, his fingers closing around the handle just as Naruto's foot pressed down to stand on the gun. The wavy-haired agent paled, his face white as a ghost, before slowly looking up into Naruto's stony face. Do you know who I am? The blonde inquired asked. The agent tried to reply, his jaw working silently before finally speaking. "You're Uzumaki Naruto, the Typhon, and you are?" The agent looked surprised, his eyes widening. He was glad for the extra second to catch his breath at least. "Spandine, from CP7. Naruto stared down at Spandine in utter silence, his aura of discontent palpable. Spandine tried to meet the gaze, but it felt like he was being crushed beneath an invisible ocean. "We weren't trading slaves yet. You think that's an excuse?" Naruto roared, causing the agent to wilt and look away. Naruto didn't let them. He grabbed Spandine by his scruffo, his collar, and hoisted him into the air, his feet trailing off the ground. "That's just because you weren't actively selling slaves. That I wouldn't act?" Terror bloomed in Spandine, painting his face in shades of white and green. He looked like he was about to throw up at Naruto's ire. The commander brought him in close. "You and the world government think I'm a monster, don't you?" the Uzumaki asked. He held a glacial deadpan for a second before his lips broke into a prefatory grin that was all teeth. "Yes, I am." He increased his grip, turning Spandine to look between the watching slaves and the auction house. "If slavery is something that the normal people of this world condone, then a proud monster I will be. To make you all remember just what it is to be human, and the first step is lighting a fire for all to see." He marched forwards, manhandling Spandine like a child as he marched up the steps to the auction house and kicked the doors open with a mighty kick. The iron doors swung inwards with a mighty clang, and Naruto threw Spandine into the empty building. Molding his chakra, he seized the iron doors in the grip of his magnet style and wrenched them closed. Turning away from the auction house, he held out his hand and began to gather chakra in his right hand, letting it swirl into a familiar blue sphere before calling upon the gift of San's chakra. Heat began to radiate out from Naruto as the color and incandescence of the Rasengan changed and intensified. A core of molten lava was born in the heart of the spiraling sphere, lighting the entire area in an orange-gold light. It was as if he held a small sun in the palm of his hand before he tossed it backwards over his shoulder at the auction house's thatched roof. It did not need much coaxing. The thatched roof was dry from the summer sun and ignited before even the first drop of molten rock had leaked from the detonating Rasengan. In no time at all, the entire auction house was in flames, removing an ugly blemish from the island's heart. Naruto didn't look back. He walked amongst the slaves, returning to their heart where Clap, his wife, and Kuma watched the auction house burn. "You feel that?" he called to them all. "That's freedom calling. Let it in, let it run wild." The cheers started up then, cheers and laughter. The sound of hundreds of men, women, and children realizing they were finally free. "Go to Grove 53, my friends. I can't offer you a way to live your lives, but I can offer you passage to a place where you shall never feel the lash of a whip ever again." And with that, they were off, grabbing the keys off jailers and slavers, and freeing themselves from the chains, collars, and cages they were bound in. But Naruto was just interested in the look that young Kuma was giving him. "Nai you? Nai, the young buccaneer stammered. Naruto shook his head ruefully. "No, Naruto, not Naikruto," he corrected. He dropped to one knee and offered a hand. "Do you want to come with me?" Kuma looked between Naruto and his parents. "Can Mama and Papa come?" "Of course. My home is one big family. Mamas and Papas are always welcome." With that assurance given, the young buccaneer gave Naruto a beaming smile and took his hand. With tears of jubilation, the young boy and his parents were led by hand towards a better life, with the heat of slavery's bane at their backs. One would have expected that the fiery destruction of the slave auction house would have set the tone for the rest of Naruto's time on Sabaody, but to the surprise of many, things calmed down remarkably quickly. The denizens of Grove 1 had collectively decided that the loss of the auction house and a glut of human cargo was a worthy trade to not upset the sleeping storm giant who took the slaves under his protection. So things returned to an odd peace, albeit with a steely edge of what would happen if anyone Naruto protected was so much as poked. The blonde himself walked through the sparsely populated parts of the archipelago with his hands in his pockets. Bubbles rose from the mossy plains with a soapy sweet smell, producing wobbly noise as the iridescent orbs were carried slowly towards the mangrove canopies hundreds of meters above. He strolled with a relaxed pace, just letting his legs take him on a relaxed walk. Well, in so much as he could. After he had made absolutely certain that the now freed slaves were taken care of and gained lodging amidst his flotilla, Naruto had decided to check in with his traveling companions. "That haki stuff would be pretty useful right about now," he said under his breath, clambering up the next hill-like route with a single agile bound. He had his ways of sensing and was damn good at it, but he knew his general extrasensory abilities relied a bit too much on his sage senses. Though he would never admit it out loud, He was growing a little jealous of observation hockey's capabilities and the fact it didn't require the user to tap into something external to sense the life signatures of others. Kurama, who also contributed to Naruto's sensory abilities, had told him that he possessed the potential to develop the sensor technique irrespective of his sage senses. According to the fox, who himself was a sensor type, his father had been one, and as an Uzumaki he had the potential to refine it into something that was easily the match for what they had seen of observation hockey. The catch? It was taking a while to get a hold of the basics. Naruto let his mind drift back to the present, trying to focus his nascent new ability towards finding who he was looking for. With no pressing emergency, and the combination of ship coding and fixing still playing out, he had decided to try to find the disparate people using the sensing technique. Molding his chakra, he turned it to what Kurama had described, a sensory mode, letting the spiritual energy side of chakra take prominence, able to react to the ambient changes in chakra or their baseline energies. He felt a sensory ping radiate outwards all around him in all directions, until finally he began to feel signatures all around him. His nose wrinkled. Unlike Sage Mode, where he could almost seize the energies and life signatures of the world, this felt closer to having an entirely new sense. He was hamstrung by just how disconcerting the awareness was. Naruto had to split his focus rather than his awareness expanding to accommodate new information, and something about that just rubbed him up the wrong way. But aggravating as it had been, his mode improved when he sensed a familiar ghostly green signature up ahead. He pressed on, eventually coming upon the location of his skeletal friend. Naruto passed through a stone arch into a modestly sized graveyard, built into an outcropping of real soil that had likely been imported in by settlers to have a place to bury their dead. He walked between the moss-covered gravestones, eulogies to past loved ones etched into weathered stone. A violin's call filled the air, playing a somber, melancholic rendition of Bink's Brew. Brook sat cross-legged in front of a freshly settled pile of earth, playing his violin slowly, his empty eye sockets staring unblinkingly at a large, new gravestone set opposite him. Naruto took up a silent vigil a few steps behind and read the inscription carved into the stone. It featured a large, stylized rendition of the Rumbar Pirates' bullheaded Jolly Roger, with the message inscribed below it in clear script. Here lies the remnants of the Rumbar Pirates, those whose only ask was that you loved music. To the little whale who waits at the Twin Capes, our final song went out to you. It was a simple, tasteful marker to mark the passing of Brook's old crew, and Naruto felt the melancholy of the song wash over him like lukewarm water. He felt sorry for the late pirates, because with such strength as he had grown into over the years, sometimes one forgot how easily your entire life and dream could be washed away by one bad day. It gave Naruto pause to think, have I passed that one bad day, or has the next one just not arrived yet? But as the song reached its wordless crescendo, Naruto's chest lightened. Because if the gentlemanly skeleton before him could still keep upbeat despite all he had been through, then so could he. Thank you for your silence, Naruto. I wanted to give them one last solo to send them off. The last one didn't end so well, Brook said, climbing to his feet and turning to face his traveling companion. The blonde made an amiable gesture with his hands. No worries. Funerals were very sad things back home. Your music is something that makes people happy, something we all need when someone special's gone. Brook nodded, sparing one more look at the gravestone before falling into step with Naruto and beginning a slow walk around the graveyard. Neither spoke for a long while, simply taking in the atmosphere of the peaceful place of rest. He turned his head to look down at Naruto, somehow affecting a raised brow. Was this just a happy coincidence, or did you come looking for me? Naruto scratched his cheek in amusement at being rumbled so quickly. I just wanted to check up on everyone after yesterday's incident. I know it was a little violent, he said. While he had stopped giving a crap what his enemies thought of him, he didn't want his friends thinking he was becoming some blood-parched psychopath. Brook shrugged again. Violence and unpleasantness are part of the pirate life, be you a peace main or a Morganeer. There it was again. Peace main. It was the second time that Brook had mentioned the odd term, and this time Naruto couldn't contain his curiosity. You're going to have to give me the over and under on that one. I'm still very new to the pirate life. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho, I see. Brook laughed, tipping his top hat from one side of his head to another. I suppose it's to be expected. It's a very old term where I'm from and was considered out of fashion when I was still just a military man. They exited the graveyard and began a slow walk back towards the groves, the sun filtering down on them. Back in the day, it was said that there were two types of pirates. If you were motivated by the adventure and call of the sea and did not actively seek out violence, then you were a peace main. But if the call of violence, battle, and the misery you left in your path was what defined you as a pirate. Then you were a Morganeer. The skeleton explained, lifting a bony finger to tap his chin thoughtfully. Some people in my old raider squadron also called Morganeers followers of Davy Jones's. I think that's a bit of a more popular term here on the Grand Line. Naruto listened intently, taking in Brook's words of wisdom and occasional witty quip with a small smile. So the Rumbar pirates were peace mains? Brook preened, to our great credit. Is there anything else about the pirate's life I can give you some sage advice on, my young friend? Thinking about things that had stood out in recent days, Naruto's mind swirled over a number of topics. The world nobles and their cruelty stood tall over most of it, but he didn't want to darken the mood with talk of those worms. Instead, a different specter rose from his memories. Actually, yeah, I saw something odd the other night that I wanted to ask you about, something I saw on the deck of your ship. Intrigue glinted in those empty sockets. Well, you've piqued my interest, he said with anticipation. It was amazing how charmingly childish Brook could be while maintaining the older gentleman vibe. Over the next few minutes, Naruto explained the strange specter he had glimpsed in the dead of night, the spectral visage armed with a wooden mallet that seemed to work on the ship even if it was usually invisible. And as Naruto explained, he noticed a change come over Brook. His genial interest slowly grew into rapt attention, his jaw unhinging to gape openly at what he was being told. Brook, Naruto said, worried he had blown a circuit in Brook's empty skull. You okay there, buddy? You sure you saw this? Brook questioned, a quiet glee in his voice. When Naruto nodded, he practically vibrated with happiness. I can't believe it. Of goodness. Brook? Naruto asked as the lanky skeleton bounced up on the balls of his feet. Finally, Brook answered him. Naruto, you saw Eurydice's Kabouterman. The blonde's face scrunched in confusion. Seeing the lack of comprehension, Brook once again began to explain. This time about the folktale of how if a ship was truly loved by its crew, it would develop a consciousness all of its own, one that in turn would care for the crew that loved it so, usually taking the form of a figure in a hooded raincoat. A grin split Naruto's face and he clapped a hand on Brook's thin arm. So all this time, you weren't alone in the triangle. Someone was there with you, they just couldn't speak yet. Brook looked away, unable to speak, but Naruto pressed on. All that time spent trying to piece her back together after months and years of spilling blood, sweat, and tears on her deck, keeping her clean and tidy even as the last serving member. Making sure she heard your music even in the fog, she was there all this time. Well then, Brook breathed out. He tapped a hand to his knees lightly, growing heavier with each touch until bursting off in a burst of speed. Well then, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Naruto jogged alongside his undead friend, feeling his enthusiasm infect him with a cheery smile. That's got you fired up. Of course, I've a concert to prepare for a very special lady, and I shan't even ask to see her panties. Yo ho 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 ho. What was it with Naruto and befriending surprisingly charismatic perverts? That was a question that for now Naruto was content not to have an answer. Instead, running with his new friend in the direction of a thank you long overdue. The pair had parted ways at Grove 46 when Brook had insisted he had lots of supplies to acquire for his impromptu concert. Naruto had been content to let the bed-gaggled pirate to vanish into the crowd with a smile and a wave, and went back to trying to key in using the sensing technique to locate his crewmates and companions. This time, he did not have to wait long. A pair of large, soft hands covered his eyes from behind, blocking his vision. Warm breath tickled his ears, practically hearing the smile on what he knew to be full pink lips before their owner even spoke. Howdy, Whiskers. You and our calcium-heavy friend seem to be getting up to some good trouble. A familiar female voice whispered into Naruto's ear. His heart skipped a beat at the amused passion in the words, and raised a hand to pull hers away from his face. Keeping a hold on one of the hands, he turned in place and soon looked up into the smirking face of his pregnant lover. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the look on the huge woman's face. There's someone who has her mind set on something she wants, he said, giving Linlin a once-over. She wore a tasteful white flamenco dress with pink ruffles running down its hem. It did a very good job in obfuscating her large baby bump, the sight of which sent butterflies rolling in Naruto's stomach. Linlin pouted. I always have my mind set on what I want. It's just this time it involves my tiny friend. Friend? Naruto scoffed. I think we're a few steps past friends, thigh highs. Oh, really? Well then, how about you prove it by taking your girl and queen shopping? She asked rhetorically. Naruto knew it was rhetorical because Linlin was wearing the aforementioned look, and he also knew that she knew that he was likely not going to be saying no. If I must, he replied, faking a sigh and beginning to lead the giggling Big Mom by hand towards the packed shopping arcade. His mood soared with each step. It was a ridiculous sight. Naruto leading a woman over double his height and known world over for the destruction they would leave in their wake. And here they were, giggling like a pair of school kids. They visited a range of stores, picking out all sorts of clothes for one another, although the lion's share on that front was on Linlin's part. Not because she was a woman, but simply that she put a bit more ethos on looking good compared to Naruto, who still didn't care for clothing variety so long as the few sets he did have looked good. But he put that aside to indulge his lover to her heart's content, because her being happy made him feel even more happy. Big Mom's titular size made traditional shopping a bit of a dead end, but Sabaody proved to be able to cater for even the most unique of clientele. Naruto quickly ferreted out a tailors that purported to specialize in those with unique figures that this world seemed to produce by the drove. In truth, it was less a tailor and more a department store with hundreds of racks of clothes for all races, sizes, and creeds. Linlin ran her hand along a line of dresses on hangers sized to fit the exceptionally tall. Her sharp eyes looked over each garment with scrutinizing interest, looking for something that really jumped out at her. Sat on a chair across the aisle was Naruto, watching Linlin while resting his chin in the palm of his hand. He could probably bench press a mountain without breaking a sweat, but clothes shopping had a way of sapping the spirit. The rose-haired woman made a selection and drew out a dress that had caught her eye. It was a strapless fishtail dress in pink with her favorite red polka dots at its bust and hem. The tops of its inbuilt bra cups were finished in saffron yellow lace. "Oh, I like! It's a new design from Dressrosa. The needlework was done by the king's wife, Queen Dulcinea," said a somewhat scared-looking store assistant. Napoleon's twin blue eyes rolled to glower at the assistant. "Buzz off, woman! Mama doesn't need the play-by-play. Eep!" The assistant yelped before running off deep into the store in fright. Naruto gave the sentient bicorn hat a castigating look. "Oi, don't be rude." She was just trying to do her job and be nice. Right. Sorry, Papa." Napoleon warbled out an apology, cowed by his papa's simple criticism. Shaking his head at the way the hat responded to him, Naruto looked down into Linlin's face, who was examining him with a keen eye. "What?" "Nothing, just looking at the way you handle kids," she said, Napoleon wobbling atop her head happily at being compared to their child. "Ah, well, ya know, I just—" Naruto trailed off, feeling his cheeks warm in embarrassment. "You're," Linlin pressed, folding the dress over her arm before dropping it in the basket with a number of other possible purchases she had her heart set on. "Spit it out, Whiskers. Cute as you look when flustered. I want to hear what you think." Silence reigned. Linlin sighed and approached Naruto, who looked down at his feet. He felt her touch his chin and tipped his face up to face her, and his face swam with doubt. Instantly, Linlin's expression changed to one of concern. "Whiskers?" Naruto swallowed, throat feeling oddly thick. I just don't want to mess up with them," he said, touching a hand to his lover's pregnant belly. Orange eyes softened, filling with a care that was seldom seen in public. The Charlotte matriarch ran a hand through Naruto's spiky hair affectionately, trying to soothe him. "You'll be amazing, love. You already stepped up for the triplets in compote." He looked away. "I know you're right. I do. It's just this is the first time in a long time that I think flying by the seat of my pants might not be the best way to go." Linlin cocked her head sardonically. "Good lord, hell is frozen over." Naruto tried to push her away bashfully, but her hand remained on his head, then slicked around to the back of his skull. With a force that was gentle yet irresistible, she brought his head forwards until his ear pressed to her side. "Just listen." Linlin kept her hand in place, watching expectantly. Naruto did so, and the worry slowly fell from his face, his concern morphing into a loving smile as he heard the sound of movement within. "I know your childhood wasn't the best, neither of ours were, but you have a chance to live the joy your father felt before everything went wrong," Linlin said empathetically. Naruto had told her much of his origins at this point, and she deserved to know. "It's gonna be weird, but it's no different than what you've already done, and if you fall short, I'll be there to show you the way." The sound of a pair of small heartbeats filled Naruto's ears, bleeding away all other sound. That innocent noise at the font of life, his children yet unborn. "Where do I start?" he asked honestly. His head was allowed to fall away from Linlin's stomach, and the pink-haired pirate put her hands on her hips, lips curling into a sultry smile. "Help your girl pick out some clothes for when her figure's looking a bit less matronly." Gloriosa was in a foul mood. The salmon-haired former Kuja Empress walked through the streets of Sabaody with her beautiful face set into a sour line. It didn't diminish her beauty so much as shift it to a more austere, domineering look that had caused many men and some women to throw themselves at her feet, begging to be stepped on. She had ignored them and kept on her way, her somewhat dopey-looking snake weapon wrapped around her trim waist. Her bad mood was not Sabaody's fault, and in truth the gateway to the new world was supposed to be a way to rid herself of her morose feelings. Most of her current issues could be encapsulated in a single long-suffering huff, but it made sense to pick them apart. Like many empress of the Kuja before her, Gloriosa had left her island and later crew in search of someone whom she had fallen head over heels for. Goldie Roger, one of the greatest figures of this generation, had caught Gloriosa's eye, and staying on Amazon Lily when the love sickness compelled her to chase after him would have proved a death sentence. But a problem had developed in this perfect scheme every time the perfume Yuda crossed paths with the Oro Jackson. Roger, despite Gloriosa literally throwing herself at him, had eyes for another woman. Along with most other men on this planet, Gloriosa mentally grumbled, turning down an alley to be away from her heart-eyed admirers. Roger coveted Shakyaku, Gloriosa's former first mate and later successor to the title of Empress of the Kuja, and that had really ground Gloriosa's gears. She loved the younger woman like a younger sister, but the green sting of jealousy filled the elder Kuja at the thought that the man she loved would cross the 6 seas to flirt with Shaki when the teasing and laid-back Kuja had eyes for another. It had been maddening, which was why when she had lost the Davy backfight to Rox and was drafted onto his crew, Gloriosa had actually felt a little more free, both from the annoyance of playing second fiddle to the chain-smoking Shaki as well as her own lovesickness. Make no mistake, the Rox pirates are a violent band who would as soon kill one another than work together if it wasn't for their frightening powerful captain. But the constant quest for plunder and battle had made the thumping of her heart easier to deal with, until a few months ago at least. Shaki had turned up on Hachinosu unceremoniously a few months back with the nonchalant declaration of early retirement to start a bar and had picked the roughest island on the entire planet to do it. The kicker? It worked like a charm. The pirates that gave the island its name crawled over hand and foot to build the younger Kuja, her so-called rip-off bars, in record time, and everyone who was anyone schmoozed to win her affection. Gloriosa wasn't jealous. Not overly. Sure, she fumed when her own beauty was considered second-rate next to her downright stunning successor, but it was nice to have a familiar face amongst the ugly violence of Hachinosu. When the call had gone up to take a small trip to paradise, Gloriosa had jumped at the chance, both to keep the rambunctious trio of Kaido, Shiki, and John in check, but also to see if a rumor was true. She smiled, feeling her heart flutter at the thought that she might be on her way to a romantic reunion with her romantic muse. Word had it that the Roger pirates were headed through Sabaody, bound for return to the New World, apparently in for a new expedition for the last island at the end of the log pose. It was just all so romantic. The handsome captain at the head of his ship, pushing the boundary to the unknown, ready to get back into the action. She had leapt at the chance to meet him again. However, so far her searching for him had proven elusive. Gloriosa entered into a large tailor's and looked around, resisting the urge to let out an impressed whistle at the collection of clothing. If she had to wait around for Roger, then she should at least greet him in a suitably stunning outfit. After a few moments stood in the threshold, a rather haggard-looking female clerk greeted Gloriosa and ushered her in. A look of relief washed over the woman when Gloriosa told her that she could look by herself, and the mousy attendant beat a happy retreat. The salmon-haired woman shook her head and wondered just what had happened to the poor employee to be so meek. Looking over a collection of outfits, Gloriosa looked for one that she was sure would rock Roger's world and set certain parts of him on fire. But as she tried on combination after combination, she couldn't find one that really jumped out at her. Her ears perked up when she heard voices locked in conversation a few aisles over. She wondered if maybe another set of eyes could pick out something she was missing. Gloriosa listened closely, following the muffled conversation so as to not appear too rude when she demanded to be observed. "Mon, seriously? That's an old sea story," said a female voice, rich and strong. A young male voice replied with a scoff. "You always talk about things being old, but you aren't that much older than me, thigh-highs. You're just pining for me to start wearing them again, mama. But to think he'd want to host a concert for the ghost of his ship. I think it's cool. I'm not going to stop him." "Well, you shouldn't. He's got his mind set on it, and I'm sure it will be a great show. But that's not going to get in the way of our date." "Yes, dear." Gloriosa finally turned the corner into the aisle and froze like a statue, her large brown eyes locking onto what lay before them. Standing there, not 5 feet away from her, was Uzumaki Naruto and Charlotte Linlin, the exact people that their little rocky cohort had been sent to find. And when she said sent to find, she meant it. The initial call from the mole they had on Toddleland had framed it as getting revenge on the one who had denied them a potential recruit, and Kaido and the other two had jumped at the chance to get into a scrap. But Rox? He'd taken a different line on it. "Vohahaha, this Typhon guy's great. Anyone willing to thumb their nose at those damned world nobles is okay in my book. I bet he'd get on well with Harold." "Alright, listen here, you blockheads." Go to Sabaudi and take this Uzumaki Naruto's measure. If he proves fun, then tell him that I'm very interested indeed. Rock's interest had been delivered with a boot to Kaido's face and a request that Gloriosa stop things from getting too wild. But looking at the two, thoughts of playful conduct and conversation slid from Gloriosa's mind. She instead looked at both the superhumanly big Linlin and comparatively normal Naruto as they chatted amicably. He was tall, though a little shorter than even Gloriosa, and had an athletic build that filled out his clothes quite nicely. Very nicely. Incredibly nicely. Soon, Gloriosa began to hear the sound of blood rushing through her ears as her heart rate rose. Heat filled her cheeks and sweat beaded at her forehead. She began to pant lightly, finally drawing the couple's attention. This is, Gloriosa clutched at her beating heart, sweat beading from her temples. It couldn't be. Surely not. You okay? Naruto asked awkwardly. He jumped back in shock when the salmon-haired woman threw her arms wide, a spectral explosion of pink mist seeming to detonate behind her. Love is like a hurricane. Fit T. A prick of pain at her neck and things began to grow dark for Gloriosa, tiredness falling over her before she tipped backwards on her heels. The last thing she felt before consciousness left her was a pair of thin, leather-clad arms grabbing her to stop her fall. "Kureha?" Naruto exclaimed, looking incredulously at the elderly doctor who had emerged from the shadows the moment the snake-themed woman had entered their field of vision. The fedora-wearing snake tried to lunge at the doctor, but she deftly grabbed it by its neck and pressed a tranquilizer gun to its scales. A second FT of sound and the snake went limp. A hypodermic dart shot expertly between its scales. The doctor gently lowered both snake and pirate to the ground, spinning her new tranquilizer gun on the end of her finger. "I leave you two alone for a day, and you already have big names looking to scrap with you," she grumbled. "Big names? Kureha? Who the hell is this?" Naruto asked, pointing at the sedated pirate. Linlin looked at Naruto like he'd grown a second head. "You don't know? You need to stop reading just the cartoons at the back and learn some of the other big players in the Grand Line. That's Gloriosa, former Empress of the Kuja." Linlin explained, coming up to stand over the salmon-haired pirate. "That's the least of your problems." Kureha said gravely, reloading her tranq gun with another concoction. "Wah?" A shudder went through the top of the department store, and Naruto felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He felt Linlin stiffen against him and reached up to retrieve Napoleon, the homie taking on its sword form before the three of them stood back to back, looking for anything out of the ordinary. A shadow fell over them, and they all looked upwards. The store had a huge skylight that allowed a beautiful view of the shopping district. That wonderful vista was the same, save for one prominent feature: the golden-haired man floating in the air above them with one leg crossed over the other and a lit cigar in his mouth. "Yo." Naruto's hand flew to his bow staff, lashed to his back, and drew it forth, ready to meet this intruder head-on. His sixth sense snarled in warning a split second later. "Hunder Bagua." The entire mangrove shook as the department store exploded in a blast of force and purple lightning. Unaware of what was about to happen elsewhere on the archipelago, Brook's day had been downright peachy, if a little packed. Part of him still couldn't believe it, but his ship, Eurydice, had life in her yet. Brook was well versed in the lore of the sea long before he had taken to it, when being a pirate had been but an idle dream in the heart from a time he no longer wished to remember. It was only natural that he would come to know the legend of the Clabauterman, the spirit of a ship so loved by its crew that it tried its best to love them in turn. It was odd, really, given that she was the second ship that the Rumbar pirates had called their floating home and only came into their service after they had already lost half of the crew. That painful memory still made Brook's absent heart ache, but it was paired with the joy that animated him as much as the yomi yomi no mi that gave these pearly white bones life. Why? Because for all he had suffered in those long, gray, lonely years, now he knew he hadn't done so alone. Darkness and loneliness had a way of breaking you in a way that agony and hate never quite could. In the half-light world of the Gorian Triangle, the only thing that had kept Brook going was the desire to see Laboon again, to carry the Rumbar pirates' final song from one side of the world to the other and see their aquatic members sing along with them in joy. And to do that, he had needed to survive. He exerted every iota of absent blood, sweat, and miraculous tears to maintain Eurydice. Even if he had no hope in fixing her, he endeavored to keep her afloat so that the Twin Capes won once again see the bull-headed Jolly Roger careening down Reverse Mountain one last time. And in that half-lighted gloom, without Brook knowing she was there, Eurydice had been there with him, one more member of the Rumbar pirates who had carried him through the loneliness until his saviors had come for him. Now, with progress offered in tribute to Naruto's might and awe, Eurydice was coming back to life, and Brook knew it. Hope was an elusive thing in times of hopelessness, but you should never let it consume you. Fight back the apathy however you must. Howl and scream into the void until such a time as you can dance in the warmth of the sun once again. This is what Brooke had done, and now it was time to celebrate in the name of his voiceless crewmate. What better way was there for a musician to celebrate than to hold a concert? He had spread word far and wide from grove to grove about his upcoming concert, and once people had got over their understandable surprise that a skeleton was animatedly gushing to them, they nodded and walked away. Sabaody had a reputation ranging from tourist trap to rough criminal underbelly, but over the course of the day, Naruto's traveling companion had managed to collect quite the following, and word was spreading of the concert in a few days' time. His narrow legs blurred under him from how fast he was running, spreading his joy to anyone who cared to hear it, his bard's tongue securing fans from even the most jaded pirate. Alas, caught in a creative frenzy. Brooke thought that this was not enough and had ventured to a few more of the rough and tumble groves that were still recovering from the fear of God that Naruto had put into them from. This had inevitably led to Brooke being dragged into one of the pubs. The pub was a suitably tawdry establishment by the name of Three's Company, owing its name to the fact it was deep inside of Grove 3. It was basic, as pubs came with a large amount of floor space to accommodate multiple full pirate crews that frequented the criminally aligned groves. Usually, it wouldn't be able to go through a full day without 3 bar fights, a murder, and someone ending up with a beer bottle lodged in their rectum. You know, pub stuff. However, in the aftermath of Naruto's destruction of the auction house and coincidental roasting of a Cypher Pole member, the first 30 groves were on especially good behavior to not draw the Typhon's attention or invite his ire. Ironically, this had meant a boom in business. Without the inevitability of hyperviolence or grievous bodily harm being the order of the day, Three's Company had made a killing for business brought about by the unintentional truce. Beer flowed like water, and food was sold by the platterful to the animated pirate crew that had walked in, and in this case, this crew had brought some entertainment with them. Brooke stood on the small stage that the pub had for entertainment and slowly tuned his violin. He had come across a pirate crew in search of food, drink, and some entertainment after a long journey across paradise and were overcome with childish wonder seeing a near 9-tall skeleton with an afro crossing their path. After placating their questions and filling them with laughter, Brooke had been invited into the pub with them, where the empty stage beckoned him to get some practice in. The crew was an eclectic bunch, about 24 strong with all manner of looks and personalities, but they formed a chaotic harmony as they bantered, a charisma that was infectious. He stepped forwards and touched a bony finger to the microphone, a bump of sound coming from the speakers and making the crew turn to the stage, curious to see what their fast friend had for them. "Hello. Thanks again for taking so kindly to a dandy on parade. I hope my musical stylings are to your liking. I'll cry my eyes out if you don't." He poked his fingers into the dark voids of his orbits, drawing raucous laughter from the pirates who were juvenile enough to find the skull joke hilarious. Drawing closer to the mic, Brooke's tone became more sincere. "Word might be getting around that I'm hosting a concert in a few days' time, which you're all invited to." Another cheer went up from the crowd. "What you might not know is that it's for a very special lady." "Ah, ah, 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 ah." The responses ranged from romantic coos to childish disgust. It was quite amazing how young bucks with no hairs on their chests could act like jilted old men while bearded behemoths swooned at the prospect of romance. "Aha, sorry to get your hopes up, gentlemen. She's a big girl," Brooke chortled. "No problem there. Love takes any form." A black-haired navigator called, his sunglasses flashing. Brooke laughed and nodded, his afro swaying. "Ah, a man of culture, though I fear she'd leave you covered in splinters. But by the by, I've been working on a song for her, and I'd love for you to hear it." The crew thumped their hands on the tables, the wavy-haired captain of the group ordering a fresh round before whispering to his first mate that he expected him to pay, something that made the bespectacled vice-captain groan in consternation. Placing his bow to the strings of his violin, the Rumbar Pirate's last man standing struck up a melancholic tune. The happiness in the bar sobered to sincere attention as the skeleton began to sing. The sea was a shroud of silver and ash, no stars to guide me home, the mast stood bare like a broken cross, and the deck groaned soft as bone. They called my name in the wind that night, then faded like breath on glass, and I woke to the hush of a hollowed world, with nothing but fog as my mast. No gull would cry, no bell would toll, no lantern pierced the gray. I thought I had slipped past living shores, and drifted far away. Oh, Eurydice, my silent bride, my hull of splintered grace, you held me fast in your wounded ribs when death had shown his face. In the fog where all was lost to me, where hope was thin and cold, you bore me back from the land of the dead, on your timbers cracked and old." He turned the memories of his time in the Florian Triangle into sound, curated it with his emotions that vibrated through his bones. It poured from him in waves that washed over his audience, soon swaying to the melancholic ballad's tune. Their minds conjured images of a dark, cold place where invisible warm hands held them close through a time of crisis. Your sails hung torn like grieving veils, your ropes wept salt and brine, yet still you rose with the breathing tide, as if your heart beat next to mine. Each plank would creak a lullaby, through nights that would not end, and in your hold I found a voice that whispered, "Live again." No living soul remained but one, no fire burned below, yet in your sway I felt a pulse, beneath the ebb and flow. Oh, Eurydice, my steadfast one, my refuge carved of pine, when madness pressed like the endless sea, your broken frame held mine, and the fog where all was memory, where grief was all I knew. You bore me back from the land of the dead, and taught my heart what's true. The melody shifted, the bow's movements growing swifter upon the strings. Warmth and joy wafted from the skeleton, his gaunt figure seeming to soften, the mirage of a smile appearing before every pirate. I thought I was the last of us, a ghost on haunted foam, but every groan within your keel was calling me back home. You were no tomb, no drifting bier, no relic of the past. You were the hand that would not loose your grip upon the mast. The ballad's bridge broke into a wordless instrumental, the voices and cheers of the merry crew paying service to the ode to gratitude Brooke owed his ship. It touched their own love for their ship, emboldened it, and made them understand just what it was that inspired Brooke so. Some of them danced, twirling in a jig and clinking their glasses and flagons. It was a familiar feeling, one that emboldened Brooke further. Buoyed by memories of old times with his own crew, he felt a hand on his shoulder and knew it to be unreal. He smiled regardless, feeling Yorkie's presence in this moment of pirate camaraderie. None more adamantly than the captain, his straw hat firmly sat on his head. Oh, Eurydice, my only friend, my compass through the gray, you kept my soul from sinking down when all had washed away. In the fog where silence swallowed me and night outlived the sun, you bore me back from the land of the dead, and showed me I was not done. So let this bow draw salt and smoke, from strings that hum your name, for wood remembers, and so do I. And we are not the same. If ever I reach kinder shores, and set my feet on land, I'll thank the ship that carried me, when no one else could stand. Eurydice, the sun shines on us again. The entire pub erupted in cheers, applauding to the skeleton as his ballad came to an end. They whistled when he took a bow. He's got a pair of lungs on him, that one. A silver tongue, too, the straw-hatted captain said, clapping for the superb drinking music. His bespectacled right-hand man shook his head ruefully. I don't think he has either, except in a figurative sense. But he knows his way around the violin and microphone, Roger. Goldie, Roger barked a laugh and clapped his hand on his first mate's shoulder. I knew you'd see it my way, Rayleigh. Now, his smile turned goofy, cheeks dusting with pink. Do you think I can convince him to play music for Shocky and Mead? Rayleigh grimaced. Come on, Roger, not this shit again. Come on, Rayleigh, you come on. You know as well as I do, she loves international men of mystery. Hey, skeleton bard, Roger called, beckoning Brooke over to them. Come over here, there's a matter I want to discuss with you. Oh, brother, Rayleigh pinched the bridge of his nose. Yo-ho? Brooke stepped down off the stage in a light fall, his tiny weight floating to the pub's floor. Something the matter, Captain Gull? The wavy-haired D-Clan member pulled a face at being addressed so formally. Gah, it's like talking to my mother. Call me Roger, ya give me lad. Galdy Roger. Brooke seemed pensive. Say you wouldn't have been a rookie about a decade ago. He had vague memories of an up-and-coming rookie by that name when he and the Rumbar pirates had been making their way through paradise. This comment produced a wall of laughter from the Roger pirates while the straw-hatted captain looked miffed. Rookie Roger. God, that was a while back, but nice to know that people still remember the dork you really are. Roger, the dark-haired navigator, slung an arm around his captain's shoulder, using a hand axe to uncap a fresh bottle of beer. Name's Scopper Gavin. These two country bumpkins would still be stuck in the East Blue if it weren't for me. They didn't even know what a log pose was. Shut up. Gold and silver barracked their copper-coated compatriot. Over the next few minutes, Roger tried to pitch his plan to Brooke, while both his left and right-hand men were liberal in explaining why it was such a bad idea. Roger was, like many men sailing the 6 seas, smitten with one Shakuyaku, better known as Shaki, former empress of the Kuja pirates of Amazon Lily, universally regarded as the undisputed most beautiful woman in the world. Word had it that she had recently decided to hang up the cutlass of being a pirate and take up a much more humble role, running a bar on Hachinosu Island. Isn't that a penal colony? I hardly think a bar would find good company there, Miss Shaki's purported beauty notwithstanding, of course. Brooke scratched the side of his head, his only real memories of Hachinosu being a good decade out of date. Roger looked perplexed at the statement. You must have been living under a rock. Lost in the Florian Triangle, actually, but I'll take a world update just as blunt, yo-ho-ho. Rayleigh and Scopper had the decency to wince at that, not wanting to upset the skeleton that had been so nice to play for them. Their captain had no such reservations, pressing on. 2 years back, some asshole took it over and made it a true pirate island. Anyone can go there so long as you fly a skull and bones. Just don't be surprised you get stabbed in the back by someone who decides your organs look better on the outside. Roger elaborated conversationally. Brooke sniffed, tickled by the idea. That's not really something I'd have to worry about, yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. What? Oh, aha, ah-ha-ha. I never thought of that. All the more reason to have you help me serenade Shocky. Never in a million years. Rayleigh shook his head. Dumb plan's a dumb plan. She's gonna stomp on your cock again, Roger, and you're stubborn enough to go back for more. Gavin sniffed, wiping a tear from his eye. Truly, love knows no bounds. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. Brooke laughed, thoroughly tickled by the back and forth. While I'll have to decline your request, Roger, I must commend your gaiety. Eh? I'm not gay. Gavin's fist thumped down on Roger's head so hard a visible tremor of vibration went through him from head to toe. Not that, and there's nothing wrong with being gay. Love takes many forms, all of them beautiful. He's saying we're a cheerful bunch. Just so, Master Scopper, after so long on my lonesome, it's nice to just bask in people's company without them killing one another. You'd hit it off well with Naruto and my other traveling companions. Merriment persisted within the pub. The Roger pirates continued to shove her food into their mouths and slake their thirst with beer, wine, and spirits, their hearts still shaking off the after-tingles of Brooke's melodies. But among those paying attention to the conversation, there was a shift. Their focus on Brooke sharpened. While none of them did something so brash as stand or reach for a weapon, they did watch what was going on much more closely. Uzumaki Naruto, the Typhon. That was a name and title that had rustled through the seas for a while now, and knowing that Brooke was connected to such a person gave them pause. They were, after all, still pirates. There was nothing stopping them from grabbing Brooke by his bony neck and ransoming him in exchange for whatever treasure they desired to take from the big family pirates. Similar thoughts swam in both Rayleigh and Gavin's minds, but instead of putting them to word, they waited to see what their captain would say. They may argue and scrap with their leader, but he was still their undisputed leader at the end of the day. One who commanded their respect through power and deed. Roger shrugged, allaying their fears. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Maybe if we come to your concert, the Typhon will owe us a favor. Excellent. I'll tell them you'll be dropping by. Please don't celebrate through firing guns. Miss Linlin is quite heavily pregnant. Again? Yo-ho-ho? Brooke tilted his afro to one side. I take this is a common occurrence? This will be at least number 6. Rayleigh rolled his eyes while Gavin began to do a little jig. And now Gavin's doing his Minister of Love routine. Great, thanks, Brooke. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Any man that could make Linlin come back for more is worth getting shit-faced with. Roger laughed as he picked up his coat and draped it over his shoulders like a cloak. Anything else you want to know, Skelly? Brooke hummed in thought. It would make sense to find out more about the current time period. He didn't want his outdated info leading him into some poor situations. Tell me more about the people who took over Hachinosu. You have to be quite the man to make 100 different crew coexist on one island. All 3 of this monster trio grimaced. That would be the Rocks Pirates. Someone burst through the saloon doors and collapsed against one of the tables, spilling drinks and puddles of foam as he panted. Everyone stood in surprise, but they quickly recognized the man. He was of average height, with wavy red hair kept up in a ponytail. He wore a green jacket with patches of the various places he'd visited on the sleeves. Spencer, Rayleigh said, walking up to the younger man as he got his breath. A mug of water was pushed into Spencer's hand, which he drank from greedily. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, have a problem. Brooke moved closer and watched the interaction with interest and some concern. I was checking out some of the lower groves just to make sure nothing was amiss, the Roger Pirates intelligence officer said, calming down but retaining a grave tone, and then I spotted it, a sloop flying Rock's colors. That drew mixed reactions from the various members of the pirates. Some drew weapons while others went back to their drinks and food. Just a sloop? Rayleigh asked, his voice tense but a little calmer. That's not great, but it's not terrible either. They like to ride on that ship with a line of theirs, so if anyone, it's going to be lower-ranking members. The man who would go on to be known as the Dark King was proved wrong moments later when the entire pub shook from the shockwave of a distant explosion. Everyone rushed outside and looked to the horizon. Smoke and ash rose from a distant grove, purple lightning sparking from it. Ever the navigator, Kabam was quick to define the location. Shopping district, easy. By the lightning, I'm guessing it's that brat Kaido. Sorry, Rayleigh, you picked the wrong outcome. The shopping district? But that's where Naruto and Linlin are, Brook cried in alarm. Roger rolled his shoulders with a sigh. So that's the play, he said softly. And here I thought they might be here for me, but seems the Typhon has Zevik's eye for whatever reason. I'm almost jealous. While the Roger pirates had never interacted with the reformed Big Family pirates, he had clashed with Linlin before, and they did have a habit of wanting to plunder other pirate crews for treasure. A moment of treachery amidst thieves wouldn't go amiss. However, "Oi, Brook," Roger said, giving the skeleton a sideways look. "They're your friends, right, Big Mom and Typhon?" Had Brook been capable of it, he would have blinked slowly. "Why, yes. I've only known them a short time, but they've treated me so kindly and given me the chance to continue to see the world. I'm still the acting captain of the Rumber Pirates, but I would call them my friends." Roger lowered the brim of his straw hat to shadow his eyes. "Right," he said softly before turning to face the crew. He took a deep breath before letting out a mighty yell. "Men!" he roared. "We may have issue with Linlin, and Typhon might be an unknown, but they're Brook. Here's friends." The crew shifted looks between Roger and Brook. This man may look funny, but he played us music for no other reason than to give us something to enjoy as we ate and drank. Any attack on someone who does us a good turn is as good as an attack on us. If Rox has his beady eyes set on the friends of our friend, let's send his rubes back to him with bellies full of nothing but their own teeth. Yeah. The Roger pirates roared in chorus, their weapons bristling even as they downed what remained of their bear. Roger wrapped his hand around the hilt of his sword, drawing the cutlass-hilted katana from his waist and holding it high, his ace in the hole. Charge! Woo, woo, ah, ah, ah. Over 25 men began to sprint in the direction of the distant pillar of smoke and ash. Brook was in amidst the medley, drawing level with Rayleigh and Gaban, his sword down from his cane. "He don't mess about, this Roger," Brook complimented. "He's a dumbass without reproach, and will kill a man if slighted enough," Gavin commented, his hand axes swinging at his side. "He's stubborn, pig-headed, and follows his heart at the drop of a hat," Rayleigh smiled. "But he's our captain, and if he challenged the devil himself, we'd follow him into hell and back." The initial strike had been so explosive that debris was still falling from the sky in a hail of splinters, pebbles, and singed cloth from the annihilated department store's now thoroughly fragged wares. Kaido looked at the freshly made crater with a stern face, his narrow, youthful eyes flashing with anticipation, hoping that that wasn't everything their opponents had to offer. Country Destroyer, Linlin and Typhon, two epithets that had come to be associated with large-scale destruction, or, as the young man would think of it, a good scrap. It was why he watched the plume of his own destruction with such attentiveness. His observation haki finely tuned to sense for any movement, because it was obvious that a single, albeit big, attack would not be enough to put them down. He was proven correct when a shape erupted from the crater and streaked away from the pillar of smoke and dust. The fluffy white cloud of Zeus hovered in the air above the grove. Linlin sat atop him in a crouch. Correa was also there, her trank gun drawn and kneeling over the unconscious form of Gloriosa, who snored lightly amidst the chaos. "Why'd you bring her along, Correa?" "She's one of them," Linlin asked in an annoyed tone, her orange eyes scanning the horizon for any more unwanted interlopers. Correa clicked her tongue. "The moment I dosed her with something non-harmful, she became a patient, and under my Hippocratic oath as a doctor, I wasn't about to leave her to get buried in rubble." "You shot her in the first place, you hypocrite. But that can wait for now," Linlin replied. "But she was curious about what had gone down prior to the attack. What did you even shoot her with?" "I've met Gloriosa before, and the love is a hurricane's. Routine has played out for someone else already." The youthful old woman reloaded her trank gun, filling it with her next potent concoction. "It's been a while since I've been off Drum Island, but everyone in the Grand Line knows the Kuja's type of outfit, and there's a few mentions of their love sicknesses in the journals I've bought in my time here." She finished reloading the gun and closed its breech with a satisfying clack. "Not wanting a fight to break out, I took a chance and hit her with a cloud that mimicked the symptoms when looking at Naruto. It made her take her eye off the ball long enough for me to hit her with the trank." Linlin sighed in relief. "Oh well, that's one silver lining. At least I don't have another woman lusting for my man just yet." "I was afraid I'd eventually have to start beating them off with a stick," she said with a thin veneer of humor, happy that the love sickness had not been real. "Beat them, why? What the fuck? Linlin, what are these people?" Correa barked, indignant at the Rosette's apparent lack of care that they had been attacked by what to her were unknowns. A figure exploded from the dust and slammed into Kaido with a mighty boom, driving the tall youth backwards with coils of dust clinging to them. When the wind finished stripping the ephemeral camouflage away, it revealed a jet-black bow staff grinding against the horned pirate's kanabo, sparks flying from the point of contact. Kaido looked down into Naruto's stern face, whiskered cheeks not sporting their usual smile. They struggled against one another for a while, the taller horned one trying to leverage his taller height against the normal-sized human, only for Naruto to hold his own before breaking the lock. Naruto swung his bow, aiming for Kaido's knee with the man's spiked club swinging in to intercept with a metallic crash. The altercation went back and forth with both combatants displaying great speed and reactions, both favoring sheer speed and force compared to structured technique. Kaido let a thrust from the jet-black bow propel his club backwards, controlling its path into an elevated position above his head that he wrenched downwards in a skull-splitting overhead. Arraish! The blonde saw the darkly glinting tips of the spikes bearing down on him and acted on instinct, quickly forming a plan to respond. His right arm became flush with Earth-style chakra, the fair skin flashing to a sheen of almost metallic black before whipping the right arm in a lateral arc, backhanding the kanabo to one side. In the brief moment of safety, he continued to act, using magnet style to hold the magnetized bow staff still in the air and using it to lever himself up into Kaido's sightline. Momentum from his overhead had dragged Kaido forwards and down, so the Oni-like superhuman was in the perfect position for Naruto. An adamantine fist was chambered before Naruto drove it into Kaido's cheek in a brutal haymaker, sending the member of the Rock's crew sailing away with a pained grunt. Kaido got over the disorientation from the strike swiftly, pirouetting in the air with grace that his rough exterior belayed. But he was not the only one with a deceptive appearance. Naruto stood upon his stationary bow and used chakra to stick to the thin staff of sea stone, floating in the air with nothing to support it. Then, as Kaido span through the air, a single thought sent the bow surging forwards like an arrow, Naruto riding atop it as if it were a surfboard. Observation Haki alerted Kaido to the inbound threat and he quickly responded, swinging his kanabo to launch a bullet of air pressure at the oncoming blonde. Naruto formed a familiar cross-shaped hand sign and was surrounded by a plume of smoke. Half a dozen clones burst from the smoke, flying forwards to tank the impact of Kaido's flying slash, creating another plume of white smoke through which another 6 clones threw at Kaido. All 6 grabbed onto the still airborne Oni, 1 on each limb and the last 2 on his back and front. "Get off of me!" Kaido yelled in annoyance, trying to flail his limbs free from the sudden extra baggage. He glared down at the clone wrapped around his chest with a scowl, being met with a cocky grin in response. What was so funny? And why was the clone's hair beginning to smoke? Great clone explosion. Kaido let out another loud yell of frustrated pain when all 6 clones simultaneously detonated, enveloping him in an omnidirectional haze of heat and pressure that propelled him over the shopping district skyline and into the more secluded part of the grove. Naruto, still riding atop his magnetized bow, zoomed to follow, content to show more of his hand now that collateral damage was less of an issue. "Mama! The boys are having fun," Linlin chortled, pleased at seeing her lover be able to quickly repulse Kaido. Her smile thinned, knowing that the youth had a reputation for being a tough nut to crack. Gloriosa and Kaido. They're members of the Rocks Pirates, rough and tumble brigands, but they're from deep in the New World. Don't let their poor manners make you think they're harmless, Kureha. Linlin finally answered the elderly doctor's question. Her words were not only heard by the doctor, and the second member of the audience took offense to her choice of them. Gee ha 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 ha. Brigands, that's rich coming from you. Shiki emerged from on high with both of his swords drawn, slashing them in a sequence to send a golden cross-shaped flying slash at the 2 women. Napoleon was already in Linlin's hands, his golden-edged blade swinging up to meet the cross-slash in an upward cleave, splitting the attack into 2 halves that passed either side of Zeus. Even broken, the attack still held enough force to demolish what little remained of the department store far below, slicing through steel and timber like butter. Shiki smirked in appreciation of the quick riposte, floating from one side to the other as he looked down at the scowling Linlin, his lion's mane of golden hair fluttering in the wind. "There was a time when you could have been one of us, Linlin. Would you still call us something so petty if you were among us? Where's the lie, Shiki?" Linlin bit back. She watched the golden lion like a hawk, knowing his affable air was just a guise. He took a small drag off his cigar and puffed a cloud of rich smoke, letting it linger in the air for a moment before sucking it back in through his nose and mouth. "True. The Rocks Pirates are a den of thieves and backstabbers, but that doesn't mean I like being lumped in with them. You get me?" "Perfecty. Prometheus," Linlin called, the cartoonish sun igniting into a ball of flaming plasma. "Yes, Mama," Prometheus shouted, firing a stream of flame at the flying pirate who pitched and weaved through the air to dodge. They waited until he was as far away as they could reasonably press him before Linlin stamped her heel down on Zeus. The cloud-based homie resonated with his progenitor's will and began to fly away as fast as he could carry them. All three embarked women holding on as they, too, moved away from the populated part of the grove, soon weaving between the tall tree trunks. "Gee ha 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 ha, you can run away from me," Shiki bellowed, blasting off in hot pursuit, each Meito flashing as he launched a hail of flying slashes at the retreating women. Linlin and Kareha returned fire as Zeus weaved between the mangroves, magenta-colored slashes and balls of flame peppered the air along with a swarm of hypodermic needles on behalf of Kareha's guns. Acids, hallucinogens, tetrodotoxin, psychotropics, and sedatives whipped through the air, every stainless steel needlepoint seeking to send the Golden Lion on a permanent trip to the vets. Yet despite the unerring reprisal, there was a worry that both women held in their hearts even as they unleashed their defensive barrage. Even among Blue Star's litany of superhumans, Linlin was a cut above the rest. But be that as it may, it didn't change the fact that she was heavily pregnant and in no condition for prolonged combat. And that was why they retreated, marshaling their brains where the usual brawn could not dominate the fight. They hoped it would be enough. Free from the constraint of collateral damage, Naruto and Kaido lost themselves in a world of mortal combat. Both staff met Kanabo on twirls of motion and an orchestra of bangs and cracks. It had dawned on Naruto just how surprisingly dexterous the brutal Oni man was despite his size and appearance. He played his spike club like a fiddle and fought with a ferocity Naruto had only seen a few possess. No words passed between them as they clashed, each occasionally landing a glancing blow on the other with a grunt of annoyance and pain. In the heart of the medley, it gave Naruto time to observe and take his measure of the youth. "He's a tough one," Naruto admitted to himself, taking advantage of an opening to send a stinging palm strike into the horned one's solar plexus. Even as the younger and taller man let out a grunt of pain, Naruto knew it to be purely superficial. It felt like he was slapping a balloon made of iron. Unyielding but with just enough flex to it to not snap under the withering rain of blows that Naruto was able to sneak past the holes in his stance when they presented themselves. He honestly reminded Naruto of when he had fought Garp, another man with a steely constitution that went far beyond the metaphorical. What bothered Naruto was that while he was clearly doing some damage, Kaido was being sparse with his use of armament haki, instead relying on his innate durability to weather damage. Naruto doubted it was because Kaido didn't know how to use this world's elusive power system, or if he was intentionally doing so out of some masochistic desire to prolong the fight. Damn battle maniacs, every world's gotta have them, thought Naruto, barely ducking his head under a swipe from his enemy's Kanabo. He jumped into Kaido's personal space and stepped up onto the younger man's bent knee, using it to hop up into the air and hooked his bow staff under the hornhead's chin, pressing into his Adam's apple. Kaido made a strangled noise at the sudden choking pressure, letting Naruto reposition and swing down, nailing both of his knees between Kaido's shoulder blades. He reared them back and drilled them against Kaido's back again and again, making him flail to remove Naruto as his back became peppered in bruises. Having enough of the continuous assault, Kaido jumped backwards, hoping to body slam Naruto into the ground. Naruto got one last kick in before letting go of his bow and kicking off away from Kaido, flipping through the air as the Oni's back hit the ground, landing 10 meters away. He recalled his bow to him using magnet style, flying into his open hand when Kaido go back to his feet with a scowl. He's strong and hardy, but he's relying on the belief that I can't hit him hard enough to bypass his natural immunity. It's like fighting the third Raikage all over again, Naruto thought, reevaluating his strategy. So I'll play into that and hit him with something he has no reason to defend. Naruto took up a stance with his bow staff held diagonally across him, akin to a spear's ready position, then imagined a paper crumpling between a pair of fingers. His chakra responded, his body starting to spark with small discharges of yellow electricity as his body filled with lightning-style chakra. Complete mastery was an infinitely sized toolbox, but that still meant he needed to work out how the pieces of certain techniques went together to actually recreate a technique, especially one he had only experienced a few times. Hearing the sound of roaring electricity, Kaido looked from his position on the ground, laying on his back. He stared at the inverted image of Naruto, standing there, covered in a rough shroud of yellow electricity that outlined his body, his already spiky hair spiking up on end. He sniffed in surprise before rolling over and getting back to his feet. "Damn power users," he grumbled, before smiling again and striking up a ready position, his kanabo held in one hand. A flash of light saw its black body covered in a sheen of purple armament haki. Wrapped in his attempt at recreating the Raikage's vaunted lightning-style chakra mode, Naruto tensed, his blue eyes sparking with yellow lighting as he met Kaido's own dark yellow eyes. Tension built between them as they gathered strength, each silently daring the other to take the first move. Kaido was the first to break, vanishing in a burst of insane speed, invisible to the untrained eye. Naruto shot off as well, a tracer line of sparking yellow following as he streaked forwards in a shimmer of ozone-burning brilliance. They met in the middle, bow staff stabbing up while the kanabo swung down. Thunder Bagua! Kaido declared as the hockey-infused, spiked club descended with all the roar of its namesake. He had stepped in at the last second to alter his position, shifting the trajectory of Naruto's stab away from his stomach to let it pass under his arm. Except that was where Naruto had been aiming the entire time. The tip of the jet black bow clipped the ring at the bottom of the kanabo, sending a numbing burst of electricity into Kaido's hand, just enough to loosen the grip on the weapon where the pole of sea prism stone could shift the direction of the club and letting Naruto slip under the mighty attack. Then to Kaido's shock, Naruto let go of his weapon. His right arm extended perpendicular to his shoulder and tensed, a shroud of bubbling vermilion bijou chakra blooming within the lightning chakra to cover the arm. And then the entire thing impacted Kaido's unprotected stomach with all the speed the fly had picked up. Naruto looked up at Kaido, eyes red with slitted pupils. Bijou, he planted his foot and pushed in. Lariat! The compressed, raw bijou chakra was injected at force into Kaido's stomach on the heels of numbing lightning. The speed and mass of the technique's user applying sudden, bone-rending force to the narrow band of contact. Kaido's eyes went wide, doubling over around the offending arm and releasing a scream of agony as his insides were lit on fire before being blasted away, turning end over end as physics resumed its natural course. He skipped across the mossy floor of the mangrove, tearing deep trenches in the ground as his body still sparked with the imparted charge. Finally, he hit a derelict abandoned home which was reduced to rubble from Kaido smashing into it, turning it into a sparking crater. Coming down from the attack, Naruto allowed the immature lightning cloak to peter out. He really had to get out of the habit of demoing incomplete moves in the midst of battle. His ode to Killer B and I had a lot of potential, but he knew that the way he was using it right now was still incomplete. He still didn't let his guard drop, his senses telling him that effective or not, the attack likely hadn't been enough to put Kaido down. He was proven correct when he heard footsteps coming from the shattered remnants of the abandoned house, and Kaido came walking out of the door moments later. That didn't mean to say he wasn't worse for wear. His clothes were singed and torn, and while he still held the kanabo in one hand, Naruto's bow still slid through the eye hole in its end. His other arm was occupied. Kaid cradled his spare arm over his stomach where Naruto's lariat had struck, the flesh there angry red and scorched. A line of blood dropped from the corner of Kaido's mouth, but he could obviously still stand. Tricky guy, Naruto muttered to himself. Kaido took a deep breath, spitting out a globule of blood onto the mossy grass. I'm getting real tired of everyone having a cool devil fruit except me, he complained, cracking his neck before staring at Naruto with a childish squint. It was as if he was miffed that Naruto had pulled out something for a playground scrap. This made Naruto raise an eyebrow in confused mirth. I ain't got no devil fruit, he said to the horned interloper. Huh? Kaido blinked. Seriously? But the lightning and the clones and the flying staff thing? All me, Naruto confirmed. Huh, Saido said simply, tilting his head to one side. Can it be taught? Naruto shook his head. Probably not. It's something I was born with. Shame, Kaido sighed, buoyed by the brief moment of levity there was to have a fight with someone who had miraculous abilities that weren't derived from a devil fruit. I really need to get my hands on a fruit power one of these days. Naruto shook his head with some amusement before indulging his own curiosity. If we're going to be asking questions, who the hell are you, and why are you attacking me and my crew? Oh that, Kaido said nonchalantly as he rested his kanabo on his shoulder, clearly still dealing with the pain in his stomach. I'm Kaido, a member of the Rocks Pirates. Our boss is interested in you, and they wanted us to take your measure. Kaido offered Naruto a bloody smirk. He didn't say how he had to do it. Naruto sighed. It seemed fame came with a cost, unwanted fame even more so. He lifted a hand and called upon magnet style to recall his jet black bow. The length of blackened sea prism slipped from the bottom of the kanabo and flew through the air towards Naruto, only for it to stop in the space between them. His eyes widened in surprise, applying more magnet-style chakra in an effort to shift the suddenly stationary weapon, but it remained stock still in the air. The sound of clapping could be heard, and both combatants turned towards a half-demolished chimney breast, a figure with long silver hair sitting at its apex clapping. Captain John pressed a bottle of rum to his lips and took a glugging swig of the sweet alcohol. Huh, seems I wasn't drunk after all, John quipped, raising a hand to point at Naruto. You're manipulating magnetism. Very strange given that's my power, he said, a spark of purple jumping from his fingertips. Another devil fruit, Naruto ground out, more annoyed that he couldn't retrieve his weapon, and another, rocks pirate I'm guessing. You woo up. John dragged the word out, popping the P with his lips. Though don't lump me in with this lughead. The man backwashes his drinks. Can you think of anything more rude? Stealing someone's stuff is up there, Naruto replied, growing concerned that he couldn't overpower the hold that John had on his bow, though to tell the truth he wasn't using anywhere near his total power. Oh, little pirate thinks stealing's bad. How you survived in the Grand Line as long as you have's a miracle. Kaido meanwhile looked between Naruto and John, the scope of Naruto's powers dawning on him finally. Just how many powers does this guy have? John shrugged. He can have a bunch if he wants. After all, a jack of all trades. He grinned, purple energy jumping from his hand, is a master of none. The jet black bow was fully wrenched from Naruto's control and sent sailing across the air towards John's waiting hands, his smirk magnanimous. A smirk that died the second he wrapped his fingers around the black staff. Cool liquid numbness radiated from his hand up his arm and into his body, feeling the shadow of the sea settle over him, snuffing some of his confidence the moment he realized he was now holding Sea Prism Stone. Kicking up off the ground, Naruto exploded into the air, leaving a crater in his wake, intent to reclaim his weapon while the dumbass of a pirate had inadvertently switched off his own powers. John dropped the bow as fast as he could, feeling panic as Naruto bore down on him, a Rasengan swirling into life in his right hand. The lingering effects of the weapon were quickly fading, but not quick enough for him to not be vulnerable. Naruto grabbed his bow with his spare hand and drove the Rasengan forwards, seeking to ram the swirling sphere of blue chakra into John's chest. He was not the only one who had acted though. Closer to John, Kaido had also launched into the air to intercept Naruto before he could attack his crewmate. He rammed into Naruto's side in a shoulder tackle, sending Naruto falling away and grabbing John by the scruff of his neck to bring him back to the ground. Naruto stared the two down, looking from the tall horned youth and the more regularly sized John. He twirled his weapon and entered a ready stance, about to engage both at once. Trickly little shit, ain't he? John chucked, a bead of sweat running down the side of his face. He didn't want to know what the Rasengan would have done to him had it landed. One tab of that thing and he can switch my powers off. Can't you just use your powers to toss it over the red line? Kaido asked, the pain in his stomach dulling to a sting. And then have a very angry Typhon bearing down on me? I'm a drunk, Kaido, not insane, John defended, aware of just how Kaido had him beat when it came to one-on-one skill needed to combat Naruto. And in that moment, he had an idea. John smirked. Oi, Kaido. Yeah? The yellow-eyed young man answered. You're so eager to get a fruit, how would you like a taste of one's power? John reached out his hand with the palm out facing Kaido, his body becoming enraptured in an aura of purple energy, sparks of electromagnetic discharge emitting from his body while his long silvery hair rose up of its own accord. A sign, cartographer. A bolt of purple shot out of John's palm and struck Kaido, but he felt no pain as he was covered in a shell of that same electromagnetic energy. It intensified around his chest, manifesting the letters NRS on his pectorals. Kaido looked down at his hand, feeling the energy swirl around him. What did you do? A little gift from my awakening, old buddy. You want to use a devil fruit? John posited. He pointed a finger up and out, and Kaido's eyes widened when he felt himself lifted from the floor to float in the air, suspended by the magnetic field that had been assigned to him. Then consider this a test drive. John thrust his hand forwards, sending the magnetically empowered Kaido flying at Naruto. Whatever confusion Kaido felt quickly melted into excitement, letting out a laugh as he swung his kanabo at Naruto, the spiked club charged with magnetic repulsive force. Naruto met the charge with a Rasengan that ground against the swing until it burst, sending them both back before running in again, their battle resuming with Kaido taking full advantage of his loaned power. Fire, wind, lightning, all three filled the air. A falk of magenta-colored lightning raked the side of one of the hustle muscle mangroves, carving a deep flaming scar into the meristematic flesh of the great tree and sending a tide of splinters falling toward Shiki. The golden lion weaved out of the way of the falling debris, but tagged them with his hands as they passed him. Lion's mane bristles, he called, causing the shards of smoldering wood to stop mid-air before it was sent flying at Linlin and Kureha at blistering speed. Linlin was ready and grabbed Prometheus, gated forward. She called, sending a wall of scorching hot fire at the oncoming storm of splinters, lingering in the air to reduce the projectiles to naught but smoke and ash. It was not as foolproof as Linlin would have liked, with Kureha having to pull the out Cole Gloriosa out of the way of a flaming shank of wood that managed to make it through. Big Mom gritted her teeth and sent Inikoku's sovereignty through the fire, the magenta blade of energized pressure cleaving the fire in two. Shiki dodged under the attack before it sliced off a branch of the mangrove as thick as a galleon. Kureha laid down a rain of medical darts, grimacing when Shike swatted them aside with his paired swords as he chased them down. Attacking a pregnant woman, have you no shame? Kureha raged, loading a dart full of stonefish venom and launching it right at the space between the pirate's eyes. Shiki leaned his head out of the way, his face turning annoyed when it skewered his cigar. He spat out the ruined, smokable out and let it fall to the ocean far below. Truly? Not really. I've seen children forced to flay their own grandparents on penalty of their own parents being shot. Attacking a pregnant woman doesn't really do anything for me. Monster, Linlin shouted, intensifying her attacks, slashes, fire and lighting filling the space between them and igniting sections of the great mangroves. Children. Sake, cred. I never said I did it. Geez, pregnancy makes you unbearably emotional, Linlin. Is this what we would have had to deal with for months on end if you joined us? I think I'm starting to respect your decision a little more. Shiki defended himself sarcastically, but then again, it would have been fun to see you unleash that on our side, she ha ha ha. The laughter was grating on Linlin's nerves, but it did a lot to underscore the emotions storming through her from head to toe. There was nothing more she wanted to do than to drag Shiki from the sky and ground him into the dirt like the cocky faux Yakuza boss he styled himself as. But something stayed her hand. The same thing that kept her stood on Zeus in a tactical retreat rather than facing this foe head-on. The feeling of life growing within her. From a tactical standpoint, she was easily still Shiki's physical match even when heavily pregnant. But concern for her unborn children stayed her hand. She felt vulnerable, more vulnerable than any of her prior pregnancies. Naruto's influence, no doubt. In accepting the monster that she was, he had made her much more aware of her own humanity, and it meant that she thought of others right now. It was a sour feeling, but one she would take over what she could have become if her life had taken a different path. Shiki flew towards them, dodging under gouts of flame and avoiding streaks of lightning to close with the group, slashing both swords as he passed. He began a hit-and-run campaign, flying at high speed from side to side to slash Linlin with his swords, never lingering long enough for the tall pirate to get any more than a parry in. Sparks flew from where Napoleon met Oto and Kogarashi, the golden homie sword scowling at its inanimate counterparts. Flying slashes whizzed back and forth in shades of auric and magenta, each infused with haki. When it became apparent that he couldn't break their defense, the Golden Lion turned devious. As opposed to slashes, he began to thrust his twin Mato, firing off a swarm of fist-sized air bullets from their tip, aiming not at Linlin so much as her mount. Zeus let out a cry of pain as his cumulus body became riddled with holes, the haki-infused pressure bullets punching through the sometime tangible matter and taking an unfortunate amount of time to close. Big Mom swung Napoleon feverishly to protect her older homie, Zeus. Get us out of here. Prometheus, go and get him. Yes, Mama, both homies yelled. Zeus picked up speed and pulled away from the pursuing pirate. Prometheus, meanwhile, shot towards Shiki in a corona of fire, hoping to harry and roast the Hakama-wearing flying pirate while his creator got away. It bought them some time, but Linlin knew it would not be long before Shiki caught up. He might be a piece of my own soul, but Prometheus won't be able to put Shiki down. Bastard's too tough, Linlin informed Kureha, taking the time to catch her breath. Her hand rested on her rounded baby bump, silently telling the little ones that it was all going to be okay. Kureha upended her microchemistry kit, starting to whip up a fresh batch of concoctions should Shiki return. Then, what's the plan? Because I really don't want to spend the rest of the day with the wind in my hair. I want to look good for Brooke's concert. Mama, Mama! Linlin laughed, appreciating the absurdity in the moment. Her face darkened when she saw a speck of gold in the distance, resolving into a slightly singed but still very alive Shiki who was growing closer, flying in parallel to them with the groves passing between. However, her eyes also spotted another color that took her focus, the iridescent sheen of a bubble's surface. In the distance, beyond where Shiki approached from, lay a large cloud of bubbles, all having emerged from the hustle-muscle mangroves. Usually the bubbles would pop once they rose beyond the canopy of the mangroves, unable to maintain themselves once they left the archipelago's unique atmospheric conditions. But a quirk of the time of day, position of the sun, and shadows had created an oddity, an invisible canopy of cold air halfway between the treetops and the sea, meaning that a collection of bubbles remained bobbing in a cluster, unable to pass through to the sky and inevitably pop. They ranged in size from a single soap bubble to ones twice as wide as Linlin was tall. And there were hundreds of them, filled with air. In their iridescent sheen, Linlin found an idea. Oi, Kureha, Linlin said. Yeah? Kureha replied, lifting her sunglasses to see both Shiki and whatever Linlin was looking at. Mix up a knockout batch. As much and as potent as you can. Kureha's craggy face twisted with concern. I can do that, but I probably won't be able to hit him with a needle with him flying about like that. I'm a crack shot, but I'm not like you or Naruto. Most of my superhuman ability is in bodily preservation. Linlin grinned. Then it's a good thing you're not going to be aiming for him. A minute later saw Zeus suddenly change direction, now speeding towards Shiki. Finally got tired of running? Shiki shouted rhetorically, his face splitting in a psychic grin. The matriarch of the Charlotte and soon-to-be Uzumaki families stepped up onto the apex of Zeus, her heeled shoe resting on the goofy-looking cloud. She hefted Napoleon, rearing the broad blade back as she made her response. I got tired of you ruining my vacation, Shiki. Now you stay right there while I split you in two. Bring it, you fat bitch. Both flying objects flew at one another with progressively greater speed, accelerating in anticipation of the clash, their swords crying to reduce the other to chips of broken metal. Linlin called upon Zeus, tendrils of purple electricity beginning to lick her legs and crawl up her body, her eyes shining with the powers of the Soru no Mi. They drew closer, moving in until each mighty pirate could see the whites of the other's eyes before meeting in the climactic clash. Now, Zeus. Zeus dropped. At the last possible moment, the elemental homie drastically lowered his altitude, using his body to hold both Kureha and the sleeping Gloriosa to him so they wouldn't be knocked loose by the sudden drop. Kureha needed it to unleash a stream of needles up at Shiki. Shiki glowered, annoyed at having been duped and simply moved out of the way of the stream of needles, their fuzzy tassel ends making them whistle as they passed him. Do you think me a fool, women? That I'd just stay still and let you shoot me? She wasn't aiming for you, you glittering fold kitten. Linlin threw her arms upwards, tendrils of purple soul matter shooting upwards, her smile growing when Shiki dodged them as well, and neither am I. Eh? Shiki looked up above him, and instead of the sky or canopy of trees, stared up into a cloud of iridescent bubbles. Except they were no longer purely clear, now filling with a copious amount of a deep purple gas, administered by Kureha's needles. Soul Pocus. Linlin's soul matter seeped into the cavalcade of purple bubbles, making them all gold before the light faded. The bubbles began to vibrate before each began to sprout cartoonish eyes and mouths, coming in with a soft pop. Hundreds of eyes locked onto Shiki, and an army of predatory smiles surrounded the golden lion from all sides. Get 'em, boys! Linlin cheered. It was all the freshly born homies needed to swarm Shiki with elated yips and happy squeals. Shiki did his best to slice and cut away as many of the bubbles as he could, and in that respect he was successful. They were, after all, soap bubbles, but everyone released a plume of potent sedative with their passing, and the closer they crowded, the more it was pressed in towards Shiki. His slashes began to grow sloppy, inhaling the drug in huffs and puffs, and already his vision was beginning to swim, his body feeling heavy. Linlin rose up on Zeus until she was level with the shrinking swarm of bubble homies that had Shiki trapped. If this had been before, I'd have just slit your throat and be done with it. Maybe steal your soul if I was in a particularly bad mood. There's definitely some backed-up toilets in Whole Cake Chateau that your personality would fit, Linlin said. She began to gather electrical energy between her hands. The surrounding area began to darken as the purple lighting grew more potent as it was condensed down into a shape, a double-ended spear. The spear began to spin, growing larger and larger with each revolution until it was thrice as long as Linlin was tall. Now I'm going to teach you a lesson. If you survive this, carry the sting for the rest of your days. You can be the celestial dragons, the king of the giants, or even Rox himself. Nobody screws with my family. Linlin shouted, lifting the spinning Vajra spear over her shoulder before finally letting it stop spinning. Yakra's Vajra. She launched the spear of amaranthine fury like a javelin, sailing through the air with the booming rapport of an angry god. It struck home, vaporizing the rest of the bubble. Homies and hit Shiki in a total discharge, reducing the flashy pirate to a smeared silhouette at the heart of a crackling purple thunder discharge. Shiki was sent screaming backwards, the lighting ripping through his body and roasting him alive as he streaked backwards at fractions of the speed of the light, his body finally coming to rest. He struck the titanic hulk of a grove's trunk, creating a huge crater that went all the way to the mangrove's core as the storm persisted for almost a full minute, only fading when Shiki's scream did. Linlin allowed herself a breath of relief. The move hieing proved more taxing than she had thought. It seemed there definitely were limits to how much she could safely exert herself while so heavily pregnant. Still, now was time to get back to Lion's Threat, Imperial Earthbind. All around them, things began to shift. The mangroves began to creak, massive wooden hulks groaning as their surfaces distended, rippling as the will of another superseded them, animating them. Linlin and Kureha looked around them as dozens of gigantic lion heads formed out of the trees, growling and roaring at the two women, their fanged maws snapping at them from all angles. Did Chu? Both women turned to the crater in the tree, a figure limping from the smoke. Did Chu truly think that was enough to kill me? Shiki the golden lion was alive, but not in a good way. Almost all of his hair and clothing had been burnt away by Linlin's finisher. He stumbled forwards, his swords clutched in burnt hands. His entire body had been burnt to a crisp, a shiny black crisp. Wait, shiny? He used full-body haki to reduce the damage to a survivable level. Linlin released as the sheen coating on Shiki sputtered out. Even if the coating had prevented Shiki from being vaporized, he was still barely standing. His arms were covered in second and third degree burns, while his bare chest looked as if he'd been gored by a bull. Blood dripped from his mouth and his legs shook, having to use one of his swords as a crutch. His eyes were still hazy and unfocused, the sedatives still working their way through his system. The only thing keeping him awake was the pain. One good hit would knock him out, a knock neither woman was able to give. Kureha was out of ammo, and the fatigue recoil from Linlin's closing move still plagued her body. Just drop dead, Shiki raged, willing his lion heads to attack. They lunged at Linlin and Kureha, their mouths open wide to swallow both women and grind them down to a fine paste. A streak of light blitzed through the air with an almost electric zing. Linlin looked up at the lead lion and watched as a seam appeared down its center line, falling apart in slow motion in two clean halves. Dozens more cuts joined it, reducing the wooden lion to splinters that clattered harmlessly to the buttress roots far below. An indigo-colored blur sped from lion to lion, slicing and dicing every single line into sawdust before launching itself at Shiki. "Golden Lion!" a rich baritone voice called, the blur gaining features. "Far be it from me to interfere in a woman's fight, but these two clearly don't want you bothering them anymore." An indigo tailcoat, blonde hair, a beard, the sheen of glasses, and a single scar over the right eye. Shiki gaped in surprise and dismay. "Sivers Rayleigh." Rayleigh advanced through the air, blade in hand, crossing his arms over himself. Higanbana. Both arms swing outwards, hitting Shiki at point-blank range. A cross-shaped nova of light bloomed to life between them with the sound of steel on steel, and Shiki was knocked backwards, striking the back of the crater once again with his mouth open, eyes finally whiting out as unconsciousness took him. With their master knocked out, the remaining wooden lions became inanimate once more, returning to falling chunks of wood or reforming back into the mangroves for the ones still attached. Linlin and Kureha looked at the sudden arrival, not quite believing their eyes. They shared a look, a silent conversion passing between them, trying to confirm if this was the same reality they were both seeing, and perturbed that it seemed to be the case. Linlin mentally prompted Zeus to carry them closer, her grip on Napoleon never loosening. Rayleigh sheathed his sword once he confirmed that Shiki was truly out cold and turned to face the two women. "Linen," he greeted courteously, "and I'm unaware of your name, young miss." Kureha let her crone-esque face light with wry amusement. "Young miss? Someone finally gets how much of a beauty I am, mate." Rayleigh rolled his eyes, used to dealing with oddities, perhaps. "My name is Silvers Rayleigh." "We've met," Linlin said frostily, eyeing their saviors suspiciously. "I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth on this one, but why are you here, Rayleigh? Why save us?" The future right hand of the Pirate King smiled. "A new acquaintance of ours seemed quite insistent that you receive some help." And deep bellow, a familiar sound emerged. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. Linlin and Kureha looked over the edge of Zeus, spotting a speck of black and white far below. "Brooke, Miss Linlin, Dr. Kureha, I brought help," Brooke shouted, waving his cane sword. After everything that had just happened, Linlin began to laugh. What an interesting skeleton indeed. Magnetized metal and stone met in a rain of sound, clattering against one another hundreds of times per second. Naruto and Kaido were nothing but streaks of purple and gold light as they clashed against one another. Kaido swung the head of his kanabo down, releasing a shockwave of magnetic force where it struck the floor. Naruto backpedaled, covering just his arm in Kurama's cloak as he formed a Rasengan, extending a chakra arm from his shrouded limb to ram the sphere into Kaido's chest. The attack landed, the spiraling orb of chakra grinding against the shell of magnetic energy that covered Kaido, shaving away at it but not compromising the shell fully. The Rasengan exploded, releasing the condensed chakra in a circular shockwave that pushed Kaido away. Free from the wild man's onslaught, Naruto surged forward in a touch of Shunshin, zipping towards John, who stood at the back of the field of battle. He brandished his bow at him, knowing he only needed one good hit to cancel out the technique that made Kaido that much more dangerous. John was ready though. He pulled his arms in, pulling Kaido from his skidding roll into the air and launching him at Naruto as a grinning horned missile, catching Naruto's shrouded arm with his kanabo. Naruto was sent away, his arm vibrating unpleasantly from the impact. It had been a while since someone other than Linlin had been able to hit him that hard, and his incredible pain tolerance aside, it didn't change the fact that it hurt. But right now, the main thing that Naruto felt was frustration. Ever since John had activated his awakening, the battle had fallen into a rut. Every time he tried to go for John, Kaido would be swung in to clash with him, and prolonged combat with Kaido yielded nothing as John was surprisingly prescient. When it looked like Naruto was about to breach Kaido's magnetic shell, John would recall him away from the battle to give him time for his defenses to refresh, which was frighteningly quick. Naruto formed a hand seal, and several clones appeared in a poof of smoke, sprinting for John while the original busied himself with Kaido, trying to keep the pressure on. "Neat trick, but I don't think it will work," John said as he raised his arms. A spark of purple from his fingertips and all manner of scrap metal from the nearby, destroyed buildings and metallic detritus from the streets. Repel. As the name would imply, the gathered scrap was repelled from John at speed, striking the clones in a shotgun burst of shrapnel. The clones were popped with little fanfare, some taking serrated sheet metal to the neck and chest, while one particularly unlucky clone taking a section of rebar through the skull. The blonde grimaced at the memory, happy it cut off before any articulation of pain could be conferred to his memories. Most of the clone's memories in the heart amounted to chaff he could ignore, but the feeling of a steel beam piercing your forehead wasn't pleasant even if he could push past it. Maybe it was time he tried his hand at usurping control of John's magnetism this time? He gathered magnet-style chakra in his palm, a sandy gray Rasengan swirling to life in his open palm, quickly becoming covered in Shukaku's iconic curse mark. He blinked from left to right in short bursts of speed, disorienting both observation haki users before appearing behind the glowing purple Kaido. He thrust the Rasengan into the youth's back, not penetrating the shell as before. But this time, there was a difference. As the Rasengan span, grinding against the magnetic armor, it did not shave away at the armor so much as infect it. Sandy gray chakra flowed through the purple aura like ink through water, the curse mark beginning to wrap itself around Kaido like so many chains. Kaido tried to turn and bring his weapon to bear, but found his movement staring to slow, the magnetic shell resisting his movement. With one last juddering movement, he was rendered still as a statue, covered in a net of curse mark and gray magnetic chakra. His yellow eyes were the only things able to move. Naruto turned to face John and began to walk towards him slowly. The older man looked genuinely surprised, both that Naruto had managed to usurp his technique, but also hold a man as strong as Kaido still. The latter didn't surprise Naruto all that much. His magnet-style, Rasengan, had been able to totally immobilize the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki Madara, who was obscenely physically strong. The only reason the ghost of the Uchiha had been able to escape was by swapping with his Limbo clones. It really got over just how many bullshit tricks Madara had by the end, and why his backstab at the hands of Zetsu had been so odd. Don't think about it, you've got a different long-haired dick to beat up now. Naruto let another Rasengan spin to life in his hand, it humming with that shimmering noise that was so characteristic of it, while John clapped sarcastically. "Well shit, call this a drunken hallucination, but you actually took control of my technique, and awakened one at that," John complimented. "Awakening? Another devil fruit thing?" Naruto asked, intrigued. Yup, John smirked. But, there's something you didn't take into account. Taking control of my technique doesn't change the fact that at its core it's still my technique. John grabbed hold of the metaphorical tendrils of intent that connected him to his technique, and pulled, throwing his will behind the directive to undo the technique and call it back to him. It took a lot of effort, but he felt the armor around Kaido slowly begin to unwind, compressing down to a sting of curse mark-infused gray-colored magnetic energy that streaked through the air into John's open hand. And Naruto? Naruto reached up his still golden-cloaked arm and grabbed the chain of energy as well, to John's abject horror. Kurama's chakra cloak, be it KCM1, 2, or with Six Paths influence, had displayed many interactions with odd energy signatures and phenomena. Naruto had used it to stop Nagato ripping out his soul by pulling it back into himself. And during the fight against Kaguya, he had very briefly held open one of the Mother of Chakras Yomotsu Hirasaka, portals that didn't physically interact with normal spacetime. Grabbing an abstract string of magnetic emergy suspended in curse marks made of his own chakra? Child's play. John pulled harder, desperate to reclaim his technique fully, but Naruto simply jumped, allowing the contracting string of energy to drag him forwards into John, Rasengan at the ready. Desperate, John threw up a last-minute barrier made of purple magnetic force. Naruto reared his arm back and drove the Rasengan into the barrier, scant inches of transitory force separating him from hitting John square in the chest. Rasengan. The spiraling sphere met repulsive barrier, and a wall of white light exploded from the point of contact as both attack and defense fought for dominance. Sweat beaded down John's forehead. "Kaido, you dumbass. Get your ass over here and finish him now," John screamed, feeling his barrier being slowly peeled away. Kaido, now free, looked between his borderline abusing crewmate and Naruto's exposed back, and briefly looked conflicted before charging forwards. Kanabo reared back to knock Naruto's head from his shoulders. Instead of the sound of splintering bone and pulped skull, a metallic crash radiated from the heart of the melee, a sword intercepting Kaido's attack. Black lighting of Conqueror's Haki radiated from the clash, the white light in the clash intensifying. Naruto looked over his shoulder and saw a new figure standing at his back, a straw hat rippling in the waves of pressure. Both clashes were now emitting. "Thanks for the save," he said with a smile. The new interloper grinned cheesily. "Yar, I'm not about to miss out on a good scrap with Rox's boys. Plus, I can't stand by and not make sure you make it to our mutual skeleton friends concert." Naruto's eyebrows rose, but the wavy-haired newcomer kept his eyes on the prize. "I'll go high, you go low. Make it flashy for my sake." On that, Naruto could guarantee. "Roger, you!" Kaido yelled, recognizing the newcomer. There was a brief break in their clash before each reared back an attack that crackled with black sparks. But unfortunately for Kaido, Roger was faster on the draw. Divine departure. Naruto's fingers twitched, the Rasengan contracting in on itself before its core became a solid block of light. Rasengan, flash. A black slash caught Kaido in the center of the stomach, smashing into the still smarting wound of the Bijou Laureate. A wave of pressure rending through young man's entire being that made spittle fly from his mouth as consciousness was driven from him. Rasengan burst, all of its energy unleashed in a singular beam of power that punched clean through John's barrier and into his chest. Both members of the Rocks Pirates were sent spiraling away in a boom of light and pressure that saw them tossed like kites in a storm. When they inevitably landed, neither was awake. A strange quiet settled over the battleground as the sound from the final attacks echoed back on them. After taking a moment to get their breath, both men turned to face one another, their air tense even if both were smiling. "So, you know Brook," Naruto began, looking up at the taller and older man. "Aye, you can say that. Made an impression on my crew with that violin of his. So of course we had to make sure he played it again once his friend was in safe hands." Naruto shook his head ruefully. That was so like him. "I'm Naruto." The man adjusted his straw hat and sheathed his sword, offering a hand in greeting. "The name's Goldie Roger." And so they met. The father of monsters and the man who would be king of the pirates. In a moment, fate changed. The future was now unbound from destiny, and where it led was anyone's guess. But right now, these two titans of the era were smiling, and that was what mattered. So let it continue beyond the setting sun and into the dawn that would come again. Deep in the heart of the New World, a ship could be seen sailing upon the sea. At first glance, it appeared to be just that, a ship. This was a trick of perspective. As you grew closer, the details of the ship became clear. It was a Viking longship with a tall dragon figurehead and a huge set of sails. The main sails hung from the mast and were patterned with a combination of a Jolly Roger and writing. The former depicted a helmeted skull with twin axes crossing over the mouth, while the latter bore block capital letters in a vivid red. HH. Several other features presented themselves, such as the large circular shields running along either side of the hull or the huge striped gaff sail that hung from the rear mast. But above all else, what stood out about the huge ship was just that. It was huge. It was comparable in height to the Queen Mama Shanter, but much longer and wider than Linlin's ship. Next to ancient Noah, it was perhaps the biggest ship ever put to the sea, which made sense given who its captain was. A man was seated on a gigantic crate in front of the mast reading the newspaper. To call him a man was flat out wrong, and to call him a giant was a disservice. Giants, by and large, tended to top out at 26 meters in height, at their biggest without outside influence like devil fruits or the use of drugs. This giant amongst giants, was no less than 66 meters tall. A remnant of the ancient past, the lineage of the ancient giants that had been passed along a royal lineage longer than any giant could remember. His head was freshly shaven, exposing the two long black horns that poked from the top of his head in a crown. This giant was none other than the leader of his species, King Harold, monarch of the Warland, Elbath, and king of all giants, and his bearded face was set in a frown. Harold read the giant edition of the World Economic Journal with keen eyes, scanning the person-sized print to read its details, drawn again to the headline. Big Family and Roger Pirates clash with Rock's Pirates on Sabo Odi. Harold sighed and folded the newspaper under his arm as he got to his feet, even the smallest step producing booming footsteps, his cloak dragging the floor behind him as he made his way towards the side of the ship to stare out into the great blue nothing. He rubbed where his scalp met his horns, the freshly shaved hair still itchy there. Typhon, you may not be a giant, but you bear the name of my people, and so it falls to me to make sure you don't cause trouble to ruin our name. Perhaps Naruto would be visiting where his lover grew up far sooner than he thought. To be continued.